Selamat datang ke PUBG Mobile Pro League Malaysia Singapura musim ke-4 anda. Setelah 3 bulan penantian, kini tiba masanya untuk musim baharu. Musim ke-4 ini sedikit berbeza dari musim sebelumnya. Mari kita lihat apa kelainannya kali ini. PUBG Mobile Pro League Malaysia Singapura musim ke-4 akan bermula pada 24 Ogos hingga 26 September. Bagi pusingan akhir pada 24 hingga 26 September. Musim baharu ini akan menyaksikan perlawanan setiap hari Selasa dan Rabu. Manakala bagi Super Weekend pada hari Jumaat hingga Ahad. 20 pasukan bertanding dibahagikan kepada 5 kumpulan secara bergilir untuk perlawanan hari Selasa dan Rabu. 16 pasukan teratas dari perlawanan ini kemudiannya akan beradu pada sesi Super Weekend berikutnya. Selepas 3 minggu pertandingan, 16 pasukan dengan mata terbanyak akan bertemu di pertandingan akhir PMPL Malaysia Singapura musim ke-4 Country Finals. Juara Liga Country League dan 3 pasukan teratas Country Finals akan mara ke kejohanan PMPLC musim ke-4. Baiklah, itu saja peraturan PMPL Malaysia Singapura musim ke-4. Semua dah faham? Saya Miss You, host anda. PMPL Malaysia Singapura musim ke-4 akan bermula tidak lama lagi. Jumpa anda 24 Ogos ini.
For all those that love PUBG Mobile and the players that have followed us on this journey, welcome. The PUBG Mobile Next Star program is about to begin. The largest prize pool in history. $100 million worth of rewards are up for grabs. If you really love PUBG Mobile and are itching to share your exciting moments of chicken dinner glory, show your creative passion to the world, and gain a huge fan following, then you don't want to miss this. PUBG Mobile is chosen by 1 billion mobile game players worldwide. We wish to give players an even better experience through engaging content and also create a compelling platform through which promising players and personalities can reach their full potential. PUBG Mobile Next Star Content Creator Program is the official PUBG Mobile recruitment and development program for all those with a penchant for creativity. We welcome anyone that's striving to be a top-tier KOL if you meet the following criteria. You love PUBG Mobile, can keep creating content related to the game, have a YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, or other account with over 50,000 fans, and are passionate about what you do, then join us. If accepted, you will reach more people than ever. As an official PUBG Mobile content creator, you will be eligible for exclusive rewards and opportunities for even greater exposure. There is also an extremely high valuable prize pool including UC, in-game outfits, titles, and more. You can even try out new gameplay modes before anyone else. There is also the opportunity to enter esports events and play against professional players. PUBG Mobile will also regularly present awards, combinations, and other rewards to outstanding content creators. Don't worry if you aren't feeling confident about your content creating ability. PUBG Mobile is providing an exclusive training program that will teach you how to create content and manage your account, and to help grow your fan base. Awesome prizes await. We'll first test this feature in limited regions, including the Middle East, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. Then, roll out more information and registration details worldwide. Follow our official social media channels for the latest updates. Hurry and apply to Phase 1 at the official PUBG Mobile website. From now on, tap the Apply button on the official page and fill out your application. Once you receive your confirmation, your application has been accepted. Let the world see your talent. Come and join us now.
Yeah. Evolve into the future with us. Let us take you higher. Let's go. Give us an inch, we'll make milestones. All stars in all time zones. The ride is tough as Cybertruck, you know. Winner, chicken dinner go. Review mirrors for forward thinkers. I've been driven, don't need a chauffeur. Strength and passion flow through my fingers. Blood, sweat, and tears fuel up my motor. Fighting the win, but the fight is within. I'm just fighting to win yet again. Evolve to the future, don't stop to the finish. I'm testing my limits and vision. To the art of the chase. More tempting, the higher the stakes. I'ma take them all into space. X amount separating frauds from the greats.
Take it up a notch, time to give it all I got. Turn me up, we're moving fast. Lock and load, have a blast. Time to take it up a notch, time to give it all I got. Turn me up, we're moving fast. Lock and load, have a blast. Time to take it up a notch, time to give it all I got. Turn me up, we're moving fast. Lock and load, have a blast. Time to take it up a notch, notch. Time to give it all I got. I'm doing it now. Giving it all, yeah, giving it all I got. Take it up a notch. Nothing you can tell me that'll get to me. I'm my greatest style, I am worst enemy. Ain't gotta get the best of you, just be a better me. Battle royal, chant the best that you will ever see. Nothing you can tell me that'll stop me now. Got up every single time that life had knocked me down. Your best watch me now, I'll show you true belief. You ain't ever seen this type of ingenuity.
Once you step in this battleground, best turn it up and don't let me down. Bend on the road, but don't mess around. Hard not grad, no cap and gown, but finish that top of my class. Hop in the roaster and dash, riding my life. Front runner, that's no the last. Made my own lane and surpass all the doubts and the gripes. Of course I still love you, but I gotta grow. Act like you already know. Went from a novice to pro, then accomplish some more. This the real deal, not for show. Life is a QB, I'm catching whatever it throws. Run hard and get to my goals. Act like you already know. Read the instructions and flow. Okay, you got it, let's go.
Hai.
You masuk terus tengok.
Hai. Hai.
Sekali.
Oh, he's shy.
Nama saya Aiman ataupun dikenali sebagai Man Parang.
Hello, my name is Muhammad Nuzul Syarin bin Affan, also known as Trixnity. I play in-game leader for TMSMG PUBG Mobile.
Hello, my name is Matoy. My real name is Ekachai Arisanan. I'm in-game leader in Team Secret.
My name is Ahmad Syafiq Imran. My game name is QB.
Saja. Walau bagaimanapun itulah dia. Oh, dua telah berjatuh. Yoodo Alliance daripada 4-3-2. Yo! Ryan mudah untuk menembak daripada bagian belakang. Tapi ada satu. Pasukan daripada skill Hardy Esports, mereka akan berusung ke depan. Mereka dah tak nak tunggu lagi lah. Kalau mereka tunggu, mereka yang kata yo! Liwa pada pos tembakan dia begitu. Daripada belakang dari seorang saja.
Tim yang kita orang takut, kita orang tak ada takut pun tim mana-mana. Kita orang langgar je semua.
Team Secret, Yoodo Gang and Dingoes is a good competitor for us.
Di bahagian belakang ataupun di bahagian dalam depan tersebut, dia terus keluar. Dia dapat satu lagi dalam pemain.
I'm not scared of anything, but I treat every team equal. Well, this season lah in particular, like they're all really strong, so I respect them.
Saya rasa benda yang paling takut untuk diri kita adalah diri sendiri. Oish.
Di bahagian high ground tersebut, tapi sebenarnya
Baik, yang paling ketara sekali adalah format dia dah bertukar. Kita dah orang kata membuat satu piawaian or we standardize dia punya format tu sama dengan worldly ataupun global championship.
Lemparkan dan sekarang ini dia masak satu lagi bom tangan, dia tahu mungkin kedudukan adik.
UI dibangunkan kali kedua mungkin tidak. Tak sempat. Mata kena carry game ini. 2 lawan 1. Keluarkan AK. Dia yang mendapatkan winner chicken dinner.
Macam-macam perbezaan berlaku lah. Sebab ketika 2020 kita ada 2 kali PMPL, iaitu pada awal tahun dan juga dekat akhir tahun tu.
Orang kata kualiti tim-tim yang bermain, banyak tim sekarang ni jauh lebih kuat kerana practice time yang mereka ada semasa scrim-scrim yang dijalankan dan sebagainya. Memang sangat-sangat memberangsangkan.
Di mana yang ni sangat-sangat bagus lah sebab sebelum ni kita selalu sangat ikut format PMPL biasa, and then bila kita masuk ke dalam international level, kita jadi macam alamak, apa benda super weekend, apa benda weekday, apa benda country league dan
Mungkin dia
sebagainya.
boleh jatuh. GeekFam masih lagi ada peluang untuk masuk ke dalam, tapi susah untuk mereka di dalam.
Scene akan ditekan juga pada waktu ini.
Yang berada di kedai.
Suasana itu mungkin akan jadi sedikit berbeza lah. Tidak ada perasaan offline. Akan tetapi daripada segi player, daripada segi tim, banyak perubahan yang berlaku. Roster telah pun mula untuk berubah-ubah dan itu pastinya untuk season kali ini akan jadi paling mantap lah, geng.
Aku rasa benda ni akan memberikan persediaan yang lebih kepada tim Malaysia dengan tournament yang akan datang.
Sekarang ni tak boleh cakap ada 5 tim yang paling kuat dekat Malaysia lagi. Kita nak cakap ada 20 tim yang sangat-sangat kuat di Malaysia dan itu menyebabkan kualiti negara dah power. Dan kita harapkan 3 yang terbaik akan mewakili Malaysia ke final akan boleh membawakan kita semula daripada NSEA final yang akan datang.
Mereka sudah lama bersama daripada season 1 PMPL lagi. So itu salah satu mereka dapatkan chemistry di mana chemistry begitu kukuh. Tapi walaupun begitu kukuh tapi tak mencukupi lah bagi saya.
I make sure that they are comfortable with each other. They don't just like finish game then just do whatever they want. We have to go out, have dinner, hang out together.
For our new lineup when we added Jumper and Fredo, we are one of the few teams that adapt to the COVID pandemic really well. We were kind of the only team that had a player outside from Malaysia playing from Thailand, and then the rest of the players to play in Malaysia and always communicating via WhatsApp or Messenger. It's not a new thing for us.
Dan saya sebagai manager mereka, itu tugas saya untuk kukuhkan lagi dia orang punya chemistry. Dan macam mana dia punya chemistry adalah mereka sudah lama bersama.
Actually get a bonding lah, then only they can understand each other in game lah.
Dia a good leader in PUBG Mobile. Dia ada dia punya capability and individual skill yang strong, survival skill yang strong.
We are not really playing together. Everybody is playing from their hometown. We are comfortable that way. I would say that we were very lucky that Makoy joined Team Secret before the pandemic. So we kind of got used to playing everything online. And for Fredo, the fastest learning kind of guy. So there's no much things that need to be fixed or ask them. We don't really have to ask them to do a lot of stuff because they know what to do. All they need to do is bring the expertise to the team. Just come together as a one unit.
Actually, there is a lot like language barrier and stuff. But you know, it's like we are sharing a common ground that we normally use. We're learning words by each and others. They are learning like my 555, letter 5, which is mean ha. And I'm learning Malaysian word as well, like makan and also others.
So macam ada 2 orang teammate saya yang pergi secret, itu adalah hak mereka. So diorang yang decide untuk pergi team secret dan saya pun macam okay lah, macam tu lah, we have to move on lah. Dia macam bercinta. Masa first tu Kevin message cakap REDONE dengan Jumper nak keluar, so I sedih lah sikit, sedih dalam sehari, betul, and then esok dah move on lah.
Most of the time we play games together. Like when I play PC games, most of the time I just play with them. That kind of helps our chemistry, to keep the chemistry going. I joke around with them a lot. That really helps for me to connect with them and for them to connect with me and just generally enjoy each other's company. I mean, sometimes they do get annoying, but they're still my brothers.
So untuk 2 player Yoodo Gang yang baru, iaitu Putra dan Bravo, diorang saya boleh cakap fire power diorang memang mantap. So team kat luar sana kena hati-hati lah.
select talents or players into the roster. I think the first rule that we actually apply into is that whichever particular player that we want to pinpoint must have some form of connection with the existing player. I think that's important because that will start off the first layer of chemistry in place. In terms of what this connection means, it's that mental connection, whereby the players themselves can actually relate with this particular so-called new player. And with that, I think it's the first step of us accepting that player into the roster.
So they are putting me into their communication. So that played a big part of language barrier. That doesn't make me feel like I don't really belong here. It's not just myself, this is really to my whole teammates that they really putting the effort on this to give me feeling of welcomeness and family alike in the team.
Jangan main. Kalau jumpa Bravo lari, jumpa Putra lari, jumpa Man, datang lah cuba. Kalau jumpa Drex, datang je. Sebab dia tak apa-apa.
Beri dia mereka dah.
Tapi kita nampaknya akan masuk dalam game kita yang pertama untuk PMPL MY season yang ketiga. Selamat datang semula ke PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG season yang ketiga yang dibawakan kerana oleh dia akan mencacing back dia mungkin akan lihat sekarang ini. Dia akan lihat oleh Jenny SMG top 4 kemudian dia bunuh. Dia kedua dia cuba menembak. Dia dapat dilepaskan. Sin akan ditekan juga pada waktu dapat satu. Dicuba dibunuh langsung lakukan sendiri. Dia akan cuba push tapi terlihat turut tahu yang guna tangan akan sampai langsung Haikal juga dijatuhkan pada waktu yang sama.
Our goals for 2021 is to defend the champion titles. Since we have new lineup, we're looking forward to a stronger team, better chemistry, and a more higher goal, which is the world champion.
In terms of our last year's performance, yes, we did win the Southeast Asia Grand Finals Championship, and for that we were awarded the Malaysia Book of Records as well. But for us, I think if you say in PUBG Mobile, our mission is still to obtain the championship title in the World Series, which is the PMGC. So until we achieve that, I think that will be something that we'll be fighting and we'll constantly fight towards lah.
Samsi mencari, dia sudah tidak. Yoodo Gang. Yoodo Gang akan keluar. Sekarang di tempat kedua. Yoodo Gang. Sampai mereka run itulah dia penambah. Yoodo Gang. Yoodo Gang.
Yoodo, pasukan yang diharapkan dominan seperti season lepas tidak begitu menjadi.
Okey, untuk team chemistry ni benda biasa memang akan ambil masa yang sangat lama. Pada mulanya of course kita akan gagal dulu. Kemudian kita akan comeback dengan solution yang kita dah cari selama ni, iaitu dengan kita punya result baru-baru ni agak membanggakan yang mana mereka telah membuktikan dan yes, mereka berjaya buat kami puas hati dengan segalanya.
Terbaik, game terbaik akan keluar.
Kita tahu sekarang UI sebagai harapan tembakan yang mantap dan dapat kill untuk Yoodo.
Nampak kembali sikit habis untuk Jenny. Dan itulah dia tim Yoodo Gang dengan 11 kill untuk waktu ini.
Segala masalah mempunyai jawapan dia yang mana kita fokuskan cari penyelesaian. Kita berbincang as a team dan pengalaman buruk kita sebelum ni kita ambil sebagai kita punya matlamat untuk perbaiki dan jawapannya telah kami jawab untuk 10 weekend ataupun game-game yang akan datang lah. Dan dalam paling penting untuk build up untuk majukan kita punya team iaitu kita perlu banyak lagi experience bersama supaya kita dapat tahu apa punca dan juga masalah kita dan kita akan perbaiki dan kita akan jawab pada game-game yang akan datang iaitu di 10 weekend.
Lagi pemain daripada pasukan Yoodo tak dapat lihat tapi semua selamat begitu besar sekali meninggalkan hanya seorang saja lagi yang terselamat. Dia tunggu waktu. Dia tunggu saja player ini keluar. Yoodo Gang! Yoodo Gang! Dan winner Cikadina.
Yalawe Bravo 10. The one and only berjaya.
Perasaan saya, untuk saya seorang lah, perasaan saya sedih.
Kenapa sedih?
Sebab tak nampak ke tadi saya kosong kill. Dalam 20 kill tu saya kosong.
Konsistensi yang lebih baik untuk Yoodo Gang di pusingan-pusingan yang terakhir ini membuatkan saya rasa dari segi congakan kasar, Yoodo Gang akan berada di atas Team Secret.
Yoodo RSG mereka telah pun ada jugalah di pitch yang pertama untuk match ranking.
Untuk Team Secret dapat 27. Masih lagi okey tapi tidak akan dapat menyebabkan dia memecut Yoodo Gang sebab dia masih lagi 10 markah di belakang. Dr. TA walaupun masih mengekalkan kedudukan di atas tetapi mereka sedang dikejar rapat oleh Yoodo Gang dan juga Team Secret.
untuk Dr. TA, mereka memang kena berhati-hati. Sebab awal kita mula tadi, mereka 2-3 kali ganda sebenarnya daripada nombor 2 dan 3. Dan kali ini mereka dikejar begitu rapat. Hanya 7 markah saja memisahkan antara Dr. TA dan juga Yoodo Gang.
Yoodo kita ada masalah dekat Shanghai untuk PMPL kali ni, tapi dengan adanya masalah itu timbul, kemudian kita fikirkan untuk solution, yes kita dapat jawapan iaitu kita mendapatkan chicken dinner lah. Dan benda tu take time sikit lah. Dia tak akan macam kita jawab ataupun buat sekali terus jadi. Dia akan ambil beberapa momen ataupun beberapa masa dan percaya kepada rezeki. InsyaAllah boleh.
Aku dah cakap kan di luar setel kan? Aku nak skip tadi.
Buat apa? Buat apa?
Dah nak tinggi lah. Kan baru. Yang mana ni? Tak gerak. Stress lah. Jangan tahu lah. Tahu. Jom biar sikit. Pistol berapa? Dah depan dah. Berapa? Zone belum sampai lagi. Itulah.
Test. Mic. Hello.
Yang sebelah sini.
Baring ni. Okay dah.
3, 2, 1, action. Sabarlah, intro aku dulu. So hari ni saya akan baca komen daripada fans. And nama saya Rex, saya daripada pasukan RSG. So mari kita baca apa yang ada dekat dalam burn book ni. So komen yang pertama daripada Haris. Mantaplah champion, season ni kita ulang lagi. Come on lah, satu season kot saya tak main. Mestilah champion kan, confirm champion punya.
Dari siapa tak tahu, daripada Shazwan apa, nama pun dah forever. Ala-ala 4M gameplay, kena up tau, biar standing dengan tim dari China. InsyaAllah kita orang akan lagi baik lah daripada 4M.
Season lepas dijadikan bahan memes ketuk kepala. Season ni memes yang macam mana pula? Season ni memes mungkin kita tak ketuk kepala teammate dah, kita orang ketuk kepala enemy je dekat dalam in-game.
Kasih on fire di PMP kali ni walaupun tim underdog. Semangat!
So kat sini daripada Daniel. Once a geek, always a fan. If you are a geek, then I am your fan. Ni pantun guys ni. Pantun ni orang kata paling asyik dan sayang. Paling mantap lah. Thank you buat dia ni korang boleh pakai pantun ni.
Okey, ini daripada Rashid pula. Kali ni kita ada Mas Doraemon dengan budak darjah 5. Confirm boleh bawa balik piala kali ni daripada Rashid Boleh. Hari ni kita ada darjah 5 dan juga Mas Doraemon. Besok kita akan chicken. Kita beli juga chicken tu. Okey?
Mantap. Yang pertama season lepas angkat nama tauge ayam. Season ni pula nama tauge ayam dah tak ada. So kemenangan akan rasa lebih sedap lah. Hashtag tak suka makan tauge, hashtag jangan kecap. Kenapa tak suka makan tauge? Kan bagus untuk kesihatan.
Good luck Sam 9 gang. Teruskan semangat dengan apa yang korang dah belajar dengan arwah Hagus. Rifial Rusli. Sorry kalau saya salah sebut nama dia. Nama dia Rifial Rusli. Yusri. Sorry. Jadi kata teruskan semangat dengan apa yang korang belajar dengan Agus. InsyaAllah we will do our best untuk membawa semangat arwah Agus dan semoga kita orang dapat champion PMPL ini. Yap.
Okey, mesej dia daripada Muhammad Rizwan Bila nak juara EVOS? Harap-harap tahun ni boleh juara. PMPL keempat ni kita orang juara. Okey, kita akan buat yang terbaik. Thank you Rizwan.
Kami tak koyak.
Go chicken dinner.
from daylight till midnight. That's how we wait, watch from far away, but we knew we would walk to play. It's just a dream you say, all the hard work we paid. Nothing can break us down, we were always crowned. I'll be at cool down, focus on the path saja now. Teamwork, yeah, that's the key. Jangan tinggalkan member kemain sendiri. We're not born to win, 365 days left stick. That's true, it's following. We never sleep, just to keep up what they have for the championship. Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop you, if not you break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, so prove it. Real rising, homie. Let's just do what we're best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage when we're fighting as a team. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being tough, but you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom and stop acting like a hero. Bunch of lagi, tekan sama berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan jadi. Orang aku begini sampai ku menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Jadi ke tak jadi, depends how much effort you put in. Whose face is on the screen, not you. Tapi saya hate, I'm all in. Mula-mula lemah, tapi aku impian besar. Tak kira berapa jauh you berada, aku pasti akan kejar. We play, 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 that's the team. Doesn't matter in the end who is gonna win. We share the same dream. Dream is big, but I think me. Never look down on me. And my word hari ini hancur, tapi promise aku akan kembali. Never try, we never know, yeah, yeah, yeah. Kerja keras hanya sementara. Nothing come but true, mama. Jangan takut, selalu pasti kita cuba, blah, blah. Hey, respect for what we had. Today we lost a warrior, haha, cause from Senai gang. He's went to better place, but his spirit is with us and it will never end. I know it's so hard for us to face it, but we remember his name for all the century. So let us stop all the tears and face it. Let us show the world what we have, starting with a better day. Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop it, ain't no breaking. They're not gonna believe, yes, I prove it. We're rising on radar. Let's just do it what we best in. You feel me? Let's go down without the damage. Never fighting, that's the team. Shout up! Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being tough, but you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom, stop acting like a hero. Maju lagi, tekan sama berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan dari. Orang aku begini, sampai ku menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Together we fight, fighting all night, but we're facing difficulty, we will never run. We pull our weapon down, we stand strong and unite, taking cash out of side by side. Peace.
Welcome to the favorite day of my week. This is week 2, day 2. Of course, I would think for number 2 though for some reason, but that's a long story. Nevertheless, you are now watching the PUBG Mobile Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 4, hosted by PUBG Mobile and co-organized by VSPN. we would like to take a moment to thank our official smartphone partner, Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. And of course, not to forget our official digital telco partner, Yoodo. Switch to Yoodo and get free in-game items. Here we are, your storytellers for today, the boys in pink. My name is Sir Cloud. I'm joined together at the desk, together with Kim. What's up, Kim? How are you feeling for day number 2?
Oh, definitely excited. Probably more excited than you because, you know, it is kind of my last day for the week. At least Super Weekend, you'll be taking over and I'll be taking my long, much needed break. So, yeah, I have to be super excited because it's my last day of the week and there's no reason to pace myself and go all out in this final day. For me.
Yeah, well, let's have lots of fun today. You, me, both. We're gonna bring all the action to our audience out there. So definitely this will be a second day and it will be a sprint for some of the teams that are especially at the bottom 4. So if we did a mathematical calculation yesterday, the benchmark is 40 points at least for them to make it into the Super Weekend. It will be crunch time for these teams, but of course, it will be a lot of action for us as well as viewers.
Yeah, and talking about crunch time, we wouldn't have expected the outcome that is currently standing on the weekday rankings, right? All the good teams down in the bottom 4. Meanwhile, YSX Esports, the underdog who didn't even qualify. I wouldn't even use the word barely because they didn't. They didn't qualify for last week's Super Weekend. And this time around, holding the top 1 position with consistent top 3 placing and a chicken dinner under the side of, you know, YSX Esports. In case you didn't know, it's Yana Samsudin, the actress's team. So definitely doing one for Malaysian Hollywood, I guess.
Yeah, and there's a hint somewhere. I think I saw this on social media that she could make an appearance today. So keep your eyes open for YSX Esports. Who knows? She could make an appearance just like Daddyhood last week.
Yeah, today. Well, that one's kind of a meme, right? He made an appearance, but it didn't really quite change things. At least for the side of Homebois, I think they are also right now risking the chance of, you know, actually qualifying for the Super Weekend. I've forgotten who the bottom 4 are, but I guess we'll get into that one soon enough. But first, just a quick reminder on how the schedule plays out here. A lot of people still confused. They think it's still the last season's format where you get 3 days in a week for the weekday run. No, it's 2 days now for your grind to shine here, only on a Tuesday and a Wednesday where teams actually accumulate points to then qualify into the top 16 for the Super Weekend. Currently, it is the 1st of September. That is the 2nd weekday of week 2, which means that the Super Weekend top 16 will be determined at the end of the day. And then comes Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That is where the Super Weekend begins for all the other teams to race to the top. And that's where Mr. Sir Cloud and Contra will take it away.
Yeah, I can't wait to be back at the desk together with Contra. The last time we met each other at the PMPL series would have been last season. But of course, we're talking about this season now. Format, in case that you're not familiar with the format yet, well, you should be familiar with it by now. So weekday we'll play 20 teams, which will comprise of 5 different groups, A, B, C, and E. They will rotate and play throughout the maps today, and the top 16 will move on to the Super Weekend. After 3 weeks of playing the Super Weekend, which this week is the 2nd week, we will then select the top 16 from the 3 weeks and they will move on to the Grand Finals for the PMPL MY.
Now take a look at the point system and prize pool here. First place taking on 15 placement points, down to 12, then 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, and eventually teams under the 13 to the 16th place gets 0 placement points. So would have to hope more onto the kills that coming out on their end. But if if you're out at like 13 to 16, God knows how many kills you can actually rake up for yourself. So total prize pool they'll be playing for is a total of $150,000 US. So that's at least 3.2 times Malaysian ringgit. It's a huge sum. That's why a lot's on the line. But I think even bigger prize for them to bite on is the promise to potentially play in the C League and eventually the PMGC.
Yep, and these are the teams eyeing for those spots. We have Group A, we have 4 rivals, Axis Red One, EVOS VIP, Bosskurr, and in Group B, we have Team Secret, WULF AROV, we have Farang Lejund, and we have YSX Esports. In Group C, we have RSG, we have Sem9 Gang, ARG R2K, as well as NSP ASTRA. And in Group D, we have Anti-Circle, we have TABAH and C, Homebois, as well as Team Wales. And in Group E, we have GeekFam, SMG, VXM FANX, as well as Yoodo Alliance. So this will be the 5 groups that they will be rotating throughout today. Every round will be a different group, so one group will sit out each round. And yeah, it will be a different composition. It will be a challenge for the teams to adapt which teams will play in which group and for which map.
Yeah, and talking about these teams though, some of the teams that are familiar right now, down in the bottom, that is WULF AROV, one of the team who has successfully bagged themselves 3 chicken dinners over the Super Weekend. Right now, risking qualifications even into the next week. As you can see over here, YSX taking at first place, R2K coming in second, Axis in third, Farang Lejund in fourth, and all these teams have managed to bag themselves at least a chicken dinner on their side. And I'm still very amazed with the likes of YSX Esports because they are another one of those teams who was zero to hero, right? Sem9 Gang, they were pretty wonky, I guess, but then managed to, get a good game that will propel them at least in a safer place to make sure that they qualify for the Super Weekend. Same goes to Team Secret, had their own chicken dinner, and I think Kid, the one guy who broke all records so far with 9 eliminations under his belt.
Yeah, and of course, one thing is those on the top, but what's more important, in my opinion, is those at the bottom 4, because this will be the fight for survival, especially for EVOS VIP. We have Anti-Circle, we have WULF AROV, as well as NSP ASTRA currently at the bottom 4. Just above them, we have VXM FANX at number 16, RSG number 15, and so on and so forth. So far, the points are really, really close, and these are the maps that they will be playing today. We'll be starting the day in Miramar, followed by Erangel, and it will just be swapping between Miramar and Erangel up to the end of the day, where Miramar will be the final map for today. So 5 rounds will be played, and it will be a swap of groups for every round. So after the end of the day, all the teams will have evened up the number of Miramars and Erangels that they played throughout the course of 2 days.
Yeah, and the difference between today and yesterday was that yesterday was a more Erangel dominant map with 3 out of the 5 games being Erangel. This time around, it's the total opposite with Miramar now being the focus map here, and just bouncing back to the bottom 4 as you saw. EVOS VIP is also in there, who also arguably did so well during the Super Weekend alongside with WULF AROV, but at this point, if nothing happens for them in this next 5 games, they could actually potentially miss out on the Super Weekend, and that's going to give a lot of lead time, or at least a lot of opportunities for other teams to actually chase back up the ladder and, well, keep themselves within the game.
Yeah, so, well, it will be, well, although it's 5 games, right, 5 maps, right, but it will be 4 games to be played by each team. So, yeah, I guess all eyes will be at the bottom 4. And because the points are just so close, if any of the bottom 4 or even close to the bottom 4, if they manage to get that one chicken dinner, technically they would be able to get through to the next round. So I'm sure they'll be eyeing that chicken dinner. Now, one of the teams that we talked about yesterday, Keith, and I think that we really want to see if they can actually make a difference today, is NSP ASTRA. Like we talked about, like you said something really interesting, like how much further can it go for them? Like if they just need to go all out, right? Like how bad can it be for them? And if they take some risks, the worst thing that can happen is that they'll still be at the 20th spot. But the good thing is that if they take those risks and those risks paid off, they could be at the top 16. So I guess this team just needs to take those risks and just not think about all the consequences and just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very great mindset to have, right? Because at that point, if you're taking a look at the layers of Earth, NSP ASTRA is at bedrock bottom. Like, you cannot sink any lower. That should actually motivate them in a sense that, hey guys, we're already bottom of the table. You know what? Let's just let's just go for it. You know, let's just go crazy. And if it pays off, they might just qualify themselves in the top 16 because the level to qualify isn't really that high. You know, in the weekdays, it's not about being number one; it's being in the top 16. So. Take a look at here what we have by PMPL. It is a spot and reward, an initiative coming out from the side of the league itself, giving you this very, very exclusive PMPL Season 4 official jersey. Okay, all you have to do is scan the QR code down to the bottom left where it says BAM, and just like that, there are a couple of things that you have to do, some puzzle solved, somewhat like a Where's Waldo or whatnot, which SirCloud will take you through. But yeah, here it is right now. Just scan it first, and then he'll run you through it in the next phase.
My goodness, Keith, you just revealed your age there by just mentioning Where's Waldo. I mean, that's like ancient, man. That's me watching those cartoons as a little kid. So, but that's a good way to put it, though. I hope our audience do know what we're talking about. But yeah, I mean, freebies are around. Who can complain about free stuff, right? So if you're not a fan of scanning, you can always punch in the bit.ly/spot PMPL S4 to get to this link. All you need to do is do some puzzle finding Where's Waldo sort of thing, in case you're not old enough to know what Where's Waldo is, just like me at least. And yep, you get yourself a in-game Pro League shirt that you can redeem at PUBGMOBILE.com/redeem. Make sure you have your PUBG Mobile ID with you so that they know where to send the shirt to. And of course, freebies, who can say no to them?
Yep, and speaking about being aging and old, well, there's a reason why this mustache is growing, man. It has to reflect the age. 24, by the way. So this it is proccing you to do that right now and take a look at that very, very chic geometrical print on this shirt. Like, I would have never thought digital could look this fantastic. Remember back in the days where everything that's 3D kind of looked like Play-Doh and plasticine? But we're way past that now, and you can win yourself a very nice looking in-game cosmetic here. Redeem the rewards once again at bit.ly/PMPL S4 redeem. And let's get this show going.
Man, somehow I feel that, Keith, you do have a thing for Miss You, though, so I hope you don't miss her when you're away for the next few days. But yeah, I can't fault you, though. She is looking pretty fine, though, so yeah, I'm sure that if anyone who logs into that gets to see and goes, okay, it's always nice to have an extra appeal in any graphics that you see, right? I can't complain about that. But what we can't complain as well, Keith, is the action for today. We are going to start off in a different map, which is Miramar, though. So it's going to be a different game for this team. So now, you remember yesterday, Miramar, one of the teams that gotten their chicken dinner is Team Secret, with Kid being the new kid on the block, no pun intended. He's the record holder for a single individual play with the highest elimination, which is 9 elimination points. So can we expect to see anyone breaking that record today?
Yeah, 9 eliminations in a single match. So far, it doesn't seem like, it can be done, because everyone's like averaging out like maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 on a lucky good day. But 9 is definitely doable. I could see like some of these teams just going crazy at it and actually take one out. Like, a lot of players that are not within the top fraggers, or at least the eyeball of the spectrum of the top fragger that was, published by PUBG Mobile Esports themselves. Like, you don't expect to see, like, I think Luke wasn't in that graphics, right? Like, he wasn't considered a top fragger, but like, we've seen this guy play. And even yesterday we were stunned when YSX Esports just single-handedly take down the entire team of Anti-Circle in a 1v2, and one of those members were harmed. Like you mentioned, last season's Terminator. So I think, yes, there's still a lot of surprises that we have yet to see so far in this tournament, and it's only a matter of time for them to reveal their capabilities as they get comfortable as it goes. Now the question becomes, do they have the luxury of time, though? Because today is the last day of the weekday, and tomorrow is a break, and then Friday starts Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially for the bottom 4 teams, namely especially highlighted on the 2 teams that have not gotten themselves into the Super Weekend at all. So it's Anti-Circle as well as NSP ASTRA. These two teams have no excuse. They cannot miss out on this week's Super Weekend. It will be a disaster if they miss out on this week's Super Weekend. They will need to depend on the performance of other teams in hopes for them to get a shot at the grand finals. You don't want to be in a position where you're sitting back watching other teams play and you need to pray that other teams don't get many points so that when you join the third Super Weekend, assuming that you do make it to the third Super Weekend, you still have some hope. So you don't want to be in that position. It's always an awful feeling to be, so they better make themselves to the Super Weekend this week.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on them to perform, especially EVOS though. Nobody's gonna expect them to play in a bottom like this. Definitely crucial times, and well, they have to play this one out. That's all we can say. That's all we can really say actually, because we don't really have hands into it. We don't know what really goes behind the lines, or maybe they're trying new strategy, but something has to happen for them, especially in this last day, and I guess we'll find out how it turns out for at least some of this bottom four. Once again, it's NSP ASTRA, Anti-Circle, WULF AROV, and EVOS now on the chopping block, and we'll see how this game number one over in Miramar will set the pace and tempo for them.
Okay, here we go. I like how you put it. It's going to set the pace and tempo for them, and it's going to set the pace and tempo for our day. And the flight path will begin from Monte Nuevo going down onto Puerto Paraiso. So here we go. Some of the teams, obviously, we'll have 4 teams now playing this round, and one of them, I believe, will be Team Secret. So they'll be taking a break and they'll be coming into it for game number 2 onwards towards the end of the day. And let's see what's going to happen. Some of these teams may change their drop slot because of some of the teams that are not playing. They may say that, okay, this may be a good opportunity for us, so we can drop into their loot spots or drop spots and we can start to play from there. This will also indirectly affect other teams on how they would rotate and whether they will bump into teams who actually change their drop positions.
Yeah, talking about drop positions, Axis Red One, who's found so much success in this league so far, at least 2 weeks in, which is kind of actually a week and a half in, because it's only a full week once you play the Super Weekend. But Axis, they have been rising above the rest, and they have the weirdest of drop spots. Like, they're probably the only team who would drop by the islands of Minas del Sur. Like they're that crazy. In Erangel, they would go to Sosnovka. Like, they always choose this off places map, these off places location, which nobody would really want to go to, that would actually put them in a spot, in a difficult situation to rotate within circle, but they always make it work, and it's been paying off for them. So like, it's insane the way that, like, how they look at this game as a whole.
Yeah, I totally agree. Axis Red One, they are a team that's super adaptable. Like, sometimes they would drop somewhere up north, or they'll drop somewhere at the southern side. It depends on the flight path. So, and they are able to adapt to both scenarios, right? So, so it just shows that their leader, their in-game leader, which is Voki, he has good knowledge of the map. He knows that, okay, let's go through this path, let's take this checkpoint, and they know that those are the best places to play, irregardless of wherever they drop. So this is actually a really difficult skill for an individual to have. You need to have the knowledge of the map, like the entire map. And it's not only one map. You need to know, at least for the weekday, you need to know both Miramar and Sandhawk. And it's a lot to digest for a single person. But astonishingly, he's able to lead his team into success so far. So far, it's been so good for Axis Red One, and I'm pretty sure we'll see them in the Super Weekend.
Yes, and talking about the Sam9 gang here, who has been under focus right now with a lot of, a lot of fans just focusing onto them, hoping that they'd make a comeback. So far, seems to be struggling really bad. They had a close moment in Erangel, and even so, they weren't playing like the Sam9 gang we expect them to. That is aggressive and, just dominating inside the entire map. It seems like they had to snake their way through into the last top 3 positions and eventually finished at top 2. So Sem9 Gang, I think that's also one of these teams that we hope to see do different besides NSB ASTRA. Although technically during the weekdays, everyone's expected to do something different, I guess, because you can risk a little bit and still qualify. At least Sem9 Gang somewhere in the middle of the pack, somewhere in the lower half of the first draft. So pressure's not too much on them. VXM FANX, we've seen how these teams show up during the Super Weekend. I think it was on the last day of the Super Weekend. They did claim themselves a chicken dinner and a decent amount of kills. But so far, nothing too outstanding yet. Still doing better than some team, especially coming in as the underdog.
Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting how they're going to adapt to this round. So including this team that we see on screen right here, RSG, haven't been particularly doing well, whether in the league or in the Super Weekend, and they happen to be in the same compound as Farang from Sem9 Gang. So these two teams need to put up a better performance because the fans are getting a little bit anxious.
Agitated, more like, because you know how it is. Like people have their hopes on you. You kind of when you're into sporting events or like esports in general, or any competitive scene, the brand you root for is going to be your ride or die, right? Like that is the badge you're going to have to stand behind with. Otherwise, they call you lalang, which is less honorable than actually seeing your team lose. So they're going to have to stand behind the badge they supported for, and when your badge is not performing, I guess it gives bragging rights to others, and they're going to toxic for sure, and then you're going to have to take it like a man at that point. So it feels pretty bad. Like especially like when talking about like consistent performance, 4 Rivals is not one of them. Week 1 they were amazing. Oh, Micah actually gets one onto NSB ASTRA. Again, this team just wants to avoid fight, but unfortunately came across into the team that is top of the board right now, at least in the Super Weekend.
And just look at Micah on his face cam. He's just giggling this. Oh my god. I remember that yesterday. Oh, but hang that thought for a second. QB getting a heads up onto Zinbi as well, now netting themselves their own first blood. But if you remember yesterday as well, the first game, NSB ASTRA and Axis Red One, they bumped into each other. And what happened? Axis Red One took 3 team members out for NSB ASTRA. So I don't know. I guess, like, could we say that Axis is the kryptonite for NSB ASTRA?
Not really. I think for NSB ASTRA, I would even argue everyone's in the kryptonite to NSB ASTRA. They're just like a very, just calling it as it is, right? Like, hey, don't hate me for speaking the truth, but it seems like even with a compound control, they would lose fights to almost anyone in this game. So that's why we came to a conclusion that, hey, as NSB ASTRA, just go crazy. You know, don't play your own game because clearly it's not working for you. You're not holding compounds very well. Your rotations are getting picked off. People are getting free kills out of it. Just go crazy. Run at them. You know, trade bodies. At best, you deny some teams from moving up forward, and then you become more of a threat.
True. All right, but talking about threats here, looks like Micah is being a threat to... We just talked about this kid, NSB ASTRA. Micah is having fun here. He's like, he fragged 2 team members for NSB ASTRA, and Kacang Susu took out Chong. What is happening here to NSB ASTRA? It's like deja vu from yesterday.
Yeah, as I was saying, man, NSB ASTRA now down to like 1 member still alive. They're just playing the rotation game at this point. Chong falls on with, the kill has been confirmed. Meanwhile, 4 Rivals, though, this team has got some fighting power on their side. Can they actually go up against the likes of Anti-Circle? We've seen how Anti-Circle actually had the advantage over the likes of 4 Rivals in one of those Miramar games from the high ground control, but TABAH NC took out the members of Anti-Circle, and that gave 4 Rivals the chance to push. But when it comes to like trading firepower, I think Anti-Circle and 4 Rivals, I was correct, are kind of in a stalemate most times.
Yeah, I would say so. But what's not their stalemate is their positioning points in the overall charts. Now, anti-circle, not a great start for them. The fact that they lost one team member, and let's remember they are in the bottom 4 as well. Yesterday was a pretty poor performance from them, I would say. They couldn't even win a 2v1 fight yesterday. I know I'm being a bit critical, but it's just because of the status of this team, right? They were number 3 in the grand finals last season. They had the league terminator playing in a 2v1 scenario, which is hard, but they couldn't wrap up the business. So not sure. Oh, okay, and it doesn't help that Harm, being their top fragger, is taken out as well.
Yeah, well, that's why I said, like, anti-circle, in terms of firepower against 4 rivals, they are probably in a stalemate, but when it comes to rotation or maybe just game sense and smarts itself, they're a bit lacking there, because it hasn't gone their way, not one bit. And yeah, 4 rivals definitely coming out as the better team if you're considering all factors considered here. But 4 rivals also very on and off actually when it comes to their performance in the Super Weekend. Never really stand out as much. Even during the time with the Chicken, it was more of a you were in a house, the circle came into you, and Sandhawk, all you had to do was stay put and shoot people from approaching you. Like, there was nothing spectacular, but we know that this team is actually very super aggressive. We've seen them play once again. Geek Snipes though, Snipes finally coming in, I think replacing Ika. Oh no, Ika's here. Yesterday they actually replaced Snipes with Ika, I guess to replace the firepower per se. And they did okay, decent, but not very game-changing to say the least. While VXM FANX, we've seen this team put a stop to many teams now, so definitely not one to snooze out on. And now that they're taking up onto the high ground here, it's going to be close to center circle, Crater Fields. It is that one area where Bosskurr was just running ham and wiping 3 teams down at the bottom, and Bosskurr is within the area again, might make the same sort of rotation and meet up against TABAH NC, or will VXM FANX take a pick onto EVOS first, as they now closest within the area right next to TABAH NC?
Looking at the current positioning of Bosskurr, it's different than yesterday. So now this circle is pretty similar with the second game yesterday, whereby the circle moved to the left and YSX got that chicken dinner. So looking at Bosskur's position, they are taking a different position. Yesterday, they actually went up to the high ground beside GeekFam's current location on the right side, but this time they're taking the left side approach. So this is something that I like to see from teams. I like to see teams who do different stuff, different things, because you know, if you keep doing the same thing again and again, other teams would have done their homework and be like, aha, we know exactly where you are. If we want to take you out, we know where to find you. So I'm glad to see them doing something different, but I'm not glad to see the fact that one team member, Snipes, being knocked down. But the good news is that it's from afar. QB can pick him up, no issue there. Wills and GeekFam sharing the same compound at this moment.
Yep, and the irony of it, right? Snipes, he should know better, being named Snipes, that windows are not very safe when it comes to overpeaking. Axe is definitely the one to look out as well. So far, doing fantastic over the Super Weekend, leading the entire table, and they did fantastic again. Sometime in yesterday, I would even say, like, although did they actually chicken? No, but like I knew they came close in like game number 2. They were 3rd place. So yeah, it's they're definitely one to not snooze.
Oh man!
Here. Oh, they did. They actually got a chicken onto Erangel against the like of Sam9 gang. But hold that thought, as NSP again, this team just cannot fight anyone at this point.
Oh no. Oh no, Keith. I'm at the point, Keith. I'm at the point that I feel really sorry for NSP at this moment. Like, now they have 3 more games. Yes, it's still possible for them to get out of the bottom 4 if they manage to pull off a super performance like how we saw GeekFam did in week number 1. They got a double chicken dinner back to back. But Keith, I don't know, man. It's insane. And plus, they were up against a team that's on fire right now. Like, we can see the stats for Kacang Susu. He himself got 19 elimination points. And this is a team that's an all-rounder who anyone can frag. So it's the second time since yesterday and in the same first game that they bumped into this team, Axis, and unfortunately, like what you said, I don't know, they just can't defend even if they have the compound.
I think I know what's happening here. Axis Red One, they recognize the weaker link in the entire league. They're hunting them down for sure. Like for sure, right? Like if you're a team who can't even hold compound and you're Axis Red One, this is pretty much free kill for you. You study your rotation and take a look at that. Axis was they lost NSB Astra for the longest time, but they're somehow just finding them back. I think they're like tailing NSB Astra almost. Like Micah took down three members from NSB Astra. One guy got off, and then they hunted that one guy down. Like the entire NSB Astra was slaughtered by Axis Red One. 4 eliminations now under their names. So you know that they are more likely than not being hunted, actually being targeted down.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that had to be the case for them, and now they're down to 3 more games to decide their fate, whether they will see the light of the Super Weekend. But before that, let's move over to Homebois. Now they're up against Axis, who's on fire right now. Homebois, not really the team that's on fire. I mean, they haven't been on fire yet this season. They haven't lit it up yet. Despite even having Psycho coming into the game, they still haven't found their highest or peak performance, I would say, in the PMPL so far. But this is a team, Keith, that you rooted for this weekday. What are your thoughts about SMG so far?
SMG, well, they're showing some sort of a hot and cold situation because we've definitely seen how Six can be contributing so much for the team and clutching them at least 2 out of the 3 chicken dinners they had over the weekend. But yesterday they did okay. I wouldn't say the worst, but they did okay. We've seen better games coming out from them, and I hope to see better games coming out from them today, in fact, for the last day of the weekday series. But maybe also because they've... Oh, hold that thought, though. Yoodo Alliance, a team who might have stepped up, might be getting shot down here as Homebois now has their eyes set onto whatever zinc cover they have. Yoodo Alliance, definitely one of those teams who is no longer at the bottom. I think they might have a chance to qualify for the Super Weekend, so they have to play this one out and play it just right. Homebois now spraying down the likes of SMG here, but not connecting with any hits. Oh, they will! That'll be the bar down. Blow him up, they say. And now Sandcorn also takes down 666. Again, they're in quite of a pickle position here. Trick Snitty, who, by the way, happy birthday. It's his birthday. I saw PUBG Mobile wishing him. And now Bard dropping into the graves of this deserty dune. Well, that is SMG now playing with one hands tied behind their back.
Yeah, unfortunately, it happened to be their top fragger 6. So now they need to hang on for... I would say they're pretty okay overall. Isn't the best performance. We've seen better than that. But I think we will still see them in the Super Weekend. But now let's get focused onto Volky, the star man for Axis Red One. This guy can frag. This guy can lead. This guy's a big all-rounder. But now Sanko with the long range shot coming in onto Micah. Micah trying to get away. And Micah managed to ride into the sunset. But there's more waiting right in front of him.
Yes, we talked about Micah. Ika, on the other hand of GeekFam, got taken down, got injured, but will be get the rest by her allies here as SMG now in quite of the predicament against Homebois with 4 rivals making a rotation over an Axis, just trailing right above them. So this is going to be very advantageous for the side of Axis Red One. This is free pickings for them. A third-party gameplay, if you will. Yoodo Alliance is also within the vicinity, getting shot down. Wales takes one down on the side of Yoodo Alliance. And now, Micah on Axis, securing another kill. That is 6 kills now on the side of Axis Red One. They are just on fire this game, not losing a single member just yet.
Oh, and we can see the elimination feed going nuts at this moment. Same goes for VX and FANX. One of the team members, Calamity, will be knocked down by GeekFam, and the zone is closing in. Now, Axis Red One, they need to make this move. They don't have the circle, but below them, there are a couple of teams actually waiting up for them. We have Homebois waiting by the edge of the circle. They're going to keep Axis from coming in. Aduka from NT will be knocked down somewhere else, and we can see that Ainauki is now going to move in here. He's definitely not going to allow their opponents from Axis Red 1 to actually get it, but Axis is going to force their way through, and yes, they managed to find an opening on the southern side.
Yoodo Alliance down to the last member here. Anti-Circle still with 2. SMG's up with 2. Well, we've seen how SMG can just snake their way into the final few circles here and become an upset in any of the teams trying to get the chicken dinner. But VX and FANX under fire. 2 members already down. Bosskurr as well. Well, can they actually play this one out here as R2K secures one in the bag from the long range with the scope already on hand and equipped? As far left in the smoke, but Axis Red 1, they have eyes on all these action and can look to make something happen here as R2K takes down Nga and confirms the kill. RSG going up against VX and FANX. Another member down, and I probably just got raised here. Oh, 4 rivals joining into the play, disrupting the likes of R2K. Axis Micah now under fire, undercover behind his buggy. But can they play this one out? This is getting to be in a heated position. TABAH NC still playing behind smokes here. SMG gets one on Anti-Circle, and Axis retaliates against Bosskurr. Z now down for the count. Axis immediately just pushes in onto the smoke. Anti-Circle finally out. They're just going to come in with the spray and clean here. As they push into the smoke, can they actually find Z? Just crawling his way here. They will get him. Aspar's left. Voki now just trying to clutch it out one-on-one against Aspar, and he will win the trade-off. That will be Bosskurr out at 14th.
Bosskurr is out, and most importantly for me, is Anti-Circle is out as well. They're in the same spot as NSP ASTRA. Now, no points picked up by Anti-Circle at all from this round, and now we can see the tap here coming in from Ziggs with the long-range tap. They are playing by the edge of the circle still. Axis Red 1, action after action. They are running at everyone today. Just look at this, already 9 elimination points. Make that 10 at that moment. They trade off with Micah, but Micah still can be picked up. Axis Red 1, they are playing in a different strategy. Today, they're just running at everyone.
And they will get punished for it as Axis Red 1 gets out in 13. But hey, you've got like 10 kills under your name. I'd say that's totally worth it, right? If you're going to die, if you're going to opt out of the tournament, at least go out with a bang. Wales now leaving at 12 with only 1 kills under their name. VX and FANX, the underdogs, out with GeekFam now already securing 5 kills, 9 so far in total, nearly going up and creeping up closer to the likes of Axis Red 1. And I guess this was what they were talking about when GeekFam mentioned about firepower being stronger with each on their sides. We're finally seeing the kills being raked up.
Oh yeah, and this is the reason of you swapping in players, right? Like, the reason is because you want to swap in more firepower, more intelligence, and at least right now in game number 1, they're showing it. But Ziggs, R2K, they are a team that's super consistent at this moment. So now they are putting pressure on the teams onto the outside of the zone, or more like on the inside of the zone. Rift from 4 rivals. They will be playing the remainder of this game without Appy, unfortunately. So it's going to be 3 team members, but the good thing is they're inside the zone. SMG will be out at 8th place with 2 elimination points, and now we're down to the top 7 teams with 21 more players left. Who is going to get that chicken dinner? So far, it's looking good for GeekFam.
Well, EVOS, on the other hand, would have to make sure they get this one going here because they also risk elimination. I believe they were at 17th place last I checked, or could be wrong. Definitely standings would be changed right now as they are still living and breathing out to the 6th level circle. RSG just right behind the likes of Samzi, who's under the cover of smoke. Rith getting taken out. R2K, oh, but the nade hits onto Echo. That's 1 member off. Sam9 Gang, 3 members still alive here. Can look to deal some damage. Never count them out. And now it is going to be a standstill for the most part here as 2-3 teams now within circle. And Sam9 Gang wants to get in as well. Drive straight in, but 4 rivals not allowing R2K the same sort of entry here as he tries to hold back NSP. But wouldn't be hitting anyone, not without a scope for sure. Oh, unless you're Zeeks, who's in prime position to get knocked off as 4 rivals. They take 1 down, and now 4 rivals. Oh, R2K though on the other end. Finds Putra on the sides and snipes to fall on whiff to the side of TABAH NC. And this team, we've seen TABAH NC made it to the top 2 position in Erangel, and now it is happening most likely again.
And just look at this as well. GeekFam, they managed to get double digits now in the total elimination points for this round. NSP is going to move in. NSP takes out 4 rivals. 4 rivals will be out at 7th place with 7 elimination points. And now we're down to the top 6 teams with only 12 remaining players. No team has a full squad at this moment. But RSG, they have the most firepower. They have the most manpower with 3 team members still alive. But are they in the zone? We'll need to have a good look here. But those that are in the zone, we have GeekFam. They are in the zone. 11 elimination points now for them. Damroot, their star man, together with QB. The 2 big men, the 2 experienced players for GeekFam. They are still alive. They will be banking for that chicken dinner for GeekFam.
Now take a look at GeekFam though. 11 kills already under their name. Surely, even if you go out right now, you've done a great job. Oh, EVOS VIP Insomnus takes down Zane from R2K. That's 1 man left to fight on their side. So Sam9 Gang just being in the center of these 2 firepower. And we'll take out R2K, finally gone. So Sam9 Gang, the threat on the left is gone, but also will be taken out with the Molotov that was in place together with the smoke here. So RSG eliminates 1 from Sam9 Gang. It's GeekFam versus EVOS versus RSG, and TABAH NC could be looking to come in as a third party here. But GeekFam definitely has done a great job so far. 11 kills in their name. If they can secure a top 3 position, sure, I think they could probably rake even more points than what the winner would have. So we'll see how this one plays out here. GeekFam already spread out across the map, not having 2 members onto one side. So a little bit of more map control coming out from their end. But with only 2 members at play, there's only so much they can do. And they are waiting for the next circle to hopefully come in their favor.
And who we can see right now who's outside the circle, clearly we can see that RSJ is on the outside the circle. Close by, right in front of them is EVOS VIP. TABAH NC is also somewhat outside the circle, but at least GeekFam is away from them. But if we have a closer look on the terrain, a lot of open spaces and no vehicles from these players. So now Batman is crawling in, but can actually get the safety. Small boy managed to get a knockdown to Insomnus. Razo will try to pick him up. Batman now with 50% of health. He is getting closer and closer to EVOS VIP. EVOS VIP will need to pick up their buddy quickly. If not, they'll be taken down. But Damroot will come in from the side. Batman will be knocked out by Insomnus. Insomnus will be taken out, but Small Boy will be taken out by Damroot at the same time. This Starman for GeekFam is helping EVOS VIP. Damroot indirectly just help EVOS VIP.
GeekFam, though, it looks like this could be theirs. They spot out the third party TABAH NC's position, so no surprise would be coming out from their side here. EVOS VIP still has members alive and in play here, but now it goes off to the standoff, a 1-on-1. 2 members on the side of GeekFam, 2 members on the side of EVOS, but the health, it all favors the boys in red right now as GeekFam now has perfect position. Throws in the nade, it might connect here. If something does happen, if Insomnus is retaliating, and it will hit. Damroot finally gets the Kobe he wanted, and the pushes comes in. Razor gets taken down, and GeekFam, my God, taking 15 kills in their name. Oh, 15. I correct myself, it's 16 kills. And the chicken dinner just leapfrogging their way from second drop all the way top to first.
Man, GeekFam is here to stay. This is their statement here, Keith. Despite them probably already booking their ticket into the next round, but with this chicken dinner, with 15 elimination points, this is it. They will definitely move on into the super weekend. This is here for them to stay with that statement of 50 elimination points. EVOS VIP with 4 elimination points managed to get themselves a second place finish, a fairly decent amount of points being taken in. So it's super interesting to see that. Okay, so if we remember how EVOS VIP, they almost got eliminated maybe at 3rd or 4th place. But if it wasn't for Damroot from GeekFam, my goodness, he sort of like saved them to a certain extent. So I guess I know who EVOS VIP is going to buy drinks for. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the highlights before we go in to talk about the game a bit more. Here we go, highlights.
As the fan comments goes, once a geek, always a fan. If you're a geek, then I am your fan. And congratulations, GeekFam, actually securing 16 eliminations and a chicken dinner. And all these wild people doubting, including myself, like, hey, should Ika even be in there? You know, we've had our differences, we have our doubts, and here they are trying something new and coming up strong in day number 2. Actually leapfrogging their way up into the first draft of the match rankings, or the table ranking, the weekday rankings. And my God, they played absolutely out of their minds. Damn Rude, we thought Kid was impressive with 9 kills under his name. Damn Rude just beat that record with 11.
Exactly. So now Damroot is holding the record for the most elimination points in a single round for the individual. And okay, to add on to the spice, Damroot isn't a fragger. He's a support player. This guy is nuts. This guy is nuts. It's like you're saying that in the World Cup, a defender scores a hat-trick and the striker scores none. It's almost that sort of feeling, right? This guy, I've said it time and time again, ever since Season 1 when GeekFam was formed and he joined into GeekFam, he is absolutely insane. He is damn rude to everyone else except his teammates.
Well, you could put it that way. I'd say he's just playing the game, so nothing too rude about that one. 16 eliminations, 415 damage, nearly hit the 3,000 mark. I don't believe we've ever seen a team hit 3,000, or correct me if I'm wrong, but here it is, 2,901. EVOS coming in second, so a great placement point for them nonetheless. Seeing as though they were in the bottom table, I think this would just give them a safer position now within the rankings of the other teams here, keeping in standings for the top 16s. And TABAH NC again with another top 3 finish here, very consistent, playing it safe, nothing too aggressive. But hey, sometimes if you can't really go against the likes of all these other teams, it's just smarter to play it passive. And Sam9 Gang, we've seen how one good game in a previous day could actually propel them to do so much better in today itself. Take a look at Damroot with 11 kills under his name, now 2 MVPs and 1,485 damage.
Man, with this kind of stats and such consistent gameplay over the course of 4 seasons, GeekFam better take good care of this guy. Seriously, like I'm sure a lot of teams will be eyeing this guy for probably following seasons and say that this guy the stats just don't lie, right? This guy's just super consistent. The total damage output 1,485, 52.4% team contribution just shows that this guy is a team player as well. So what I heard is that Damroot, he likes mangoes. So a GeekFam better buy him a lifetime supply of mangoes just to keep him happy.
Well, that's not very wise. Mangoes are perishable items. They rot in day 3 or 4 or something. But nevertheless, yeah, get this man rewarded 11-4 of his allies in terms of head-to-head comparison, both on the side of GeekFam. But definitely the stats is way left-sided and lopsided right now. Take a look at the eliminations and damage committed by this team. Nearly hit the 17 kill mark point, which has been the ceiling or the record for most of these teams. No team has been able to break past that. But GeekFam, they came in close with 16 eliminations, 2,901 damage, and Axis Red One, not discounting them, just hunting NSP ASTRA at the early game. That seems to be their strat moving on forward for easy points. 10 kills in their name, 1,909 damage dished out. 4 rivals showing some life here. We know them to be aggressive, and 7 kills is pretty aggressive for their side. But, you know, wish them to be a little bit more standoffish when it comes to these teams by R2K as well. So, yeah, take away with the match summary.
Well, no surprises here that Damroot has the most damage output, followed by QB. And then we have Kim as well as Zaid. It's been a while though since I see RSG Kim actually making up to the charts. He was the MVP, the overall MVP for PMPL MY Season 3. But he hasn't really been stepping up though. But glad to see him at least in some of these top match stats. Other than that, of course, we have Appy from 4 Rivals. Looks like he's the guy who likes to travel a lot. I know we all miss traveling, but he seems to be enjoying some travel in Miramar. And QB, of course, followed by Volky, man. Okay, and of course, everyone else is the same, which is 333 all the way. But then again, Keith, this is what matters. What matters is who's in the top 16.
Yeah, man, talking about top 16 though, as I mentioned, GeekFam leaped up to number 1 and they did 64 total points at this moment. They can theoretically just lose every single game today and still make it for the Super Weekend. They are safe. Right now, they have no need to show too much on their hands, but obviously you don't want to slack off. You still want a pristine of being number 1. You still want a pristine of a team that performs, especially when they were in contention for PMGC, not as of lately, based on the Super Weekend, which they didn't come out too strong. But let's take a look at the second draft here.
Yep, we have, of course, SMG, 11 place, 35 points, Homebois, as well as Yoodo Alliance, both 31 points at 12 and 13. 14 coming up from the bottom 4 is EVOS, VIP, 29 points. And of course, focus will be VX and FANX, Anti-Circle, WULF, AROV, as well as NSP. To be fair, WULF, AROV didn't play the previous round, so naturally they will still be in the bottom 4. But for Anti-Circle as well as NSP, bowing out early with no points at all from Miramar, and they have 3 more rounds to play. This is worrying for these 2 teams.
Yeah, I like the way you said naturally Wolf AROV belongs down in the bottom 4 position, because let's be honest, we've seen this team as J8 in a previous season who did incredibly well on the first Super Weekend, then failed to qualify in the next Super Weekend. So this is kind of going with their nature, what people expect them to perform like, but obviously not a good look, right? Like, they were the first team to ever have a hat trick, I think, or second team to have a hat trick. SMG came in first, and then Wolf AROV came in second. So for them to actually just bow out like this, like that, what's happening right now, obviously they didn't play in this game 1, but it speaks a lot on how they perform in day number 1, not being too hot. Now, with only four games remaining, can they use and capitalize these 4 games to inch closer the differences? Because you're not like on top of the bottom 4. You're down in the second last of the bottom 4, which is very worrying.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is worrying, but of course, if we want to give them some, shed them some light, Anti-Circle as well as NSP ASTRA, they have 3 more games to play. So they have 1 game extra above these teams. So yeah, I mean, we can say all this outside mathematical, but what matters is what's going to happen in the game after this. But ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to the next round, let's have a chat with one of the team members from GeekFam. Take it away, Miss Host.
kepada caster kita dan bersama saya ada pemenang winner chicken dinner pertama kita pada hari ini iaitu GeekFam dan bersama saya adalah QB. Jadi sekarang ni, cik tanya sikit. QB minggu lepas macam GeekFam je lah, hari pertama 5 markah, lepas tu tiba-tiba comeback kan 2 round tu kan, lepas kumpul 50 markah lebih. Tapi kali ni korang macam lagi konsisten. So apa perbezaan korang performance minggu ni dengan last week?
Performance kita orang kalau weekday kita orang still lagi trying something, benda-benda baru dengan line up yang berbeza kan, sebab nak tengok mana yang compatible, mana yang okey sesuai untuk this season and so on. So perbezaan tu rasanya this week lagi better for weekday, good start lah, even not to like consistent every match, but kita orang still lagi dalam top 16 and still kita orang akan keep on buat benda yang orang kata lebih konsisten after this, even if kita orang lepas ke super weekend pun. Ya.
Faham. Jadi kira sebab itulah tak nampak ada perubahan player. Kadang-kadang QB main, kadang-kadang Sin main, kadang-kadang Snipes main. Sebab itu sebab korang cuba nak tengok chemistry mana yang lagi better untuk super weekend.
Ya, betul.
Faham. Jadi kira sebab line up yang ni mendapatkan korang 16 kill dan juga chicken, adakah kita akan menampakkan line up ni juga digunakan waktu super weekend nanti?
Itu tak pasti lagi sebab ini pun baru hari yang pertama untuk line up ni, and semalam kita orang guna line up yang lain. So untuk super weekend nanti kita orang try to mixkan ke, depends on apa yang kita orang akan buat nanti, and maybe akan turun line up sama ataupun lain tu tak pasti lagi. Tapi baru satu game, ada lagi 3, so macam-macam boleh jadi, so kita orang akan try to do better.
Okay, faham. Saya tanya sikit pasal ending tadi. Napi rupa tadi macam RSG akan dapat sebab EVOS cuma 2 player, GeekFam 2 player dengan RSG 3 player. Nampak macam RSG will have it in the back. Macam mana korang boleh turn it around dan mendapatkan chicken dinner tu?
Dia bila main dekat open field ni, dia depend siapa yang dia orang kata apa 50-50, siapa yang nampak dulu dia lah yang akan knock dulu. So tadi tu boleh katakan kita orang QB dengan Dam kita orang memang dah biasa partner sekali. So kita orang kutip lagi banyak info and dapat lah semua info tadi memang lengkap pun. So just stay survive, jangan knock sebab kita orang berdua je. Untuk revive tu memang susah kalau knock, and then try to kill lah untuk semua orang. And
Faham? Nice, Lidan. Tasha suka tengok ending tadi sebenarnya. Okay, so ini soalan terakhir Tasha. Tadi tu Damrud dapat 11 kill, dia memang betul-betul dahsyat. Pada minggu lalu dia macam senyap sikit. Adakah minggu lepas Damrud tu macam senyap, belajar-belajar pasal tim lain, lepas tu this week baru dia jadi gila ke? Ataupun dia memang this week dia makan benda lain, dia jadi gila sikit hari ni?
Dia Damrud ni dia memang suka, dia pandai cari ruang, pandai cari tempat untuk kill steal, pandai cari ruang untuk nampak enemy tu kita tak nampak dia boleh nampak. Dia pandai cari tempat untuk dia knock and dapatkan kill lah dekat enemy tu. So kadang dia punya angle tu berbeza lah daripada kita orang. So dia memang pandai cari bab-bab macam tu. So no wonder lah dia boleh dapatkan 11 kill macam tu, and I think dia boleh dapatkan lebih.
Okay, faham? Okay, soalan terakhir sekali ni macam fun-fun lah. Antara korang semua, player mana dalam tim GeekFam yang kuat rage waktu main PUBG Mobile?
What? Again? Kuat apa?
Player kuat rage, kuat marah waktu main PUBG Mobile.
Kuat marah, main PUBG Mobile kuat marah Tak ada siapa, rasanya semua okey kot. Kata marah tu, kadang kata marah tu dekat tim okey je kot, tak ada. Rasanya okey
lah. GeekFam chill lah. Faham. Okay, terima kasih banyak kerana sudi interview dengan Tasha, and good luck untuk korang punya next few matches. Harap-harap kita berjumpa di sini lagi ya QB. So sekarang kita gerak ke meja analis kita. Kita jumpa later. Bye.
Bye Tash.
Hey, what's up guys? Okay, jadi sekarang kita menampakkan match pertama kita pada hari ni, di mana GeekFam start dengan betul-betul kuat dikatakan. Tapi based on interview tadi tu, dia boleh kata yang dia punya player asyik tukar-tukar kerana mereka tengah try different strategies. Tapi more on that later. Cuma kita cerita sikit pasal circle tadi. So korang, of course korang dah lihat circle-circle tadi kan. So apa opinion you pasal flight path dengan circle yang ke arah tengah-tengah utara sikit ni?
So dulu ke Mi dulu?
Amy dulu.
Bagi Amy dulu lah.
Silakan. Amy dulu. Dia kira macam ni lah, aturan lah. So memang circle ni favor kau-kau untuk GeekFam. Lagi-lagi kita pun boleh lihat memang itu adalah drop spot mereka daripada season-season sebelum ini, iaitu kat area El Pozo. Dan pergerakan circle tersebut kelihatan agak mudah untuk GeekFam. Mereka hanya perlu untuk directly gerak dekat saja dengan circle diorang. So bagi saya, kalau dah circle nampak macam ni, senang cerita, ini yang akan tetap tutup. Selalu kalau circle katakanlah ini berdasarkan apa yang saya daripada scrim lah. Kalau katakan circle tu pergi ke arah timur, selalunya memang 70% circle tu akan tutup area timur dan timur. Kalau dia pergi ke area barat, dia akan ke area barat dan barat. Jadi bagi saya tak ada yang terlampau menarik ataupun terlampau mengejutkan sampai saya perlu katakan macam tak perlulah.
Okay, so Acik tanya, kalau player-player yang tak berjaya masuk circle, kita nampak tadi fight ke arah bawah sikit kan, player-player lain tu nak masuk ke dalam circle rasanya susah tak nak masuk?
Untuk circle macam ni, kalau ikutkan memang banyak pasukan lah akan berlawan dekat bahagian bukit kanan El Pozo. Daripada bahagian Crater Field pun akan ada banyak pasukan yang membuat over rotation. Nak kata berlawan tu sebenarnya dalam peringkat profesional ni memang diorang kena always bersedia untuk berlawan pada bila-bila masa. Sebab circle-circle kecil ni akan ada 16 team, 14 team. Itu adalah benda biasa sebenarnya, bukan benda yang macam mengejutkan sangat pun untuk kita katakan bahawa senang ke tak senang ke. Memang diorang always kena prepare untuk berlawan pada bila-bila masa.
Betul tu. Jadi kita nampak pada minit ke-18 ya, cuma ada satu tim saja yang baru di-eliminate. Kenapa game-game dia agak jadi slow ya sekarang ni, Amy?
Dia bila kita cakap pasal professional player, lagi-lagi di dalam PMPL, jaranglah akan ada pertempuran awal pada awal game. Dia dah lebih memang benda ni dah biasa, sangat biasa. Selalunya dalam minit yang ke-15, ke-20 mungkin akan ada satu ke dua tempat pertempuran. Tetapi selepas tu barulah akan berlawan sampailah kita dapatkan siapa yang akan memenangi winner-winner chicken dinner. Tapi kalau kita cerita tentang professional player, lain-lagi untuk PMPL, 18 minit, 20 minit ke atas berlakunya apa-apa pertempuran itu benda yang biasa.
Okay, Sultan, tadi sikit pasal Damrud punya performance tadi 11 skill. Macam mana Damrud ni dia manage dapat 11 skill tu? Adakah itu effort dia sendiri ataupun dia hanya mencari ruang untuk cepat-cepat mendapatkan secepat mungkin?
Kalau kita lihat kan, ini adalah Damrud yang semua orang kenal daripada season 1, season 2, season 3. Inilah dia Damrud yang semua orang kenal. Dan mungkin sebelum ni kita tak nampak sangat Damrud betul-betul menggila ataupun meletup seperti ini. Tapi usually dia seorang pun dia boleh menggegarkan satu dunia. Itulah kehebatan dan juga kepoweran si Damrud ni. Kalau ikutkan tadi tu sebenarnya lebih kepada teamwork. Ada of course ada cover juga yang datang daripada QB, daripada Snipes, terutamanya also daripada Icha yang membenarkan Damrud untuk mendapatkan kill yang begitu banyak. Dan seterusnya memecahkan rekod untuk most individual kill bagi PMPL MY season yang keempat, iaitu dengan 11 kill untuk dia seorang.
Okay, jom kita cerita sikit pasal positioning RSG, EVOS dan juga Geek kat sini ya. Okay, tengok sini RSG adalah sebenarnya dikatakan oleh QB tadi, kalau open field ni siapa yang nampak first dia akan kena. Kalau saya rasa memang RSG betul-betul dah aware yang Geek kat sebelah situ, tapi kenapa dia still nak bergerak ke depan ke arah EVOS ya?
Dia senang cerita macam ni lah. Kalau kita tengok kat minimap, satu perkara yang ada dalam kepala otak diorang ketika ini adalah nak masuk ke dalam circle. Itu benda yang paling utama. Kalau diorang masuk pada bahagian kanan, literally terlampau open. Susah sangat. Kalau diorang masuk bahagian kanan ni, tak banyak halangan-halangan untuk diorang berselindung. So, salah satu tempat yang terbaik sekali adalah untuk pergi ke kiri. Tetapi dekat kiri itu pula, bukan setakat saja EVOS, dia boleh nampak. Daripada belakang pun, untuk pasukan TABAH NC boleh tengok. GeekFam lagilah. Lagi-lagi Damrud lah. Damrud sebenarnya yang menggunakan situasi ini sebagai satu perkara yang menjadi sangat-sangat lumayan untuk diri dia.
I see. Walaupun diorang ahead in numbers, tapi tak semestinya diorang boleh mendapatkan lah itu. Jadi lepas ni juga kita nak gerak kepada kita punya match kedua selepas ni. Jadi korang semua di rumah jangan ke mana-mana, kerana selepas ini kita akan pulang balik kepada kita punya casters dan kita jumpa lagi sebentar lagi.
Yes, definitely. What a turn of events here. We've had our doubts. You, me, I think everyone had their doubts between the draft, but like QB mentioned during the interview, they are experimenting right now. So any bad results that you may see may just be ticked off as a failed conclusion. So, The question is, has GeekFam finally found the secret to their success with, having Ika in and replacing one of their members out, and that is not Snipes?
Yeah, maybe this is the lineup. Maybe this is what they've been looking for, and this is the lineup that will bring them more glory in the coming rounds. But, well, just before we go on to the next game, of course, we need to do some formalities. In case you're just joining us, you are still watching the PUBG Mobile Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 4, hosted by PUBG Mobile and co-organized by VSPM. There you go. And we would also like to take a minute to thank our official media partner, Esports Fight Club. Watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. Yeah, there you go, the banner down here. And of course, we need to thank our official media partner as well, WeTV. Watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV, from drama series, variety shows, and anime. It's all available on WeTV. Download the WeTV app now on the Google Play Store and Apple App Stores right after this. Make sure you do it right after this. And of course, we'll be jumping to game number 2, whereby we'll come back to the OG map, that is Erangel.
Yes, and talking about WeTV, there's always an option on WeTV to watch this match right now. This is PMPL MYSG Season 4. This is still Asian entertainment. This is the MYSG region. So if you've forgotten that you're Asian, hey, welcome back to reality here. So anyways, the next game is going to be playing off in Erangel. So it's more comfortable map, I think, for most of the teams. It's been very stable so far, but the teams who's managed to take home chickens happens to be the likes of like Farang Lejund, who has always taken all their chickens from the map of Erangel. I think, who is the other? WULF AROV has most of their chicken dinners coming from Erangel as well. So it's a stable map. We've seen how RSG pop off, how Axis Red One can do so much damage in this sort of map of Erangel because they're so accustomed to it. Now the question is though, for the likes of Axis Red One and NSEA ASTRA, will they get hunted once again?
Oh man, I mean, it did happen yesterday though in Erangel, but before that, talking about hunting, you guys have the opportunity to hunt for freebies. This is in the PMPL Spot and Reward. Scan now and win a gift, which is the in-game item, this exclusive Pro League shirt. All you need to do is scan that QR code on the left side just below the BAM, and it will bring you to a puzzle whereby you can play a very simple puzzle and then you will get this item. And of course, if you're not a fan of QR codes for whatever reason, there's always bit.ly/PMPL S4Spot to actually, for you to key in manually. You can actually access this through your PC as well.
And if you're, you're not a fan of both the free items or the QR code methods, well, be a fan for Miss You because she's looking hella cute, not gonna lie. Be a simp and scan that QR code right now or use the bit.ly/SpotPMPLS4. Again, just reiterating, since Sir Cloud has already done this, he's got this in his inventory. All you have to do is go in and literally just spot a hidden item. I think it's a bunch of hidden items, and just like that very, very nice, chic-looking geometrical design with the black, white, and gold is yours to own. And now, back to the question: do you think what are the chances that NSEA ASTRA would get hunted again, just for fun's sake?
What if I say the chances are pretty high, Keith? I mean, just look at the record, right? Like if it's not Axis Red One, it will be someone else. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's either they drop into that one place and then people come looking for them, or they drop into their own spot and then it's like, it's okay until they move around and they still bump into someone else. It's like, dude, they need to do their homework. They need to know that, okay, these certain spots, it's popular, it's hot, and teams will come looking for people that's like, and want you to take those prime positions that we call it, right? If the fact that they know that, they need to be prepared to actually fight Now, the fact that we saw earlier was that they were absolutely unprepared. They were split up, they were individuals, and obviously it will be easy for a team like Axis to actually take them out.
I actually have a different take on this. I feel that NSP ASTRA, if you cannot fight, right? You just can't. For whatever reason, you're just outgunned every single time. You throw a pin on the map and just jump straight there. Like, because you know, Axis Red One is already studying your drops. It seems like, because the collision between Axis and Red One, Axis Red One and NSP ASTRA is only something so recent, right? Like, it's never been, you've never thought that Axis and Axis Red One and NSP ASTRA would clash in a map. I think it only happened recently, realizing that NSP ASTRA is the weaker link. And so Axis is just trying to capitalize on that by studying all NSP ASTRA's drop spots. And so I think now they're going to be dropping somewhat nearby NSP themselves. So I think at this point, you just throw a pin in a map and work your way from there, because they are going to get hunted. That is for sure. Like, you think that like, you know that EVOS VIP and 4 Rivals, they're gonna clash because the drop spot has been the same thing over and over again, right? Sam 9 gangs with Whales. There's always these Axis Red One and WULF AROV. Those two always dropped over at Sosnovka military base. But it always seems that Axis are now going on a hunt, recognizing which teams are like easy prey. I guess so as well. So you just gotta be like, okay, let's just totally change it up. Like, because people know where we are. Okay, but the good news is that if we look at the spy path in this round, so it's going to come from the south to the north. So if we talk about the comparison between Axis Red One as well as NSP ASTRA, they have really, really different drop points. So it's going to be Jogo Pool for NSP ASTRA. It's going to be Axis Red One on military base. So they're not going to meet at least for the start. But check this out. What has changed? TABAH and C, they actually dropped. Look at this. Look at how they're spread out on the southern banks. We can see that Banks Rush is on the left side, and on the right side we have Aduka as well as Olio. So I'm not too sure what are they trying to do here. But at least the good news is that the circle's on the left side this time for once, Keith. For once it's on the left side. So it's going to be these teams adapting after being so used to the circle on the right side. Well, yeah, I think what TABAH NC is trying to accomplish here, we've seen this in the Thailand scene very often. I think it was also last year's C League, where Thai teams, they like to, like likes of FaZe Clan, they love camping these bridges, especially knowing that at least two teams, will be occupying Sosnovka military base. Oh, I'm gonna hold my thought here as 4 Rivals Epi now meets onto the side of anti-circle. Noxy just giving some friendly boops. Unfortunately, I don't think he has a weapon in hand to actually, commit for a kill. Anyways, as I was saying, two teams is a confirmed going to be in military base, right? So you as TABAH NC knows that there are values in just holding the bridge. So they're spreading out in case they goes in on the other side of the bridge here, taking the long rotations in. By having 2 members on each side, you effectively just cut off their entry by that much.
Well, it's interesting if they want to put like 2 and 2 for each side of the bridge, because naturally those who want to cross the bridge, they will cross as a 4. So they will be kind of outnumbered as well, unless they really have a prime position, maybe like somewhere like on the lighthouse, for example, on the left side bridge. Then perhaps you could still do something to annoy teams to try to get across, especially when it's Axis Red One that you want to kind of like have an upper hand against to just boost your confidence. But talking about teams like crossing the bridge, right? WULF AROV in Novo, they will definitely need to cross the bridge. Now, if what you say is true, and there will be a team or maybe NC is going to do the bridge camp, WULF AROV, not that they can't deal with that, but it's going to be a big risk if they lose anyone as they try to get onto the main island.
Yeah, well, I think it's also partly psychological, right? Like the moment you're crossing a bridge and you get some taps, or maybe you get one down, you don't know how many players are waiting at the other end of the bridge, and that would effectively just keep them at bay for the longest time. And maybe at that given point of time, you'll see TABAH and NSEA making a rotation to back their team up. So could be the game plan there. I'm not too sure about it. Obviously, these teams know better. They have been practicing these game plans for the longest time. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But also, WULF AROV, not the kind of team you want to snooze on. Like I mentioned before the game, all their chicken dinners has somehow been on the map of Erangel, at least over the Super Weekends. They did get one chicken dinner over in Miramar, and that was a lucky circle during the weekdays of last week. But that's about it. They are a dominant Erangel team.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. So Miramar, I remember that one. The one that they got that chicken dinner was kind of given to them because there's no way they can drop the ball on that. But the ones that they really work hard for were the ones on Erangel. So it just shows that statistically they are familiar with the Erangel map. So we need to wait and see if they can put out a performance. And of course, they need that performance because now they are part of the bottom four. To be fair, they didn't play the earlier round. And there's a pretty cute graphic here. We can see that Micah with an elimination achievement, right? So I guess there's a damage coming out from him, 10,354. Micah has been one of the key players as well for Axis. I mean, frankly speaking, Axis does feel like a balanced team. Sometimes we talk about Volky, sometimes we talk about Micah, sometimes it's Kacang Susu. It does feel like they are such a balanced team that any one of them can frag, any one of them can do anything.
Yeah, they're, I think, arguably the most balanced team right now, because just taking a look at the number of members being featured, all three members of Axis has been on the feature board so far. And, well, take a look at that. WULF AROV makes it past, or tries to make it past, but YSX is around the area, and it's no YSX, it's just Farang. Farang is the one guy who we've seen clutch so many plays on the side of their YSX Esports, but unfortunately, with the numbers advantage, that could have been sour if he had members, but they will just make a quick exit and getting out of there.
I mean, yeah, we've seen in clutch a 1v2, but a 1v4, there needs to be something big before that happens. But nevertheless, now YSX, they're going to play with 3 team members. Now, this is the thing that I'm not too surprised happened. So that house just after the bridge is actually one of WULF AROV's checkpoints. It's a common checkpoint for them. So if YSX did their homework, they would know that that spot is a danger spot. So it's either you drop a full squad, which it isn't worth it anyway, or you loot quickly and you get away from the area and you move on, or you just don't drop there at all. Because WULF AROV, you don't want to face up against them when they come as a full squad. They're super scary and they know that place like the back of their hand.
Yeah, as we see here, Bosskurr now under the sights of RSG. They will just drive off just fine here, and it has to be careful. It's also, Erangel is also one of those maps that if you have high ground control, it could be very devastating for the opposing team, right? We've seen how R2K single-handedly taken out the entire roster of EVOS in, I think, the first game of yesterday. I'm not too sure. Yeah, so definitely cannot snooze when it comes to, reading the maps here, because although Miramar is more known for its contour plays with the high ground, like, hey, Erangel do have a respectable amount of the map that isn't just compounds, but also hills to play around with. And we see right here is WULF AROV occupying one, sending Mile out to scout.
Yep, the hungry wolves, they'll definitely want to rank in the points, whether it's through elimination or whether it's through placement points. And of course, they come with a status of, okay, all 4 of them can frag as well. And there are big fraggers among them. So we can expect them to play aggressively, just like how they did against YSX. Now, talking about teams that need points, anti-circle, 3 more games for them to perform. By this time, roughly, they may need like 2 chicken dinners or 1 chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points for them to secure themselves to the Super Weekend. So anti-circle, Harm hasn't been performing. He was harmful last season, but now he's harmless.
I guess someone found the antidote to the poison of his sting here. And talking about stinging, Farang Legends is in play with the guy who people like to associate with the word suntik for some weird reason. Adik Luke is one to look out for, always keeping Team Secret stopping on the track. So if they can go, if any team can go up against the likes of Team Secret, is a team that you should most definitely pay attention to or be aware of, because they have stepped up even though they are the underdog. But let's take a look here as Axis now coming into collision against the likes of WULF AROV. Sand position by the tree line. They're spread out pretty wide here as Axis decides to go in all aggro with 3 members. The nade takes 2 down. Forest trades it off, but now the number advantage goes to the side of WULF. Only 1 nade, and they tilt 2. The value goes there, and Axis red 1. Oh, this is just very, very disappointing in their push here. Everything's just going south, and now Axis Micah is left, the clutcher of the team, but without the number advantage, this is just going really bad for his end. Immediately gets into the car, calls it quit, just cut their losses.
Yeah, I mean, 1 nade to rule them all. That nade definitely devastated Axis. And, well, but nevertheless, I'm not too worried about Axis, to be honest, because they will definitely make it into the Super Weekend. WULF AROV, they'll be happy with those couple of points there that Axis brought to them. Volky finished up by Sun, so now they don't have their in-game leader, they don't have their star man, they don't have that guy who's also the star streamer as well, so he brings in a lot to the team. But at least they have Micah though, so Micah can hang on for positioning points at least. It probably won't matter that much to them at this point, but it matters a whole lot to WULF AROV, and they'll be glad that they managed to secure these couple of points here from that fight with Axis.
Yeah, we were just going on and on about how WULF AROV is so dominant on this map, and here they are wiping the likes of Axis Red 1. Definitely, although it doesn't matter for Axis because they are top of the leaderboards, most likely confirm their position, but I'm gonna hold my thoughts here as Adik Luke, another one of those teams who could hold the likes of Team Secret. Can they hold the likes of Sam9 Gang? Kultra gets taken out from the backside here. Luppy got the off angle. They did not see this one coming now. Mount Farang down in the low ground, trying to make sure no flanking is being executed aside of Farang Legends. Farang has got all 5 members surrounding this compound. The advantageous point here goes to the side of Farang. Oh my god, they get shredded down on their way up, giving Adik Luke a perfect position to throw in a nade. Once again, catches onto Man Farang down in the tree line. I mean, the staircase here takes out, and the kill has been secured. Farang Legends, my god, they are an absolute beast.
Here we go.
The entire Sam9 gang crumble as we speak, and Farang Legends only has eyes left on Bravo, who was in behind the smoke, but even they did not stand a chance. 16th place goes out to Sam9 gang.
I mean, we talked about the possibility of teams like NSEA, ASTRA actually bowing out fairly early, but who would have thought that Sam9 Gang was the first team to go out? I mean, a team with such history, with such... I mean, they've won the C Championship and now they are out. But okay, to be fair to all the fans, I think the fans, we can calm down. Sam9 Gang, I think that they would have done enough to move on to the next round. Now, if you remember again the logic of the 40-point mark for moving on to the Super Weekend, now Sam9 Gang, they are at 45 points. So I guess that's okay news for the fans.
Well, not really. I guess they want to see them perform. For the fans, it doesn't matter if it's Super Weekend or weekdays. They want to see their team perform at their 100%, and that's not happening right now. In fact, it hasn't been happening for the likes of Sam9 Gang for a very long time now. They are struggling in this Season 4, and I really hope they get they pick up their whatever is happening to them, you know, pick up the pace and, you know, just come in strong, because although the league is long, they are soon going to run out of time. But 4 rivals though. Pemburu gets taken out by Nook up on the hilly sides here, as the rotations from the rest of Homebois could be coming in very very soon. Psycho is trying to push right into the compound, has got the cover, smokes already deployed, but Repo Boy could be the guy to keep them in their tracks here if they are not careful enough. The third party is very real. WULF AROV, this WULF pack is very scary. Farang Repo Boy again, there we go. As I talk about it, the third party is real, and Repo Boy takes one out from Homebois.
Well, someone better pay the electricity bill for Psycho earlier. I saw him not turning on the lights, and yeah, I guess that's his way of getting into the Zen mode. And of course, for Homebois, it's not the best of their performance. They are at the edge of the bottom four, so they still need to put up a good performance if they want to get into the Super Weekend. But this is the team that they don't want to go up against. 4 rivals. We do know the firepower of 4 rivals. Sancon, however, has a high ground advantage, so he's going to make use of that by making some flanks onto the high ground. By making a flank onto the high ground, Bosskurr, we saw on the elimination feed, has been taken out, and Razo will be knocked down by Jumper from Team Secret. And now we move over to R2K. They are in an open space, but YSX with only 3 team members making their rotation into the zone.
4 rivals, the war between them continues again, takes one out here. It was April taking someone out. So Micah as well, Axis, the fights just going everywhere, and we're taking a look here at Wales as he goes up against the likes of YSX Esports on the far side. Does spot them out. I think they were smoke covers here. WULF AROV still with 4 members alive and well and out to deal some damage, but Homebois and 4 rivals, that's the fight that's happening at this point here, as now Homebois tries to go in for the push, but the backlines will come in. Oh, it gets taken out here. 4 rivals. It seems like they're dropping like flies, and they will to the likes of Homebois.
Oh, interestingly, okay, but hang on a second, Keith. Did anyone notice Anti-Circle is actually out as well with 0 elimination points, and at this moment there will not be any placement points, so it's 2 rounds in a row for Anti-Circle not getting any more any points at all. It's 2 more rounds for them to actually scrape into the top 16. Oh my goodness, Keith, it's going downhill for Anti-Circle.
Yes, definitely one to look out for is the bottom 4, because that's all that matters when it comes to weekdays. Nobody cares if you top the chart, and we want to care if you qualify in the top 16. And it seems that NSB Astra and Anti-Circle just, well, they're solid down in the bad rock bottom. Now, WULF San AROV has their eyes on one of the opponents, Bosskurr, being pinned down at the little small shed here. Meanwhile, Dola, the man that with the name and the money, but unfortunately, no gun skills so far yet. Haven't seen so much of this guy besides being easy picking from all the other teams here. But now they will try and fight this one out as YSX Esports going head and head against the likes of RSG. It's not going to be easy, but if they do come out on top, this is going to be a confident boost as the nades gets tossed forward. Does not connect onto anyone. Dola, I think, just missing the nade by an inch here, and now all the members have rotated down onwards, ready to take this one head on. Small boy inside the grass in position here. Tosses more nades into the side of RSG, but they're not taking anything too fatal. But YSX Dollar have to be careful, though. Oh, he gets clipped. The fight will prolong even further, but RSG, they will still hold the better half here. But Badman is down. The sprays will come in, trying to secure more members on the side of RSG, but they are behind cars. There will be some sort of cover on their end. They will be safe for now, but is that a third party coming in from the backside, though? Oh my god, it is happening as we speak here, but this first person is not going to help us at all. We need a bigger and clearer picture, and RSG behind smokes, they need some too, as no info is being revealed onto their side. Farang Legends having a skirmish of their own over at Alayo at TABAH and C. YSX, they get taken out by Farang Legends. It's the third party that's coming in, but Cheeky Gaming takes one out from RSG. This could be the pushing point they needed. But the retaliation coming out from RSG, far too strong for anything to happen here, and now it seems that YSX Esports has played their card a little too much here, and it will have to fold as they go down with only 1 member left remaining.
This fight is a little bit too long if you ask me. So they use a lot of utilities for both teams. And now the circle may just move away from them. Wiry with the long range shot on to Echo. Can he actually make it cry an Echo? But nope, Echo is still alive with 10% of health. But finally, he'll be gunned down by Wiry. He still can be picked up, but Wiry is going to finish up the job. R2K has lost another team member, but Wiry will now need to find a way into the circle. But talking about in the circle is WULF AROV with such a prime position on the Pachinki Hills.
And take a look at the kill feed though. 7 kills on the side of WULF AROV. Farang Legends with 10 now. These teams are insane. These two teams are Erangel dominant team. Again, Farang Legends also a team who's chicken twice on Erangel, exclusively Erangel for some weird reason. And now we are about to see probably one of the more heated argument here as Team Secret goes up against WULF, but NSP ASTRA comes into free picking here, gets taken out, and they're going to try and fight the likes of Team Secret. Finally, some aggression coming up from there, and see, he will try to hold up for the team, deny some members on the side of Team Secret, but they will be left with Bebeng as he tries to play it out a little bit more patiently here. Team Secret now in the handicap, losing one member this early. They will see the hit. He's cooking up the nade. He's got to be careful. Will it actually land the grenades here? He tossed one up very gently. Does take down one me. That is me out for the count. Bebang left alone up against the 3 of Team Secret, who's just raining nades up. He takes 2 down. Bebang. They do have the firepower. This guy, somebody give him a credit to survive the entire squad of Team Secret. My God, NSP. Just when the haters start coming in, they just show up big time.
Whoa! This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see from NSP. Go big or go home, and they just went big and they eliminated the entire Team Secret lineup. This is what we want to see from NSP. If we can put on a good performance, if we can hang up on position points, they can actually move on to the next round. But NSP, they need to keep doing something like this. Good job, NSP.
And now the fight's not over just yet. Although Team Secret is out for the count, EVOS, Farang, and WULF AROV still tops the hills here as RSG still within play. It's still anyone's game, and Wales, they're lurking by the bottom here. Can they evolve onto a land mammal? Farang Legends, I think Luke actually is in prime position to take out WULF AROV if they're not too careful here. The smokes are in with the cover. He's just testing waters right now, testing areas of the house or the compound, if you will, just making sure that he gets every single inches of these corners being naded up. And maybe, the retaliation's being made. They do take a little bit of hit. That would confirm the position here. Bebang still alive. My God, this guy. What a clutcher. Clutch God, I'd call it. The nade starts coming in. Actually, it's been coming out for the side of NSP Bebang. WULF AROV, they tried to tag down RSG though. But unfortunately, he will get hurt, but not dead and out just yet. There are trading hits. Farang Legends, WULF AROV. This is just insane.
This is just insane right here. The two teams that have a lot of firepower in them. They have the circle, they have the high ground, somewhat similar of a geographical location that they have right now. But we can see that Damn Cutie is right up in the forefront, whereby Zuli is on behind, just checking their face. Anyone comes up to them, they look on the house where the skirmish between Team Wallace and NSP ASTRA just ended. They know that there's at least someone. But we have to look at this again, how Bebang actually took 2 of team members from Team Secret out. And this 1v1 with a prone shot coming in from Bebang. This is arguably the play of the tournament so far.
Yeah, definitely huge upset. I'm crazy to see what the comments are like right after, this game number 1. But WULF AROV now in a bit of a pickle here as RSG tries to push up onto the high ground with Wales on their end. Will take down, cripple the firepower from the side of WULF AROV. That's going to create so much opportunity for a push. RSG still has 4 members up here, although only 3 kills in their name. They might look to rake one even further as the high ground slowly getting taken over to their end. But EVOS VIP, they're down at bottom. Farang, Ricky takes out Zully on the side of WULF AROV. That's more members gone for the side of Wolf. Only one member left. Have to play it a bit safer, but oh, Batman gets taken out here. But the trade-in is coming in with Razor now down for the count. Samzy to follow with. They have all the advantage in the world being in the high ground, but can they hold? Because EVOS VIP, they're pushing through. Haikul trying to make a beeline, spots out the head of Kim. Can they look to follow this one through, though? Kim, leaving member, the last member remaining for the side of EVOS. We've seen one clutch today. Can he do it for this team? Oh, the res is up. Haikul gets taken out. Insomnia's now on the high ground. We'll take that Rex. Oh, can they do this? Two members for the side of RSG. They will. Insomnia's now out. RSG managed to do this one up against the likes of EVOS. The White Tigers out of the game.
Oh, so it's 7th place and no elimination points for EVOS VIP. But then again, back-to-back elimination. Looks like RSG is out as well, but they got themselves 7 elimination points. That's fairly good for a 6th place finish. And now our focus is on our top 5 teams at this moment. We can see that Farang Lejund, Team Wales, Axis Red One. Axis Red One is still alive. NSEA ASTRA is still alive as well. And WULF AROV is still in this. This is ridiculous here. But just look at this. Team Wales, they have a full squad together with Farang Lejund. The rest of them only has 1. So the odds are against WULF, NSB, as well as Axis. We can say that at this point, Farang Lejund and Team Wales, they probably have the highest chances of getting this chicken dinner. Just look at the circle at this point. Team Wales, they probably have a small advantage over Farang Lejund because the circle favors them a little bit more.
Farang Legends, they have secured their first chicken dinner yesterday in day number 1 of the weekday. In week 2, could they do it again? But man, NSP Astra, hats off. This is the longest they've ever been up and alive here. And 1 chicken, if they do take this, they would actually be in a qualified spot in at least the top 16 to make it for the Super Weekend. But they have to play this one out just right. Farang Legends, they are occupying the high ground here with Wales on one side. Oh, Wolf tries to go in for the push, and they'll be taken out. Luppy takes out Wolf at 5th. And now this high ground is most indefinitely theirs. Wales, they try to push up against it, but have to be careful because Farang Legends, they're not one to slack off. Axis is still within the area, and it's Micah. We know how lethal this guy is with a weapon in his hands, and he might look to make this one work. Down in the low ground is both NSB and Axis. Can Wales make the push without losing too many members here? Again, Bebang, he's clutched out against Secret. Can he clutch against the 2 members of Farang Legends? He will try. Has got the loot on his side here. Takes down one. That's Adik Loop. That's a big kill. And now Repo Boy's left. Can he outplay the peaks here? As now Desperation's coming in. He's trying to heal himself back up. He will go down. Luppy forced to make the rotation at a 4th place. Still very great progress for the side of NSP Astra. But meanwhile in the back end, Sinbi gets taken out. But in trade of Ricky and now 3 members of Wales, they have the upper advantage. They rotated. Repo Boy is trying to go up head front first against the 3 members. They will show themselves, and Repo Boy just comes in with the spray from the sidelines. They will trade it one out, but Repo Boy falls in. What? The entire team of Wales still living, and it's just Axis? Micah down in the low ground? Oh my god, this what's happening! He's clearing the team up! Micah, you monster! Securing a chicken dinner on the side of Axis Red One! My god, this team! Somebody just give them the trophy already!
What did we just saw? What did we just saw? What round it is? We saw an NSB Astra clutching 1v3 Team Secret. We saw Micah actually surviving till the end and clutching the entire Team Wales. What? My God, Keith, what kind of round is this? This round is insane. Oh my God, this is probably the craziest round in the PMPL MY season 4 so far.
I am lost for words, man. I don't even know how to do it. I was pretty sure it was going to be Wales up against the likes of Farang Legends, but Wales came out on top in that push, although Farang Legends had the off-angle peek by the smoke, and then suddenly it became just Wales living through it all, and Micah was alive. I'm like, what is happening? I was lost for word. But man, this is entertaining. I want more like these. I want more games to play out the way this did. all the surprise factor you could ever wish for in the world. The whole week one, everything was just stale and the same. The circle went the same way and everything. But man, this time round, week number 2, day 2, everything you know about the game prior is just chucked out of the bag and thrown into the dumpster as all the surprise factor in every play in the book comes out. It is a huge dictionary. Let us go check into the numerous highlights we have in this single match alone.
Man, keep. My goodness, Keith. What did we just see, man? What did we just see? I mean, that was arguably the most entertaining round so far in Season 4. So, Keith, I am so glad to be casting that game alongside with you, man. It's such a pleasure to see such a good show. And, well, man, I'm just lost for words, seriously.
It's okay, I will fill in the gap for you and I'm gonna answer your question. What did we just watch? We just watched, hands down, arguably the best game in PUBG Mobile that has ever happened in this league in the PMPL MY Season 4 so far, period. I don't even want to remember all the Gata games that we've casted. I just want to remember this one. It's insane. How many topsy-turvy twists and turns that happen, all the upsets that's going on, and all the surprise wow factor. I don't think there's going to be any other game that's going to top this one. Or at least I've got my fingers crossed, and I hope it does. Because if it does, then it has to do such a spectacular job to be able to top this game right here. Like, all the stories are in the books, right? The bottom team, NSP ASTRA, taking out such a strong powerhouse in a 1v3. And then, against all odds, Axis Micah OP secures the chicken dinner onto himself, being the only member alive for, I think, for the longest time. I think the top 5 team, he was already a single member. So, hands down, there's nothing that's going to top this.
Yeah.
I'm so glad this is my last day, because if I would have cast on the Super Weekend with you, everything else that's happening on the Super Weekend is going to seem bland compared to this one right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to top this from an entertainment perspective, right? That's for sure. Man, okay, but Keith, we've called out for NSP ASTRA to do this since yesterday. Like, do the go big or go home. I'm glad they did that. And they just proven to all of us that they can shoot. They can get those elimination points. They should have done this from day one. I want to see their last 2 games. Go for it. I want to see more of this from NSP ASTRA. Entertain us, as the great words of Gladiator says. Are you not entertained? Come on, we want more of this.
Yeah, NSP ASTRA, clearly you have what it takes, okay? Let's just take a look at the history. Dude, you qualified into the big leagues. There is something that you're not showing because you're mentally afraid to show against the likes of all these top tier teams. You have what it takes. You took down Team Secret. If that's not a confident booster, I don't know what is. There we go. Take a look at the match rankings here. 14 eliminations for the side of Farang Legends. Also an underdog, by the way, who's been stepping up so much in this league alone. Axis Red One, clutching the chicken dinner only for elimination points. But hey, he made the best out of the worst situation that could ever happen to them. Wales came in close. This should be very, very... what is it, disturbing to have in your thoughts? It's like when EVOS lost the chicken dinner to the side of Bosskurr. It's the same feeling, right? It's a 2v1 situation. And NSP ASTRA, you have to come in strong in the next game. Clearly you can shoot. What is stopping you? I think it's all mental. I believe it that much.
Yeah, I believe as well. I mean, this game is also there's a big element of mental health and mental strength to this game. And come on, NSP ASTRA, I want to see you guys do this again. But we have to give props to these guys of Micah. All 4 elimination points for Axis Red One is by this guy. This guy is just crazy. But like what we said earlier, right? Axis Red One, they're a team that's so balanced that sometimes you see Voki, sometimes you see Micah, sometimes you see Kacang Susu, and everyone can do the job. But man, how did Micah survive 5 or 6 teams solo and just had to show up and be the party pooper for Wales? Dude, Wales will be feeling so salty after that. They're gonna look back at this game, they're gonna look back at how this guy survived, and they're gonna go like, okay, no matter what it is, if we have enough points, we're gonna find you, we're gonna shoot you, we're gonna look for you, you're gonna go down, we're gonna find you, man.
Well, talking about Wales though, and being salty, at least they live in a saltwater sea, so it's going to be fine for them. But yeah, if you take a look at what Micah does, like honestly, just throw the stats away. Like there is no stats that measure his intelligence, because if you take a look at his stats, it's kind of pathetic, right? Like for an MVP to have these sort of numbers, it's subpar average to low average. But it's the fact that he survived that long and secured one for the team, just with trigger discipline alone, man, that speaks a lot for this guy. And I'll take a look at a head-to-head here, as it's all yellow across the board with Farang Legends or the Farang Esports. Adik Luke and Lappy stands head-to-head with 3 to 4 in eliminations, 991 to 805 in damage, 13 meters to the likes of 89, so it was close quarter combat. That is what they were strong against. And you can see the team contribution. It is very evenly distributed across the board, with about like 25% average between each member. That makes 100 with 4 members around.
And of course, the elimination points, well, no surprises. I mean, Farang Legend, they were in a good position to rank up those elimination points. So they were the highest, of course, with 14 elimination points. Second then comes WULF AROV. We do know that they have firepower potential, and they're showing it. They can rank in the elimination points as well. But again, highlight here. Of course, we have RSG. Can't take that away from them with 7 elimination points. NSP ASTRA just coming in at 4th place, tied in with Team Wales with 6 elimination points. Higher than like what? The likes of Axis Red One, higher than the likes of Team Secret, 4 Rivals. These teams that we know have firepower potential. They just need to be confident with themselves. I really want to see NSP ASTRA playing like this again for their last 2 rounds. And if that brings them to the top 16, they owe us a drink.
Yeah, and also Farang Esports, credits given where it's due. I think they actually hit the 3,000 damage mark, so kudos on them. But of course, NSP ASTRA is the talk of the town right now, because they were bottom table for the longest time. And I think this maybe, I'm not too sure, but this maybe would jumpstart them into top 16, I think, because they did get like what, top 4 and 6 kills. So maybe if we do the math, I know anti-circle is like 7 points on the board, right? So you most definitely pass anti-circle at this point. WULF AROV, maybe not past WULF AROV. They did they were pretty devastating in this game alone. But I think they stand a chance, with, especially with all the games that's remaining. NSP ASTRA could very well qualify into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, if they put up one more or maybe 2 more performances like that, they could probably scrape you through. But just look at his axis. Well, no surprises. They're on top, super consistent. What an amazing play by Micah. And with 75 points, GeekFam doing really well so far. But to be fair, I don't think they played their previous round. But nevertheless, they are still on top. One of the top spots there with 64 points. Third place goes to Farang Lejund. Absolutely amazing play. 63 points. YSX, the underdogs, now on top. Number 4 with 61 points. 61 points as well for R2K at 5th place. We have Team Wills with 55 points. But what matters is page number 2 here, Keith, whereby now the bottom 4 is WULF, AROV, NSP ASTRA, VXM FANX, as well as Anti-Circle. Now, Anti-Circle, 2 rounds without any points. It's going to go insane. It feels like the energy has been channeled from Anti-Circle to NSP.
Well, we could say that, or just NSP just got insanely crazy towards the last few games here. Sure, they didn't make it in a qualifying stage just yet, but hey, Bosskurr at 29 points, NSP Astra at 21. This is very doable. They could even do it in the next game if they just clutch it through. WULF AROV definitely also can do this. So these two teams, WULF AROV and NSP, very much in contention to qualify for the Super Weekend, with especially like what, 2-3 games remaining, two games remaining for some of them. So it's very much out there. But VXM FANX though, now they're the ones down in the bottom table, and we've seen how VXM plays. They're actually a good team. They have clutched the chicken for themselves during the last day of the Super Weekend. So I'd love to see those bottom teams finally step up. But enough chit-chatting, let's move it on to the clutcher, that is Axis Red 1, who secured an unlikely chicken dinner onto their side alongside with Tasha Bunny. Take it away.
Terima kasih banyak kepada caster kita tadi, dan juga bersama saya adalah tim yang telah mendapatkan chicken dinner yang kedua kita pada hari ini, iaitu Axis Red 1. Bersama saya adalah Mika. Tasha tadi tengah tengok ending tadi, Tasha menjerit-jerit tahu tak, sebab Tasha ingat dah that's it, the end untuk Mika. Tapi Mika berjaya untuk clutch kan. Dia kira macam 1 versus 2 tadi kan Mika. So macam mana Mika dah mendapatkan clutch tu? Apa yang jadi sebenarnya kat situ?
Saya tunggu timing yang betul lah untuk nak ambil take fight tu. So saya tengok dia tengah angkat revive member dia, so saya tembak dia.
Jadi you sangka tak yang you berdapat clutch tu?
Sangka. Sebab saya confident tadi. Memang nak bantai.
Boy. Memang nak bantai macam tu.
Memang saya nak bantai semua orang tu je.
Push sekarang Mika. Speaking of that, tadi tu Mika, tadi tu teammate balik lobby awal kan, jadi tinggal Mika seorang-seorang. Macam mana Mika boleh survive seorang-seorang sampai pengakhiran macam tu? Macam mana Mika punya rotation waktu tu?
Sebab bagi saya AGL Boki tu memang power lah. So saya ikut dengan cakap dia lah, gimana. So,
Boki yang bagi tahu apa nak buat lah.
Betul.
Kira Boki, kira korang punya otak lah di sebalik Axis Red 1
Betul.
Jadi, tapi takut tak tadi lepas semua teammate dah down? Rasa nervous tak?
Nervous tu rasa sikit je lah, tapi saya cuba untuk confident lagi lah, nak bantai semua orang.
Dahsyat. Okey, jadi ni kali pertama Mika masuk dalam PMPL kan. Apa perasaan Mika sebab dapat single handedly sorang-sorang dapatkan chicken untuk tim walaupun kali pertama?
Saya first time masuk PMPL ni, saya rasa nervous lah. Nervous tu ada lah. So saya cuba untuk confident. Memang saya nak bantai semua orang tu je. Saya masuk PMPL memang nak saya bantai semua, nak champion.
Faham. Okey, jadi sekarang ni dalam banyak-banyak tim yang dalam PMPL sekarang ni, tim mana yang Mika betul-betul nak bantai?
Semua orang lah, semua tim. Tu je.
Tak ada satu pun yang betul-betul nak tarik, nak cari ke?
For rival.
For rival Kenapa for rival?
Sebab ada pemburu tu, Arcoy nama dia.
Kenapa nak cari pemburu?
Sebab dia datang rumah kita orang nak makan je.
Oh, pemburu datang rumah orang nak makan. Jaga-jaga je pemburu.
Jaga-jaga
Nanti awak yang diburu, bukan jadi pemburu. Mika pun jadi buru. Okay, terima kasih banyak-banyak Mika. Nanti good luck untuk game-game seterusnya. Tasha betul-betul dah jadi fan juga sekarang ni. Tapi for now kita nak gerak ke analyst desk. Mika, kita jumpa lagi later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hai semua. Okay, tadi tu game tadi tak boleh cakap antara game favourite Tasha so far untuk weekday tau. Kita telah menampakkan dua clutch dalam game tadi. Agak dahsyat. Tapi sebelum kita cakap pasal clutch tu, jom kita cerita sikit pasal circle. Ada apa you punya opinion pasal circle kat sini ni? Macam mana tu?
Ya, bagi saya opinion dia memang ini adalah satu circle yang agak susah sikit lah untuk exist. Tapi bagi saya itu memang benda yang biasa untuk mereka sebab 60% circle akan tarik ke kawasan utara. Jarang-jarang lah untuk circle pergi ke SMB. Tapi waktu awal game untuk pasukan Exist Red One, diorang hilang 3. Tapi Mika yang orang kata apa, yang paling mantap sekali berjaya untuk bawa sampai chicken dinner. Itu yang menjadi satu persoalan tu. Macam mana tadi, dan dia telah pun jawab. Sebabkan bokeh membawa dia sampai ke chicken dinner. Mantap bokeh.
Ya, betul tu. Dia adalah otak di sebalik tim tu ya. Okey, Sultan nak tanya sikit. Cuba cerita sikit macam mana rotasi yang diambil oleh Mika sebab dia solo kan?
Saya rasa agak menarik juga sebab dia daripada bahagian SMB, kemudian mereka berhenti dekat Bukit Rumah 12. Lepas tu berjumpa dengan Wolf AROV, 3 orang hilang terus. Tinggal dia seorang. Pada waktu itu mungkin dia punya judgement akan menjadi sangat-sangat limited lah. Of course dia tak boleh nak pergi langgar satu squad yang ada 4 orang. Sebab kita tahu Exist Red One menunjukkan gameplay yang sangat-sangat agresif bermula daripada sebuah weekend tempoh hari. Dan Mika bukannya sebenarnya easy route untuk dia. Dia dah masuk ke dalam bandar Pochinki dan lepas tu kena keluar pula ke kawasan bukit seorang diri. Dan dia berjaya untuk melakukan perkara tersebut. Bukan setakat itu, dapatkan chicken dinner. So memang definitely next level lah untuk Mika walaupun ni first time dia masuk PMPL.
Okay, Amy, cuba cerita sikit macam mana Mika boleh avoid semua tim-tim tu waktu nak masuk dalam circle tu?
Yup, selalunya seorang ni lagi licik berbanding ramai. Sebab pergerakan anda berseorangan lagi senang untuk kita bersembunyi, kita cari tempat-tempat yang orang kata apa susah untuk dilihatkan oleh enemy. Selalunya kalau kita bergerak secara berkumpulan, mungkin 2 orang tak nampak, 2 dekat belakang, alamak ada 2 orang dah kantoi dekat tengah-tengah yang terbuka, susah. Tapi bila Mika ni dia bergerak solo dan pergerakan-pergerakan ni yang telah pun diberitahu oleh Voke bersama-sama dengan satu squad yang ada, dia orang tahu okey kat tempat ni kosong, tak ada, lalu depan sikit, okey pergi dekat celah semak tu, kau duduk dalam semak tu, kau tidur dulu 3 minit baru gerak. So dia orang memang betul-betul bersama-sama menghadapi situasi ni. Dan Mika juga melakukan satu role yang baik lah ketika itu, di mana dia tahu cara dia nak pergi ke mana. Dia tahu jikalau dia pergi ke kawasan ini akan safe. Kalau dia pergi tempat lain, tempat tu akan jadi bahaya. So perjalanan untuk Mika daripada awal sampai habis di antara satu bersama-sama, dan juga boleh dikatakan daripada arah utara pun tak ramai yang ada kalau kita tengok daripada segi circle ketika ini.
Okay, Sultan, cerita sikit ke sini. Kita nampak dekat circle ni betul-betul banyak sangat tim. Kita sebenarnya tak nak perasan pun Mika kat dalam sini sebenarnya sebab senyap sangat. Jadi waktu pengakhiran tu kita nampak ada tim Farang, tim Tasha, Wales dan juga Mika lah. Apa yang Mika buat yang betul yang memberikan dia chicken dinner tu sebenarnya?
Sabar tak bagi info. Itu adalah 2 komponen penting kepada kejayaan Mika, di mana dia duduk dekat bahagian low ground. Dia tahu dia tak ada dia tidak ada manpower. Sebab dia seorang saja banding dengan Wales dan juga Farang Lejund yang ada full squad 4 orang player. Dia biarkan dulu Farang Lejund dan juga Wales berlawan, dan lepas tu dia rasa timing sesuai. Dia nampak 2 orang player dalam keadaan knockdown ataupun play Wales dalam keadaan yang sangat open, dan dia merasakan itu adalah timing yang terbaik. Dia pun ada firepower, dan itulah waktunya di mana dia mendedahkan diri beliau dan seterusnya mendapatkan chicken dinner yang sangat-sangat indah.
Ya, betul tu. Speaking of that, adakah Wales membuat kesilapan kat situ ya kerana mereka turunkan guard mereka terlalu awal sejurus lepas menghabiskan fight dengan Farang Legends tu?
Sekali ni?
Adakah Wales membuat kesilapan waktu diorang turunkan diorang punya guard, diorang macam macam cakap, diorang tak prepare lah untuk menghadapi Mika? Diorang terlalu overconfident ke rasanya?
Dia lebih kurang macam ni lah. Diorang ada tempat yang tertinggi, tapi diorang tak perasan yang Mika ni dah macam ninja. So bila diorang turun ke bawah tu, diorang dah agapkan bahawa bawah ni safe, bawah ni kosong. Kita dah tengok dekat kiri, informasi tu confirm dah dikongsikan beramai-ramai. Okay guys, dekat bahagian kanan ni tadi aku nampak ada tim Farang ke apa benda. Dekat atas bukit tu korang boleh nampak ada WULF, and also korang boleh nampak dekat bahagian depan sekali tu ada NSP. So kanan ni kosong. Kalau ada pun enemy, kita try je untuk langgar. Tapi tak disangka-sangkakan Mika ni, dia punya reflect dia dan dia punya posisi dia memberikan dia juga satu kelebihan yang agak baik. Dan Mika boleh dikatakan antara salah seorang pemain untuk season kali ini berjaya untuk membawa diri dia berseorangan daripada awal game sampai ke akhir game, sampai ke chicken dinner. Bayangkanlah, jarang-jarang perkara ini berlaku, tapi Mika mampu untuk lakukan di dalam PMPL.
Okay, jom kita move on ke lagi satu team yang telah clutch untuk game tadi. NSP tadi tu versus dengan Team Secret. So kenapa clutch ini sangat penting bagi mereka, and macam mana dia berjaya untuk mendapatkan clutch tu, Sultan?
Saya rasa kalau nak cerita pasal kepentingan di weekday ni, of course sebenarnya tak adalah terlalu penting sebab Exist Red One slot mereka telah pun terjamin dengan sebelum round yang ke-7 ni ataupun sebelum round yang ke-6 untuk mereka, diorang dah ada 56 mata, membuatkan Exist Red One dah confirm lepas based on statistik. Tetapi of course diorang sekarang ni masa untuk diorang prepare untuk Super Weekend, masa untuk diorang prepare bukan setakat untuk menjadi juara Liga, tapi juga untuk mengejar mata PMGC. Sebab diorang pun diorang punya point untuk overall PMGC total score tak berapa jauh daripada pendahulu sekarang ini, iaitu pasukan siapa yang sedang mendahului. Saya pun tak pasti siapa yang tengah mendahului sekarang ini, tapi perbezaan diorang memang dah tak jauh dah sekarang ini. Membuatkan diorang lebih bersemangat untuk mendapatkan slot secara langsung ke PMGC, ke peringkat global secara langsung daripada Liga MYSG.
Ya, betul tu. Terima kasih banyak kepada kita.
Alright. Alright, so thank you so much to our panelists as well as our interview guest Micah. He did have a word earlier, and it just shows that how confident he is as a player. He's in the PMPL. He not only wants to win this, but he wants to take out everyone right in front of him. So he did just that, and earning himself the MVP from that previous round.
I mean, it is Micah, right? Like, it's not like you didn't expect this to happen. I mean, I didn't expect him to single-handedly take down the entire likes of Wales, but I knew this guy is capable of good things, right? Like, he ended up in the top 5 fraggers of the entire week. It was him, Adik didn't make it in. It was him, 666, and all these number of names that were already under the spotlight of PMPL MYSG, and so it just so happened to be him that was the last guy standing, and well, he clutched one for the side of Axis. Now, based on the time, I think it's almost time for prayers, responsibilities, and also a little bit of dinner. So we're just gonna do that before we come back for more games and more action, and hopefully top the previous game in a PMPL MYSG Season 4. So for now, once again, my name is Keith. This is Sir Cloud. We're gonna see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
high ground tersebut. Tapi sebenarnya
I was feeling excited and nervous at the same time because before we played C, we're playing C scrims rehearsal and we were getting contested and everything. So that's the reason why I'm very nervous.
Ada rasa nervous and then ni kali kedua saya untuk join wakil Malaysia untuk Asia. Still rasa gugup lagi.
We are very excited to play PMPL finals because it's a very pengalaman punya tournament lah. Like everybody in C finals can play very well, so rasanya very excited and yalah, excited gila nak main.
Perasaan kita orang mula happy kan, tapi dah lama dah dekat tu kena besar sikit sebab first time kan, so kesi.
Akhirnya season 3 main di C, so it's the first time lah, so kita kena ambil masa sedikit untuk belajar. Diorang main sangat-sangat berbeza dengan Malaysia, so kita kena ambil masa sikit lah untuk belajar dan memperbaiki kesilapan dari situ.
Kita orang quite pressure, maybe tak cukup study. After the first day end, then baru boleh predict lah, baru boleh study more about it.
Mindset dia orang apa-apa jadi dekat C, jangan harap yang tertinggi sangat sebab apa takut kecewa. Kalau kita perform dan alhamdulillah baguslah.
Our strategy nak approach C final is transport baru, rotation baru, like everything kita buat dekat C final semua baru sebab dot spot semua dah tukar, right? So we need a new pathway. So agak susah tapi ya, macam tu je lah.
Assalamualaikum, selamat petang dan salam Aidilfitri kepada semua. Anda bersama dengan kami dalam PMPL C Grand Finals akhirnya.
Pasukan yang akan bertanding pada Livescape, EVOS Reborn, Bigatron dan juga Aura. Untuk Thailand kita ada The Infinity, Valdez Face, dan di Vietnam kita ada Eagle Esports, HVNB dan juga Infinity IQ. Malaysia kita ada RSG, GeekFam, juga Dingoes MPX. Wildcard kita ada Demigods, Join, Mi Yellow dan juga Orange Esports.
Kau nanti pakai jaket kau cik. Interview.
Baru mandi siap lah.
Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Okay guys, so kau boleh nampak dia sangat gelap, it's very dark. So basically we are having problem. Sekarang ni ada blackout dekat kita punya gaming house. The whole area, it's not only this unit. So sekarang ni dah pukul 4.30, almost 4:30. Our match is around 5 PM. Yeah, hopefully everything goes smooth and well. Jangan lupa support RSG. Okay guys, so sekarang ni situasi tidak mengizinkan we have to keluar daripada rumah ni sebab sekarang ni blackout lagi, almost 5 PM. So kita orang takut benda ni akan jadi in the middle of the game, so no promise for it. We have a plan B also, so yeah, we're gonna pack our stuff and start to go to the next location lah. So we are moving out to another place daripada game RSG, so kita sekarang gerak ke lokasi lain semua.
Personally, I don't really like playing a different sport, especially for last minute like that. Honestly, it was not a good feeling for me. I was mentally prepared and everything for grand finals, and then blackout happened, so it's kind of like it ruins the mood lah. It ruins the feeling.
Kalau cakap nak effect performance dia tak ada, tapi masa kita orang main kita memang tak selesa. Sebab first time pergi kat tempat berlainan dengan tempat diri sendiri tu beza kan. Macam tak biasa dengan environment lah. So kita main apa yang kita ada. Macam tu lah.
Format placement point untuk nombor 1 masa lagi 15 dan Tusun di tempat ke-13 sampai ke-16 yang mendatangkan hanya kosong mata. Game kita akan dimulakan jadi
di hari yang pertama, di pusingan yang pertama. Tidak akan memberikan damage yang banyak dan sekarang ini Dingoes MPX berhasil dengan sangat cemerlang. Dia akan melalui daripada tikam dan mungkin sekarang ini mereka akan masuk begitu saja dalam bilik sebenarnya kedudukan mereka. Islam dapat satu dan itulah dia. Rata untuk RSG di tempat yang ke-15. GeekFam membuatkan MP sekarang ini terpaksa untuk bermain healing saja di bahagian luar circle. 1/1%. Penuh juga dipakai oleh MP tapi itu ada tembakan yang cantik. Damru berjaya dijatuhkan tapi MP masih lagi terpakai di bahagian.
Dia ramakan Malang terus terkeluar untuk Damru dan Dingoes, wakil daripada Malaysia yang berada di tempat teratas sekali untuk kita. Sekarang ini RSG di tempat yang ke-12, ada 7 mata dan Geek di tempat yang ke-9.
Untuk Miramar ini mereka lebih prefer untuk masuk sedikit lewat. Aku main sini satu bar.
Ya 7 meg.
Sikit tu tak boleh lah.
Itu
9 jam.
Hari pertama kita orang ada masalah sikit dari segi wifi and then game pun nak start dah. Pun last minute juga wifi terputus. So terpaksa juga pakai data.
Nak inam pagi pakai data terus ni. Bagi data breakdown.
And then dua orang player kita orang terpaksa main dalam kereta untuk dapatkan connection better sebab diorang pakai data. Macam saya pakai data tapi still okay lah. So main je kat atas. Ni lagi dua orang player macam Arul dengan Happy terpaksa kena main kat kereta lah.
3 minit. Sekejap lagi terus masuk lobby Keluar terus masuk lobby.
Day 1 tu game ketiga ke berapa kita orang ada masalah connection sikit.
Oi, sangat menakutkan. Kalau kita orang tak perform, kita orang minta maaf sebab line kita orang memang teruk. Doakan kita orang berjaya. Amin.
So kita orang terpaksa main dalam kereta lah. Main dalam kereta pun tak selesa. Nampak macam ni. Tak ada rezeki.
Macam RSG dia ada backup plan lah nasib. Macam kita orang tak ada backup plan. So terpaksa lah main dalam kereta. And then nak macam mana kita pun kena benda tu kan.
Kita dapat lihat kalau di Malaysia, kalau kita main lambat ke apa, kita tak kena hukum. Bila main kat level-level C, kalau kita main lambat, kita memang tak ada plan pun macam mana kita nak masuk circle, memang dia orang akan punish. Dia akan menyebabkan kita tusun.
Tournament ni mungkin kita orang ada rasa pressure sikit lah. Penat tu biasalah, memang ada. Tapi tu bukan alasan kita orang lah. Cuma mungkin salah satu sebab pengalaman kita orang kurang lah.
Di pusingan yang terakhir hari ini tapi tinggal FANX akan pushkan pada pasukan RSD. Memang betul-betul jodoh kuat lah untuk pasukan dari Malaysia ini.
Jatuh di sini, Bosskurr akan dijatuhkan. Small point rata terlebih dahulu. Dingos berjaya take over tempat kedudukan.
Dan masih lagi tim Malaysia paling terbaik adalah GeekFam di tempat yang ke-9, 38 mata. Dingos FANX 37, 22 untuk RSD.
Sum it all up, we played absolutely horribly. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Macam biasa, semua tim akan cuba untuk fahamkan tim-tim lain apa yang diorang tengah buat.
I think it's a good start lah sebab kita orang dapat reach top 9.
So I would say like tak perform sangat tapi tak teruk sangat, it's like very moderate. 10 out of 5 lah.
After the first day tu, I think lagi senang lah untuk kita orang adapt with the rest punya team punya rotation and rock spot.
So kita try untuk fokus dengan plan kita untuk day 1. Benda tu macam kita orang tak biasa lagi. And then hari kedua tu kita orang try untuk catch up lagi untuk tambah sedikit untuk apa yang kita perlu buat.
Until now, after the PMPL season 3, they entered until they reach this final. So I'm very proud of him. Rich can do the best. And whatever, I always support and pray for him and also for the Dingos.
Tapi nampak gayanya RSD akan berjumpa dengan pasukan dari bertanya-tanya sebenarnya kenapa RSD. GeekFam always orang akan dapat opening dari segi kill lah. Dia memang tak boleh buat apa rata.
Ya betul. Sekarang ini kita lihat pasukan Malaysia seakan-akan sedang bergandingan bahu untuk menjatuhkan Infinity.
Nampaknya tidak terkena dan dia akan dapatkan knockdown yang kedua.
It's just a matter of time lah. So, meaning to say, kita akan ambil masa untuk kita fasih dengan benda yang apa yang kita belajar. So, kita kena identify the problem and get the solution the best thing we can do. And kita belajar. So, baru kita dapat.
Di bahagian belakang, apapun kalau double ditekan, member boleh masuk ke belakang tapi bokeh tapi QB, dia akan nampak dua orang. Dia tak akan buat apa-apa, dia akan biarkan saja. QB akhirnya akan cuba untuk bangun dia dengan full step. Dia akan cari Kim terlebih dahulu. Kim berjaya untuk di knockdown. REDONE yang tidak berapa tepat dekat situ. Tapi nasib baik Jaxi terjatuh daripada kenderaan.
Zone ini sangat sakit. Adalah zone yang kelima masuk ke 6. Dan Root cuba untuk dapatkan Lamborghini. Tapi dia akan balas.
That's why saya cakap keputusan kami dalam game tu main lambat dan end up mati. Itu yang menyebabkan punca kekalahan kita orang. Walaupun player-player rasa sedih, kecewa, tetapi yang benda yang bagusnya dia orang tak rasa macam nak give up.
Dan dua pasukan Malaysia ini, walaupun mereka dapatkan knockdown, mereka tak finish tadi. Jadi bernasib baik untuk GeekFam. 2 kill confirm.
Langsung nampakkan Skynin. Rocky akan dapatkan Demi Kowal. Dan KVN juga akan dihabiskan. RSG dah mendapatkan satu kawasan yang sangat besar. Kim datang dari bahagian kanan. Rocky telah membuka kepada high left.
Ya betul. Dan itu dah last kali itu dalam.
Habis. Winner. Chicken winner.
Finally, chicken untuk RJ. Tapi itulah,
kita tak dapat kekalkan momentum chicken tu, dia orang excited tapi diorang cumanya fikir benda yang diorang boleh buat better sebenarnya game yang sebelum-sebelumnya.
How it feels honestly it's not satisfying at all. I wasn't hyped at all. I was like, oh, chicken like that only. Okay. Even if I get a lot of kills that time is still not satisfying enough for me. Because personally I feel like at that time the circle shifted on us, but it's still not satisfying. We could have done a lot more.
Time tu dapat chicken, kita rasa oh shit, kita boleh buat lagi better. Lagipun kita harap GeekFam dengan Dengos akan dapat juga. Walaupun kita dalam game ni kita pihak lawan, kita enemy, tapi kita still nak the best untuk diorang.
GeekFam 87, banyak round telah pun berakhir. So kalau kita nak aim terlalu tinggi pun itu adalah satu ambitious sangat.
So day tu kita dah faham sikit, tapi kita tak ada momentum lagi. Memang sangat-sangat sedih, sangat-sangat kecewa. Expectation kita ada dekat first page ataupun top 5 ketiga-tiga tim Malaysia.
Kita orang makin selesa, slowly dapat good game walaupun tak dapat chicken.
Team PMPL MY kita orang nak kill points sikit atau kita punya placement point is like the same level, you know. But when we play C, our key point is like very high and then our placement point is like very low. I think we need to fix that problem.
Kita orang punya performance pun agak kurang. Kita orang tak tahu apa salah kita orang. Bila kita orang buat rotation je, asyik kena makan. Nak macam ni.
Off position untuk diselamatkan oleh Jaden. Dan Jaden boleh tertangkap.
RSG lawan dengan YSX Esports. RSG baru saja rata dengan Valdes.
Tapi Iron Pro sebenarnya yang masih lagi hidup. Dan dia akan cuba ke hadapan Sky pada menakutkan sekarang ni. Face malang sekali. Face sekarang on fire.
Kita orang try to change our gameplay to play more aggressive. So I think kita orang tak boleh main passive lah. So we need to like play aggressive, but ada disadvantage dia kat situ, which is maybe kalau kita orang more aggressive, we get more kill point, but our placement point drop lah.
AP mungkin lambat sikit je pursuit untuk landing tu, and then Vados dapat dulu weapon, dia tersiduk, and then saya try cuba knock satu orang, but orang still dapat kita orang dua orang juga.
Iron Pro telah pun dijatuhkan juga.
So itu lah jalan kan. So tak ada weapon, mati.
Tak itu, dan Circle masih lagi berpihak kepada mereka. Tak tahu kenapa mereka tergesa-gesa.
When the time when we go there, like suddenly just one team like wanted to go on a boat to rotate, then we caught their rotation lah basically. So we meletupkan diorang punya boat and then they have nowhere to go.
Dali akan terlemas dekat situ. Damrul menembak daripada bahagian lain sebenarnya.
Basically Damrul go to inside the water, then QB snipe pergi atas depan, dan I kat belakang lah, basically just like that lah.
Betul-betul inginkan untuk lepaskan kenderaan dia ke situ. Alamak, Boki telah pun dijatuhkan oleh Lamborghini. Tidak habiskan orang yang dijatuhkan tadi. Dan sekarang dia sudah datang membalas dendam.
Rezi terkeluar di tempat yang ke-11.
GeekFam akan terkeluar di nombor yang ke-9.
It's a good start for us because we did get a 3 points free from 2E. Kita orang just fikir like if ada enemy, just try to commit. After that, kita orang nak masuk pergi ke circle di SMB. So we don't have any cars. Kita orang terpaksa tinggalkan atas jambatan and then just masuk into the circle, and quite late lah because dah banyak team dah yang dah masuk kat dalam match. We just managed to get number 9. We still have about 3 map left and we know that we can pass through the PKR. We try to make a new rotation on that time because of I think team Aura dah tahu kita orang punya rotation on that time. At the end, circle makin lama makin jauh. So waktu kita orang masuk circle, kita orang kena pin down dengan Aura.
Tinggal berada di tempat ke-14 dan RFG berada di tempat yang terakhir. Menariknya ialah mereka berada di tempat terakhir dengan satu chicken.
Nice man, one chicken last place. Nice.
We try to play passive on the third last map. I don't know what happened. Everything that kita orang nak buat semua tak menjadi. Our rotation kena cut.
Di Malaysia 13-14-15 pada waktu ini. Sangat malang sekali. Tinggal berada di bahagian paling bawah untuk perang.
Malaysia semua bottom 3 tu.
3 orang tu. Wow. 200 lebih dah. Experience lah. Get the right side. Tak. Kill tu dia. This experience. Dia consistent.
There's a lot of things sebenarnya. Kita sebenarnya kalau tengok lagi dari segi game, we can do better. Actually we can get a good placement, good kills. Tapi somehow benda tak berjadi. So yeah.
After we try to make alteration,
memang akan ada one or two squad yang dah tunggu and cut our rotation lah. So we try to cari another solution, but it's tak dapat nak lepas lah. Kita orang try to naikkan semangat, then go for the next map, still the same, then for the next map and it's still the same.
I don't know, like everything, benda semua macam tak work as planned. It's like everything we do like wrong ni, like tak ada benda yang kita boleh buat lah. Like very bad luck.
Memberikan satu jasa yang besar kepada pasukan Vietnam dan juga pasukan Indonesia yang lain. Aura No Mercy bergabung menembak Riff.
Betul, rezeki mereka tak ada rezeki sekarang ni.
Yang lebih Jaden dapatkan Apple pada waktu ini tengah-tengah circle daripada tadi kita sendiri, tapi GeekFam telah pun terkeluar. Snipes menjadi orang terakhir.
Berdasarkan hasil Batman play yang jatuh, Zaxi dilihatkan dan
malah telah pun dikeluarkan pada waktu ini. Dingkong si tempat ke-13 2 kill dan itu dia. Thank you for playing ataupun terima kasih kerana bermain. Saat-saat begitu dengar RGD keluarkan 3 pasukan Malaysia dikeluarkan pada waktu ini.
Tak payah main zero macam ni. Tukar player lah sial.
That time GB was very upset because he's the first one actually to mati because he bagi tergolek.
I rasa my teammate down already on that time. Diorang blank, diorang tak tahu nak buat apa, so just follow Damrut. Then after that, waktu tengah rotation, Damrut kena knock.
We thought that Snipe wanted to save Damrut at that moment, but at that moment, Damrut punya spot was not safe. Suddenly, we cannot save Damrut, then I want to find a new place, and then Snipe wanted to go here. And suddenly, he crashed into me lah. Macam kalang kabut lah, you know.
I think mistake tu memang tak patut ada lah. Sebab if you dah reach this level punya, orang kata pencapaian, mistake tu for me, dia pada diri you, bukan daripada team tau. Kalau you down, you tak boleh main, then your game pun akan jadi teruk lah.
To those that likes to be toxic, just stop. Why? Why toxic? Just stop. Show some support, show some love. Come on.
Walaupun ada yang toxic, tak apa, kita terima dengan dari segi positif lah. So whatever you guys yang bagi tahu tu, kita terima dengan hati terbuka.
So kalau toxic tu kita pun tak boleh buat apa. Sebab kalau korang nak toxic lah, bukan kita layan sangat.
Kurangkan toxic tu sebab kita tak nak komuniti kita terlalu terceman.
Korang akan, kalau toxic tu lagi banyak, nama Malaysia lagi busuk. Itu je lah. Player tengah try hard nak mengharumkan nama negara, tapi toxic tu buat benda tu lagi susah.
So after the game, Damrut said that we need to prepare our mental lah, because obviously people going to hate us for it lah. Like the community in Malaysia is going to toxic us lah, basically. That's what we get lah, because that's how a pro player need to be lah. Kena keras hati lah, buat tak nampak je.
Mungkin ada player yang tak kisah, tapi mungkin ada player yang kisah. So dalam dunia ni banyak-banyak manusia yang berbeza. Ada yang ambil kisah, ada yang tak kisah. So kita, dan tu je lah.
Perasaan kami memang ada confident lah nak pergi untuk C. Dan nampak gayanya preparation kami tak cukup. Kita punya keputusan dah menunjukkan yang kami tak prepare. Kita tengok keputusan pun dah tahu.
Walaupun kita orang cuba masuk ke tengah circle pun circle lari, tapi ini bukan alasan untuk kalah ni. Mungkin tak ada rezeki lah kita orang untuk kali ni. Ada yang menjadi lah, ada tak menjadi. Most of the time dia tak menjadi lah. So day 3 pun berbalik pada macam hari pertama lah.
Catching on is very hard, but
Extremely hard.
why you guys can still fight so hard for it?
Come on, it's C. C PMPL. Who doesn't want to fight? Even if you know you don't have a chance, but you're still going against best of the best in C. So why not just give it your all?
Walaupun kita orang dekat last page, dekat nombor 10 lebih, tapi kita akan try juga untuk dapatkan yang terbaik. Sebab kita bukan main untuk diri sendiri, kita memang main untuk negara. Kita walaupun kita dah kalah, dah susah nak naik, kita akan push juga. Semua agak sedih, semua memang sedih. Tapi walaupun sedih, kita kena move on juga.
My team has a very high sense of pride lah. We wanted to do the best for Malaysia, so we feel like we need to do better and we need to execute better lah for Malaysia, right? So that's why whenever we didn't do good, we will feel very disappointed lah.
Apa yang perbezaannya ialah pengalaman. Mungkin bukan kepada GeekFam lah, mungkin kepada Dengos dengan kita orang RSG. So kita kalau gagal, kita sedih memang sedih, tapi in a way kita rasa memang oh kita belajar something daripada tak belajar apa-apa. So tak ada orang yang nak gagal, tak ada orang yang nak kalah, memang akan bagi all out. Tapi kalau kita tak mampu, kita tak power, so kita kena belajar lebih daripada situ.
Orang kata lebih sistematik dalam cara untuk you take fight. It's more about strategy, it's more about tactical and systematic punya gameplay. So for me, that's the big and the main difference between country, league and SEA finals.
They're very disciplined, they have very good SOP, the team fight is extremely good, they have good pairing, everything about them is just good. That's why they are playing for SEA, that's why they're representative for their own country.
Perbezaan jauh beza lah dari segi pengalaman, memang berharga lah.
Dia kena laju sebab tim luar memang disiplin lah, dia punya rotation semua. Dia sikit je masa dia.
So kalau tim baru yang masuk, dah lah comms tak baik sangat, teamwork pun tak cukup padu. So memang susah. So kita kena improve lah dari segi situ.
Kami ialah ini kali pertama, walaupun itu bukan alasannya. Apa yang kami boleh improve adalah dari segi membuat keputusan dalam game.
Mungkin dari segi team fight, kita orang tak cuba untuk fight position and then keep lari and then kita mati macam tu je.
Mostly, everybody says that Malaysia teams have a same meta rotation. For me, I think Malaysian team, our firepower is already good. It's just like the way how we play and the way how we secure the circle lah. In order, the way for us to improve is that we need to believe in each other lah. Don't like marah or what. We just need to like us as a team, we need to work together. We need to find the solution and insyaAllah lah, maybe ada rezeki.
Dah kalah tak apa. Kalah tak apa. Kekalahan ni memang biasa. Ada tournament. So ada menang dengan kalah. It's okay. Belajar. Kalau kau duk menang, kau tak belajar apa-apa. So kita kena kalah. So kepada fans-fans di luar sana, fans-fans Malaysia, tak kisahlah support Dingos ke, GeekFam ke, RSG ke, terima kasih banyak-banyak atas sokongan korang. Korang memang the best. Walaupun kita punya result tak berapa bagus, tapi korang still bagi support yang penuh. Kita nak minta maaf lah sebab kita punya result tak bagus.
Keep support Malaysia, walaupun mana-mana tim Malaysia yang akan wakil untuk next season, keep positif lah macam tu.
Basically, terima kasih, we'll do better untuk next season. Thank you Malaysia.
So untuk fans, terima kasih walaupun memang kami tak perform disebabkan kekurangan kami. And untuk netizen-netizen yang kata tak suka kita orang tu disebabkan apa perbuatan kita orang tu, kita punya keputusan dah tunjuk yang memang lemah dan insyaAllah nanti kami akan come back stronger.
To all the community PUBG fans out there, to my friends, to my girlfriends and my family, mom and dad, thank you for the support, thank you for your word, thank you for motivate us and thank you for trust us. For me, I really disappointed on myself and my team. I'm really sorry lah. I'm really sorry to you guys and just keep pray for us for the next tournament. Maybe we'll fight back, come back stronger.
Thank you for supporting us. Even like on SEA, we did really bad, but still your shows should support to us. It's we're grateful. We are very grateful to you that should support to us.
I would like to say thank you for the fans that actually support us walaupun kita jatuh. I'm really grateful for them lah. They're like the backbone of GeekFam lah. Thank you so much.
See you guys in season 4 dan hopefully we can do better than the previous one. Cut!
Just to keep up what I have for the championship. Pick up give it a weapon to face it. No one stop you, if not you break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, so prove it. Real wrestling, homie. Let's just do what we're best in. You feel me? Let's go double like the damage when we're fighting as a team. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being tumble, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom and stop acting like a hero. Bunch of lagi, take a samurai, jangan sakit hati, pastikan jadi. Orang aku begini, sampai ke menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Jadi ke tak jadi, depends how much effort you put in. Whose face is on the screen, not you. Tapi saya hate, I'm all in. Mula-mula lemah, tapi aku impian besar. Tak kira berapa jauh you berada, aku pasti akan kejar. We play, 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 that's the team. Doesn't matter in the end who is gonna win. We share the same dream. Dream is big, but think me. Never look down on me. And my word hari ini hancur, tapi promise aku akan kembali. Never try, we never know, yeah, yeah, yeah. Kerja keras hanya sementara. Nothing come but true, mama. Jangan takut, selalu pasti kita cuba, blah, blah. Hey, respect for what we had. Today we lost a warrior, haha, cause from Senai gang. He's went to better place, but his spirit is with us and it will never end. I know it's so hard for us to face it, but we remember his name for all the century. So let us stop all the tears and face it. Let us show the world what we have, starting with a better day. Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop it, ain't no break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, I prove it. We're rising already. Let's just do it what we best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage when we're fighting, yes, it is. Shout up! Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being someone, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom, stop acting like a hero. Mari cuba lagi, jangan berani, jangan sakit hati, pastikan dari. Orang aku begini, sampai ke menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Together we fight, fighting all night, but we're facing difficulty, we will never run. We pull our weapon down, we stand strong and unite, taking cash out of side by side. Peace.
Hey, we're back after the break. Of course, you're still watching the PUBG Mobile Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 4. Together with us, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud. Of course, I'm joined at the desk together with my pinky buddy, Keep. So, Keep, after that exciting round, man, that was exhilarating. We needed that break earlier.
No, honestly, I feel like we just needed to end the show, man. That was like a climax already. Like you always like in any good show, you wanna end it while you're on a high, right? Like that is the highest point it could get. I'm not sure if the other games to become with would actually live up to that sort of excitement. So I just feel that it should have ended there, but in the end of the day, this is still a tournament, so we have to give fair games and fair amount of chances for these teams to play and qualify for the upcoming Super Weekend, so top 16. But I still wish that that was the last game of the day that we just watched early on.
Yeah, you did make a good point there. But of course, we still have more to come, which we will need to go through. Let's hope more games after this will top that. But speaking about topping that, freebies, of course, will top everything else. Of course, this is a PMPL Spot and Reward. Scan now and win this exclusive gift of a in-game shirt for the Pro League. And the QR code is on the left side in case you missed that. And in case you're a fan of not scanning the QR code, maybe you want to type it out on your PC, you can actually do that. bit.ly/PMPL Esports Spot is the link to go for.
Yeah, as you can see, it's black, white, and gold. So it is expensive. But you're going to be getting it for free, all by scanning this QR code below and playing a little puzzle game called Spot the Difference or something like that. Similar, but different, and well, you're gonna have to scan it to find out. Or once again, bit.ly/spot PMPL Season 4 S4. So it's as simple as that, and you can immediately put a smile upon the face of Miss Yu, who isn't a real animated object, but hey, I'm a simp for some things, and this could probably be one of them.
Well, we all have our interests, so that's absolutely okay, right? And of course, you guys can have your interest as well by redeeming your reward at bit.ly/PMPL S4 Redeem. You can actually use this link as well. So feel free, help yourself throughout the season, it'll be up there. But what's not up there are the bottom 4 teams. You like my segue, by the way. What's not up there is the bottom 4 teams right now, the struggling 4 teams that we're looking at. WULF AROV, we have NSP ASTRA, VXM FANX dropped down to the bottom 4, and Anti-Circle in 16th, in the 20th spot.
Yes, this is going to be the third match of Miramar here in the day in the map rotation. And these 4 teams down below, as Sir Cloud just so mentioned, will still have a chance to qualify themselves into the top 16 because, yet again, this is the third match. That means this, including 2 more other games or maybe just 1 more game for some of these teams who's already hit their 4-game quota. So the opportunities is going closer and closer, and I guess we're going to find out who the top 16 is very soon as well. So it's going to be an exciting one here on out. Each map counts, and honestly, my eyes are just drawn to the likes of NSP Astra right now, just because of how they started at the bottom. Right now, it could potentially qualify. I think there's a story to be said, but of course, all these 4 teams down at the bottom could very well make it a top 16 as well. So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, so definitely NSP Astra is the team to watch out for. At this moment, they're arguably the highlight team. So they are in Group C together with RSG, R2K, Sam9 Gang, as well as, well, of course themselves, NSP Astra. So they will be playing this round still. Let me just fact check that. Let's see, they are in Group D. Yes, they will still be playing this round, so all eyes will be onto them because they only have 2 more rounds to go, and the flight path will be on the southern side again. So this time for Impala to validate again another southern flight path, so that only means one thing. If we remember the game number 1 whereby they got eliminated early on by Axis, well, it was the southern flight path as well. But for this time, is Axis playing? Let me just fact check that. Yes, Axis is playing as well. So I hope they don't bump into each other.
Well, I mean, if they do, I think Axis has to be careful now that we've seen some power coming out from NSP Astra. They could very well just wipe off Axis because, you know, now that they've, stood toe-to-toe against the likes of Team Secret, I think they should be more than confident right now to actually take fights against the likes of Axis Red One. So maybe the facade of being like the weakest link here is starting to play off, and teams are like, it has to be careful now with that. Hopefully a new NSP Astra. But let's take a look at the circle going up all the side of Hacienda de Petron being in the center here with San Martin. It's a rotation which I think favors the like of 4 Rivals and EVOS VIP. Sam 9 gang, maybe not so much, but I mean, they had a different and odd flight path. But some of these teams, they already have their favorite drop spots within this circle, and I think they might be making their way over.
Yeah, so some of these teams, well, centered in the circle will definitely be Team Secret. Around them will be Power Grid, so that's going to be Sam 9 Gang. EVOS VIP not too far off as well in water treatment. And those are the teams that will be centered around the current circle. But of course, we've seen the circle hardship to somewhere that's hard for the players to play. But we'll see how adaptive these players are. And speaking about EVOS VIP, here they are. Just because the flight path is a little bit further away from their drop spot, they need to drop somewhere in between, get a vehicle, maybe loot somewhere in between as well, and make themselves the water treatment, whereby that's their usual drop spot. RSG, pretty similar scenario, so they're both moving. And Kim with a high ground, spots out Sam, but I don't think there's going to be anything big unless, even if you get a knockdown, Razo is around to pick him up.
Yep, I think it's too soon anyways, right? Maybe just getting some info. We'll reveal an info by his end as well. Now EVOS will know that RSG is within this compound, just opposite of them, but it's really far away to even make it an issue here. Meanwhile, 3 teams occupying this singular compound. This could be interesting because if anything, the more likely of teams to clash into each other should be this one.
Yeah, I mean, for Los Leones, we do know that the designated drop spot for, there are 3 teams there. So there is Farang Lejund, there's Yoodo Alliance, and it just slipped my mind which one more team it is. But yeah, I could refer back to some of my notes. But there are 3 teams who have that as a designated drop spot. Now, I kind of argued that at some point, but then again, there's also the counter argument that says, yeah, 3 teams you can actually fit in. But yeah, I'm not a fan of 3 teams in Los Leones. To me, Los Leones maximum 2 teams. Oh yeah, one more is SMG, by the way. So, but SMG, yeah, they're playing this round. So I'm not a fan of 3 teams in Los Leones. I think there's too much for them to handle and too little loot. At the end of the day, one of the teams may need to either back off or just make a quick loot and move around. But it is what it is at the end of the day. And yeah, that also, even if we see that some rounds where there's like some empty spots just because of some teams are not playing, we don't see the movement away from these teams. So I guess they have adapted themselves after a week and almost 2 months of scrims that they're okay by playing with train, which, all right, fine. I mean, whatever rocks their boats, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, and well, talking about things that rocks their own boat, NSEA ASTRA just staying with their same rotation that they're so used to and comfortable with. Hopefully, the mentality's changed though, although the rotation stays the same. Going to creep by the edge of the map and probably make a rotation over on the top side or the more northern parts of Miramar. We've seen them do that just to avoid a whole lot of confrontations. Okay, fine. Maybe you would argue that maybe they got lucky with Team Secret, but hey, come on. I think they do have what it takes, and maybe if they bump into some sort of enemy or roadblocks on the way, I wish to see them take that fight.
But talking about fights, this guy definitely knows how to take fights. Damn rude. What was it like? What, 11 total elimination points in a single round? And that happened today in game number 1 in Miramar as well. So he's been the backbone of GeekFam. Like, this guy is just insane. He's been consistent since season 1. Despite them having a roster change, he's still around. He's the one loyal man for GeekFam, and looks like it's paying off for both him and GeekFam.
Yeah, RSG catching up onto WULF AROV here. He's just gonna get punched to death.
No.
That is quite sad to lose one member also soon here. Was WULF part of the bottom 4? I'm not too sure. I might have needed to jog back my... Okay, there we go. So this is even the more worrying for their side. And yeah, you mentioned Damn Rude, right? Like, according to the casters and everything, like, he, on a good day, he always brings home this sort of kill. It's no big deal for him, man. But you mentioned that he was a support player for the side of GeekFam. Like, maybe GeekFam might want to rethink that position. because your support player can really fight. Sure, you don't want to put him up on the front lines?
Well, I guess, well, put it this way, right? It's a GeekFam story. Imagine the marketing for GeekFam, right? Look, even our support players can frag. You gotta be careful of us. Yeah, if our support players can do this, imagine what our fraggers can do. Yeah.
That would be great if it reflects or hold in some sort of weight. But I remember in a game that GeekFam actually got 9 kills. Ika, their supposedly addition to the firearm, got 0 on her end. So it kind of backfired a little bit there. But nonetheless, VXM FANX now spots out onto NSB ASTRA. Oh, they doesn't look like they're trying to run away. It will actually blow up right in their faces here as NSB Astra Chong makes the rotation, actually just leaving his allies behind. No point trying to go for the revive, they say, because it's just not their style.
Okay, so we did talk about NSB Astra just running at people and just trying to gun them down, but there's no way they can run at this guy with that vantage point. So unfortunately, they'll be playing with 3 team members. It's an oh-no situation for both AROV as well as NSB Astra. Both have to start off with 3 team members. And yeah, it's not good for them, considering that they're still in the bottom 4. So again, today is all about the bottom 4. I mean, yeah, sure, who tops the weekday? It's cool and all, but the bottom 4 is what matters. And this is where Anti-Circle, who is also in the bottom 4, they are actually sitting out of this round. So they are just, you know, if you're Anti-Circle, you'll be like, just rubbing your hands and be like, oh my goodness, it's just so nerve-wracking. Just watching like how will AROV as well as FANX perform in this round. This is the feeling that I talked about earlier today, right? You don't want to be in this feeling where you don't have control over the results.
Yeah, I mean, rubbing your hands could be a good thing in PUBG Mobile. Keeps it warm, you know, and get your reflexes going. I mean, I sure hope at least you could imagine Anti-Circle doing something productive during this downtime. They have to, because they really have to pull something off here as they do play in the next 2 rounds to come, most likely. Sem9 gang down under the fire of WULF AROV, who has got the hill side of Miramar, being blocked out off the circle, actually trying to prevent Sem9 gang from actually making a rotation in, but immediately they send Sun forward, so this might be a full-fledged commitment from the side of WULF AROV. They know that they have to get all the kills they can get being in the position they are. Tosses the nade will just chip him by a little bit, but won't take him down just yet. They do have more though, and do they make the rotation over? Damn Cutie now drives in, and more backup coming on this end, and this could be a very favorable trade for the side of WULF AROV. Has tried to spray one down, but it was traded by Haha Deb, actually with the sharper eyes and the sharper shot. Will take down the side of Sand. Now the grenade's being cooked up. Toss one up. Will it actually connect here? Oh, misses it by that much. Just chipping. Other side of Damn Cutie, but Mail, he's there up on the hills, providing suppressive cover in case Sem9 gang looks to commit. So they will manage to get the revive though. And, well, they will heal each other up to health most likely. But Bravo and the other, Sem9, they're in and the grenade. No. Oh my god, WULF AROV, what could have been a very favorable trade-off just turned very sour in their end, and now they're about to lose too.
Yeah, there's no way Mael can actually help his teammates, so it's going to be 2 points in the back for Sem9 gang, that's for sure. And something that surprised me on the elimination feed as well, that Kacang Susu actually got knocked down by the zone, so I'm not too sure what actually happened to Kacang Susu, but for WULF AROV, they can't afford to lose this. Okay, so even if they lose this, they still have 2 more rounds, but they must remember that NSB Astra is still in this, and with their newfound confidence, they could catch up. And also Anti-Circle has 2 more rounds, VXM FANX has 3 more rounds as well. So they need to make the best out of this round. Now with only 1 team member left, well, I hope they can pull off the Micah.
Well, you gotta be Micah to pull off a Micah. That player is just exceptional in this tournament so far. Even from Super Weekend down to second week of the weekdays, like this guy has been only showing up, and I think he's just getting better and better with time as, you know, certain patterns stays the same and he can play around it or probably predict certain outcomes in a rotation that they're taking. So Yeah, I think only Micah can be Micah at this point. Only the top 5 fraggers could probably live up to his name, but even so, I see a lot of them falling off, especially like 6 from Team SMG, who hasn't been hasn't been able to pull anything so significant as he did, at least for the first week of the PMPL MYSG.
And the circle right now, we can see is centered around San Martin. So the teams that we mentioned earlier, they are safe in the circle. It's still fairly big, so you can see there's still a lot of interesting points to look at. Now, Axis Red 1, we know that they're a team that likes to rotate far and avoid other teams early on. They are rotating from the south to the north here. So maybe that's why Kacang Susu tanked a little bit on the zone and maybe he miscalculated his first 8 and he was taken down, but it's still early and the zone is still not that bad, so he can still be revived and he can continue on. But oh no, it's not going to look good for Axis Red 1 because the zone actually shifts down south and there's a lot of space down south. Power grid, there's no one there. That used to be the hills around Power grid. That used to be the pit stop or the checkpoint for Sem9 Gang. So I guess they'll be like, okay, let's get back to where we're comfortable at. Maybe they'll try to get that high ground. If not, then, well, someone else may take it.
Well, take it, they will, especially the north side is just saturated with an entire platoon of teams right now. GeekFam, Team Secret, and even R2K within the vicinity. Sem9 Gang. Oh, R2K takes one out from Jumper. Team Secret down 1 member. What a start they have into this game so far. Only 3 levels in with the circle. GeekFam now making a rotation through. All these while SMG occupies in the mid of the circle, now facing up against the likes of RSG here. Can they clutch this one off? SMG, oh, the info has been given by the crawling members on the side of RSG, and now Bard left alone to clutch this one for his allies. They realize probably came right behind these boxes. They know, and it will. SMG clutched it one out, and well, eliminating RSG at 16th place.
Oh, and SMG, they didn't lose anyone at all. So that's going to be 4 points in the back for them, giving them 39 points at this moment. Just 1 more point till the benchmark of 40 points. RSG managed to get 1 elimination point this round, so they're at 38. So that's 2 points to the holy grail of 40 points. And there you go, the first team to bow out, RSG. Again, another lackluster performance for them, if you ask me. I know RSG, they do have that firepower because they have 3 fraggers that are super good, and Kim is an exceptional player, the MVP, the overall MVP for last season. I expect them to do a little bit better, but these are teams that are talking about doing better. This is a team that's doing way, way better. Axis Red 1.
Well, surely it is not the fight you want to pick up against, though, but Bosskurr, they're feeling a bit desperate right now, trying to increase more lead on their end to secure themselves in the top 16. Right now is in the 16th spot is Bosskurr, and so they're just going to maximize as much points as they can get. But they will deter away Axis Red 1, though, but are you sure about that, actually? I'm not too sure, because Axis is not the kind of team who would run away, actually finding another way to rotate within the circle, driving across and around Bosskurr here. Can Bosskurr actually take one? Pick one off, maybe. Come on, surely that guy who's on the ground already, surely that's easy picking. You might as well just shoot Kacang Susu out of his vehicle, and they will. So that would be Axis Red 1 losing 1 member, and I don't think they're keen to even make the movement here and actually pick up his allies. So a nade will be tossed down forward. Maybe let him tick down to the blue zone. Not too sure about that, but have to be careful as Ferris now stays within the same compound as Bosskurr. They do realize that the circle still does not hurt as much, but will drive away instead. Stayed a little bit too long, though. This could cost him his own life. I decided, they will. Bosskurr secures 2 for the side of them against Axis.
Well, when we talk about which team needs points the most, it's definitely Bosskurr, but they're talking about Bosskurr, they're up against another team that needs points, and it's the ASTRA. Looks like Zach will be taken out by Zigzag. What a coincidence, their name sounds the same, but it's not good news here for NSP ASTRA. They lost another team member. Chong will need to get away from this. He will still toss out a nade just to distract Bosskurr. Wow! Oh my god! How did he land that nade? what the nade was that? It went across the hill onto the other side. It managed to get one knockdown.
Now we're talking about NSP ASTRA and their newfound confidence, and this is them finally going full force and forward here, trying to gun down the likes of Bosskurr, but unfortunately, it's just a bit too hard of a picking trying to fight up against the high ground. So NSP ASTRA, they will go down with 1 point, but hey, at least they tried at the situation they're at.
Well, now with 1 point, they're at 22 points. So we imagine the holy grail of 40 points, right? 22 points right now. With one more game to go for NSP ASTRA, they must get a chicken dinner with a good number of kills. Must for their final round. There's no excuse to that, assuming that the holy grail of 40 points. So it's now down to NSP ASTRA in the final round. But now let's move over to Team Secret. Obviously, San Martin is their house, so everyone's coming into the party.
And talking about having a party, Farang Lejund's one of those teams who's been having such a great time in his league so far, just coming up as an upsetting underdog, just upsetting everyone. But now they're the ones in trouble, and Ricky gets knocked out, but the trade is there with EVOS VIP coming in as a third party from a miles away. And now Farang, this is going to buy them some sort of time as R2K Zane now on his knees and will be crawling to take one trade up against Insomnus from EVOS VIP. When Sam9 Gang up on the high ground might look to come and clear up the likes of Farang and WULF and R2K himself. So Sam9 Gang will be looking to push in. Most likely, no, they won't. Play it a bit safer, tries not to overcommit. Maybe they realize that, hey, there's a potential that EVOS could be third-partying this as well, but they will not give up just yet as NSP now going up against Ricky will secure that kill. Team Secret having a fight of their own, actually naded his own ally eye shots down for the count, but Farang Lejund's, he's carrying himself here. Rebel Boy, he has to carry for the entire teammates, 2 members alive on the side of Farang Lejund's, but the side of R2K still has 2 more active members to fight back and shoot back towards the side of Farang Lejund's. So Farang Lejund's definitely not having the advantage, and they will opt out finally. Cannot take the pressure, and Sam9 Gang immediately scouts out the rotation from R2K, trying to make it within the circle.
Oh, but here it is. VXM FANX against Team Secret. VXM, they need the points in with only 3 more games left to play. And now with the gunfight coming in here, can they actually get someone from VXM? Nope, not yet. Yes, they managed to get one, but then again, eye shots have been knocked down. Could this be another clutch? Yes, it is. It is VXM taking out Team Secret. Team Secret is out at 13th place. 0 elimination points. No points for Team Secret in Miramar.
And this is why we said VXM FANX, they are not a bottom team. They made it qualified in the top 16s in a previous Super Weekend. They chickened in the first Super Weekend during the last day. This is definitely them just having a bad day, because we know that they actually live up against some of these top tier teams, and we're seeing it in fruition right now as they take out Team Secret officially in this map 3, that is Miramar. Now 4 rivals taking one side of SMG out. SMG now leaving themselves with only 3 members to play around with. YSX as well, one of those teams you cannot snooze, because has been stepping up tremendously in the second week of the weekday so far, especially the guy named Poreng and Wolf AROV. Mile now up against 2 on the side of Sam9 Gang. Can he clutch this one out? The patience game is there, but the third party is coming in. It's EVOS VIP and Wolf Mile. If he does,
you can do
smoke.
Are you gonna do
Bravo. He
Miles?
is staying within the smoke. This could turn really sour here. The nade is being cooked up. Could be a smoke nade though. But EVOS VIP gets staked out on the other end of the line here. Well, he will hold.
Okay. They definitely know now the smoke now from Mail, so they know that there's someone behind them, so they're kind of distracted here by 2 teams. But talking about 2 teams, here's YSX and GeekFam, and now Sain has been taken out. Icha is behind Sain. Icha is still alive there, but Icha looks like then Icha is still trying to hold on here, but then again Snipes is down, and Snipes will be taken out with the zone, that's for sure. So now Icha is the last woman standing for GeekFam, and she will try to make a run for it into the zone.
Well, she can try, but the rest of the teams out there just to gatekeep them. But EVOS VIP now getting some trades onto their side with Sam9 Gang. Sam Z up against Bravo. Bravo come out alive. Wolf though. he's still staying within the circle. I mean, within the smoke. WolfMile has been... Yeah, playing super passively. That is GeekFam out officially at 8th place. But man, WolfMile AROV, this guy has been crazy with his trigger discipline. Just being the firepower coming out from 4 rivals at the opposite end is going to deter Sam9 Gang. But now 4 rivals just tagging onto the side of Yoodo Alliance as he finds one right behind a rock and will finish the job. That will secure the kill, only leaving Baby Kim Lex within the area's vicinity here, but all members of 4 rivals still very lethal and alive as April tries to go in with the push.
Oh man, how did Miles still survive that? Because he opened up the smoke, so definitely he gave his position away. So I'm not too sure how did he actually ninja his way through that, but he's still alive nevertheless for them. And Wolf AROV, they are still in this though. So let's see what's going to happen. How high of a positioning can he get? And now we move over to 4 rivals. 4 rivals, the only team with a full squad and having 5 elimination points. So looks like this may be their map, but it's still too early for us to say. Now they're up against Yoodo Alliance. We can see on the right side there's Lex there right out in the open. Lex is kind of far away from his teammates, but on the left side there's one teammate from Yoodo Alliance. This Baby Kim, one of their star players, with a nade tossed in on the side of 4 rivals, but will not manage to connect enough to get a knockdown. Baby Kim is still around, but then again, Baby Kim will need to only rely on his utilities. Will it be enough? Not too sure, but he'll need to try to get that one knockdown. That won't be easy going up against 4 rivals.
Yeah, and talking about things not getting easy, it's only going to get harder for Yoodo as they lose one. Lex, who's overseeing Baby Kim on the left-hand side, just gone down to the circle, just tanked it a little bit too long, and now the pressure's all up against Baby Kim as he gets burned down for the side of the Molotov. 4 rivals pushing forward will secure the kill. Eliminated is the boys in green, Yoodo Alliance at 6th place.
So now we have the other teams as well. Looks like 4 rivals, they are staying strong here with still 4 team members intact, although they were kind of disturbed there by Yoodo Alliance. But now we're down to the top 5 teams with 12 more players, and look at that. Appy was knocked out, and Bravo will be taken out by April with the long range shot coming in, and there you have it. Sam9 Gang will be out with 6 elimination points. April just going left and right. Wow, this guy is going nuts here. Left, eliminating one, turn behind, eliminate another, and now we're down to the top 3 teams.
And guess who's in the top 3? Team SMG, this team who has exclusively gotten their chicken dinners from the map of Miramar. Sure, they haven't shown any sort of promises recently, at least in this week number 2, but they're gonna try. But will they though? Because Bard now gets taken down this early within his top 3 skirmishes. And now Bosskurr is just gonna try and run in towards the kill. He spots out another member of SMG. Meanwhile, VXM FANX is going to third party this whole thing, takes 2 down, takes another member down of SMG. That leaves only 6, who's running with a sliver of HP, and he will eventually fall as SMG, so close but yet so far, will opt out of the top 3 positions.
And there you go. But they do have 7 elimination points, so that's not too bad for them. VX and FANX, they are in the bottom 4. They need these chicken dinner. They need it so badly. But 4 rivals, it's going to be a 4 against 2. 4 rivals, they have the lower ground though, but the high ground advantage move is onto the side of VX and FANX. But then again, we can see that Dappy here. He's going to go in for the rush in with M249. He's going to have the high ground advantage at this moment. The spam of fire coming in from Happy. Happy now going with a jump shot. Is he going to finish it? Yes, he does. There's only 1 more left. Where is he? And 4 rivals will be the rivals that win against VX and FANX with a total number of 10 elimination points.
4 rivals finally stepping up their game. This is what we've always expected out of them. An average 10 kills every round, maybe 12 even, because this is their game. They've always been the aggressive shooter lineups within the team. In fact, the entire of Season 3, that's what they were known for. They were just hunting teams down. And finally seeing a little bit of that again, but the question becomes, can they bring this over and carry it to the Super Weekend? Because as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't seem like they can bring this sort of finesse onto when it matters the most, and that is the 3 days where every point counts.
Yeah, every point counts. And of course, for rivals, we can say that they've safely secured their ticket into the Super Weekends. Now I'm curious to know the total points, the total ranks after this for VX and FANX, because they are in the bottom 4, but we will check that out later on after these highlights.
There we go, showing up once again for rivals, coming out uncontested. Actually, we was having a majority of the members still alive, up and well in a map like Miramar. It's not like we've never seen them play this one before during the weekdays. The question has always become, can you pull it onto the weekends? I think as of now, for rivals has kind of secured their slot in the top 16 with only like 2 games remaining to be played today, and some teams only 1, arguably. So for rivals, congratulations, you're top 16 for sure. But I'm more curious on who's currently down in the bottom 2, because VX and FANX, who was currently in the bottom 4 position, ended up in the top 2 position against 4 rivals, so that should propel them even further. But we're gonna have to see the charts the ranking to even figure that one out.
Yeah, because there was also Yoodo Alliance, who kind of lasted long enough as well, but I'm not too sure how many elimination points they had, so it's still gonna change, right? Because we also had WULF AROV as well in the mix, which I don't think they got a good placement point, so it's probably not going to look good for the NSP. ASTRA as well didn't do that well this round, so I mean, I think the race to the top 16 is just going to be super tight. Some of these teams are going to play it down to the last game to decide who will actually go into the top 16. Now that we have VX and FANX actually getting that second place with a decent amount of elimination points, I don't know if they're in the top 16 yet. They could be edging it, but we really need to wait and see for the official rankings. This is something that I just can't wait.
I think they don't. I don't think they make it to the top 16 just yet. Why? Because Bosskurr is holding the 16th position, and as we saw, that they actually got a couple of kills, numerous kills onto the side of like NSP, ASTRA, and the others. So that should increase their lead by a little bit. There you go, 6 elimination points for Bosskurr. Top 5 as well, top 6 as well. So some placement points going there. And now for rivals, 10 elimination points, 15 placement point. This is a great start to secure themselves the top 16. Congratulations for sure. VX and FANX, 9 kills, which is a lot. Don't mind me, it is a lot here, but will it be enough? Because then again, they're not one position away from Bosskurr. They're in the middle of the bottom 4, right? So if they could still, they still need another one of these sort of games to actually solidify themselves in the top 16. SMG showing some signs of life here, although they haven't been too hot in week 2 lately. 7 kills nonetheless, and well, take a look at our MVPs.
Appy, of course, 5 elimination points, 651 damage. Oh, interestingly, it's probably one of those that he just finishes off the job when his other teammates actually did most of the heavy lifting for him. 3 MVPs so far for Appy, and 40.1% team contribution, 288 longest elimination distance, with of course the maximum survival time of 24 minutes, 28 seconds. So Appy, of course, to me, he is rather underrated, really. But he is compared with John from VX and FANX.
Yeah, VX and FANX, they are expected to be the underdog, but have stepped up in performance over the Super Weekends. Not so much here during the weekdays, still risking qualifying into the top 16. But hey, if you can stand up toe-to-toe with the likes of 4 rivals, well, arguably one of the more aggressive teams in the league, 5-5 eliminations, 717 damage to 651, 106 the longest elimination distance to the 288, and both these two just hard carries it with at least a 40% contribution mark.
Right, and here we do see, it's fairly balanced this time around for these couple of teams. So we have 4 rivals, we have VX and FANX, 4 rivals with 10 elimination points, we have FANX with 9 elimination points, 7 for Team SMG, and we got 6 for Team Bosskurr as well as Sem9 Gang, and it goes down the pecking order whereby R2K with 4, EVOS VIP with 4 as well, and it goes down to 3 and 2 and 1 and 0. So a good variety of numbers here for this round. So I think that's pretty balanced to a certain extent. But what's also important for us to check out is the match summary from the previous round. John had the most damage. Pemburu had the most assists. Boki, well, the top traveler. I did talk about their rotation earlier, so it doesn't really faze me that they have one of the most travel distance. But Appy is not on the top spot though, so looks like I could make an assumption that his role is just, okay, we injure the opponent, you finish them off.
Could be, maybe. There were a lot of third party that was happening, right? Axis Red 1, you can see topping the charts at 77 total points, only second to YSX Esports, who went up and take over the slot that was previously occupied by the likes of GeekFam. Now 72 with 4 rivals. They are tied for the count here. Only difference in ranking points. R2K, top 5. Congratulations on them. Farang Legends as well. Sem9 Gang not doing too bad, staying in the middle. But we've seen how, well, I'd say underwhelming per se, but I'll go into that one even more further later on. But NSP, ASTRA now, I think, well, above anti-circle. I think they dropped a little bit. Yeah, they dropped. NSP at least made it up to the 17th place if I'm not mistaken. Now Homebois, WULF, AROV, they're chopping block at this rate. Anti-circle too soon to count out, maybe, but it doesn't seem like they have any fight at all coming up from their end, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another shift of placement for the overall match rankings, and of course our eyes are on the bottom 4. So after this there will be another round. It could be the last round for some of the teams, but before that, let's have a chat with our chicken dinner winners from the earlier round. Host Miss Tash, take it away.
Thank you so much kepada caster-caster awesome kita. Dan bersama saya sekarang ni adalah pemburu ya, daripada tim yang baru sahaja mendapatkan chicken dinner mereka dari game tadi. Okey, pemburu, tak saya tanya sikit, apa perasaan you sekarang dah dapat chicken dinner pertama dalam weekday ni?
Perasaan saya biasa je sebab kita orang memang tak target chicken pun sebenarnya. Tapi saya target chicken ni sebab saya tengok tadi ada budak Aziz bocah ajaib tu, dia lebih-lebih tu saya terpaksa ambil chicken ni untuk balas balik apa ni juga.
Oh iya ke? Okey, jadi sebelum Tasha pergi soalan-soalan yang serius sikit lah, kita address ya isu ni. Tadi tu dia cakap yang you selalu pergi rumah diorang, makan semua makanan diorang. Betul ke ni?
Saya masakkan untuk diorang. Telur petai untuk Moke, sardin. Saya masakkan untuk diorang. Dia kata saya makan. Betul-betul pengajar bocah tu.
Oh betul ke? Tata you pergi sana, you masak tapi you makan semua ke?
Saya masak, saya makan sekali lah. Kita sama-sama kan. Saya masak, kita makan sama-sama. Gitu.
Okey. Jadi sekarang ni kita dah tahu kenapa diorang nak mencuba mendapatkan chicken dinner yang tadi. Sekarang semua orang dah tahu. Okey, jadi sekarang ni kita pergi ke soalan yang serius sikit ya. So pada season yang lalu, according to Tasha punya Koko analis lah, diorang cakap untuk performance team For Rivals ni dari Super Weekend nombor 2 baru start naik dia punya performance mendadak gila-gila. Jadi adakah kita akan menampakkan apa tu pattern yang sama untuk orang season ni juga?
Ya betul, kita orang ni suka ngeprank. Kita
Kenapa
orang
suka ngeprank?
kita orang baca dulu strategi musuh dulu. Bila kita orang dah baca baru kita orang akan all out. Itu nama dia.
Jadi bila korang jadi bila
Tapi
korang
kalau tak jadi,
kira
malu.
korang tu tak jadi malu. Okey, jadi kira macam korang macam like 5 steps ahead, korang tahu apa diorang buat gitulah.
Betul.
Jadi kalau korang predict diorang pergi pergerakan salah, macam mana?
Kalau salah, kita sama-sama lah duduk nombor 16.
Okey, harap-harap itu tak berlaku lah ya.
Harap-harap itu tak berlaku lah.
Okey. Jadi hari tu Timmy ada cakap hari tu cakap Iron Pro ni beban. Sekarang dah minggu kedua. Korang masih lagi rasa Iron Pro ni beban tak?
Kalau saya rasa Iron sebenarnya tak beban, cuma dia tak ada rezeki lah bersama kita orang. Sebab Iron power.
Wah, kenapa dah berubah ni? Hari tu beban, sekarang power. Yang mana yang betul
beban tu saya punya IGL lah IP. Tapi bagi saya dia power.
Okey, faham. Okey, sebelum kita bergerak, nak tanya sikit. Ada apa-apa team tak sana you nak bagi amaran dekat?
Okey, pada tim Aziz lah, saya Aziz lah kan. Jangan terlampau ganas nanti kita orang ganas takut korang kecut pula nanti. Lagi-lagi dekat Mika Opi tu. Pakai sweater rempit. Kalau awak perasan dia main, dia pakai sweater rempit kat sini. Macam nak give up motor.
Okey, terima kasih banyak-banyak pemburu. Good luck untuk korang punya next games. Tapi sekarang kita gerak ke kita punya analyst table. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hai korang. Okey, tadi tu Tasha rasa salah satu interview yang paling menarik Tasha pernah buat Rupanya dia punya drama pasal makanan tu sebenarnya dia yang masak untuk diorang. Gitulah pula. Tapi sekarang ni jom kita cerita sikit pasal kita punya circle untuk game tadi. Amy, apa opini pasal circle tu and bagaimana For Rivals dapat go around and navigate through that?
Ya, sebenarnya kalau ikutkan daripada pemandangan circle ni pun, literally diorang je straightforward untuk pergi ke dalam circle. And also sebenarnya dalam 18 minit yang terawal, tak banyak benda pun yang harus untuk dilalui oleh mereka. Sebab kita sendiri tahu yang kita dah bincangkan untuk persaingan pertama tadi. Di dalam minit yang ke-18 sehingga ke minit-minit yang terakhir, barulah ada fight yang berlaku. Itulah dia yang terjadi dan itulah dia yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Forever. Untuk persaingan kali ini, ada juga saya pernah dengar waktu interview, kami just jalan dan tak tahu chicken. Macam tu lah.
Okay. Sultan, so dalam match ni, apa yang Forever buat yang betul dapat mengukuhkan chicken mereka dalam round ni?
Saya rasa apa yang diorang buat adalah diorang try untuk eliminate semua pasukan yang ada dekat depan diorang, and then diorang maintain 4 orang player hidup. Lereng yang dipegang oleh diorang pun boleh dikatakan agak cantik lah, sebab majoriti pasukan diorang decide untuk ambil kawasan bukit. Dan at least diorang dekat situ boleh pick, kemudian mereka boleh reset jika diperlukan sekiranya ada orang knockdown, dan boleh repick semula untuk lawan.
Okay, jadi kita tengok sini juga kalau kita tengok tadi tu nampak banyak juga tim yang stay sampai ke macam sekali-sekali akhir-akhir tu. Macam mana For Rivals dapat navigate 4 orang untuk survive ya? Sebab biasanya bila ramai-ramai tim situ agak susah sikit sebagai tim 4 orang nak stay alive 4 orang. Macam mana diorang buat tu?
Ya, sebab selalunya pro player ni diorang berlatih bukan sebenarnya pada awal sampai minit 15 ni. Yang paling utama sekarang ni setelah 2 season ke 3 season, diorang berlatih apabila dah masuk ke circle yang kelima sehingga ke circle yang seterusnya. Waktu tu diorang kena pastikan yang diorang boleh kekal bersama-sama sampai ke akhir permainan kita. Dan contohnya macam circle kali ni, circle lagi-lagi akan tarik ke kawasan mereka. Tu dah satu benda yang lumayan untuk pasukan For Rivals. Sebab itu Diorang langsung tidak perlu risau sangat. Kebanyakan pasukan betul-betul busy dekat kawasan utara, dekat kawasan barat dan di kawasan selatan. Tak ada siapa pun yang nak ganggu diorang. Dan disebabkan itulah mereka pada awalnya jarang-jarang untuk dilihatkan. Sampai ke akhir game kalau nak ikutkan pemandangan observer, jarang nampak pun rival ini berlawan.
Betul. Betul tu. Sultan, kalau kita tengok tim-tim lain juga, you ada tak mana-mana tim yang you nak highlight something interesting yang berlaku dalam game tadi?
Saya rasa paling saya nak highlight mungkin adalah pasukan VXM FANX tu, sebab kita tahu berdasarkan overall standing sebelum pusingan ini bermula, VXM FANX hanya mengumpulkan 16 mata sahaja. Tapi daripada pusingan ini, John tadi kan mendapatkan kill ataupun damage yang paling terbanyak. Kalau tak salah saya, dia dapat 4 ataupun 5 kill secara confirm. Dan itu akan menghidupkan sisa-sisa perjuangan mereka yang terakhir untuk mengejar kembali slot ke Super Weekend. Tapi satu lagi pasukan yang mungkin saya nak highlight adalah WULF AROV. Situasi yang berbahaya kau-kau untuk mereka sebab kali ini pun mereka terkeluar sedikit awal, walaupun di hujung-hujung permainan, tapi still nombor 7 hanya memberikan 2 placement point. Dan kita tahu 3 orang player diculik di awal permainan waktu berlawan dengan pasukan 79 Gang. So WULF AROV memang kena perform kau-kau lah untuk baki 2 permainan lagi yang akan mereka mainkan.
Okay, Amy, ada apa tak selain tu yang you nak highlightkan sebelum kita pergi balik ke meja caster?
Yep. Bagi saya untuk pusingan kali ini untuk kita highlightkan pada awal tadilah kot. Awal tadi di mana sepatutnya Sam 9 mungkin dia harus untuk dikeluarkan dengan lebih awal, tapi malang sekali benda terjadi berbeza dan mereka berjaya untuk teruskan perjuangan mereka. And also untuk pusingan kali ini saya rasa itu sahaja kot, sebab for rival agak jarang untuk kita lihatkan apa yang mereka lakukan sampai ke akhir permainan. Last baru kita tahu tiba-tiba
betul
chicken dinner.
Ada bunyi
So macam itulah dia chicken dinner untuk diorang bagi pasukan for rival.
Okay, terima kasih banyak-banyak dekat kita punya para analis di sini. Kita nak gerak ke kita punya games terus je. So kita gerak semula ke meja caster kita.
Right, thank you so much to our host and analyst for breaking down that game and a wonderful interview with Pemburu. If you just joined us, you are watching the PUBG Mobile Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 4, hosted by PUBG Mobile and co-organized by BSPN. And we also like to take a minute to thank our official smartphone partner, Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. And of course, we must also take a minute to also thank our official digital telco partner, Yoodo. Switch to Yoodo and get free in-game items. And of course, we're still here with you, your casters for today. My name is Sir Cloud. I'm joined at the desk together with my pinky buddy here, Keith. So Keith, we are moving into game number 4. And of course, game number 4, we're going to go back into Erangel, whereby we did see an insane Erangel in game number 2 today. Will we see a repeat, Keith? What say you?
Well, I think right now my focus is really I really don't care who gets a chicken unless you're down in the bottom 4, because like that is the race of time right now, right? The weekday is your chance to grind, to shine. You shine over the Super Weekend, but first you have to make it to the Super Weekend in order to shine there and then. So that's when it matters. But right now, it's the bottom 4 who's in trouble. VXM FANX. By the way, the team who qualified last Super Weekend actually managed to pull themselves up with the performance they had in Miramar in the previous match, now holding their place in 14th position. So they are kind of safe. Bosskurr is still holding that 16th slot. Yoodo Alliance also in 15, so they might just qualify themselves into the Super Weekend. But these bottom teams, NSEA, ASTRA, who had a glimpse of hope, unfortunately wiped away this game as they try and secure more against Bosskurr, but unfortunately they failed. Anti-Circle still down below. WULF AROV now risking elimination. And I believe, who's the one more? I'm not too sure, I've forgotten about that one. But, you know, they are definitely still in the running for, in this next 2 games, they have to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, it is also not to forget as well that because this is the 4th game for today, meaning that for some of these teams, it will be the last game for them in this week for the weekdays. So, okay, I'm just trying to fact check this because, yeah, I guess this is going to be super important. So, after this, A will be taking a break, and A has EVOS VIP, 4 Rivals, Axis Red 1, and Team Bosskurr. So out of these 4 teams, the 2 teams that risk elimination, although they're not in the bottom 4, but they don't have the best of numbers, is I would say EVOS VIP and Bosskurr. So they will be taking a break this round, and we'll wait and see what's going to happen in their last couple of games.
Well, talking about taking a break, here's a little short breakaway from the topic here, as we have spot and reward initiatives coming out from PMPL. Yes, it's an initiative. Why? Because they're giving you free things, free exclusive merchandise. It's called the Pro League's official jersey here, as you can see down in the bottom left here. Try and focus on the jersey. I know Miss You is pretty cute. All you have to do is scan that QR code to own one of these black, white, and gold trimming, well, t-shirt, I guess you can add into your inventory, or use the bit.ly/spot PMPL S4 and find your way into owning one of these bad boys.
Yeah, and of course, well, it's going to be a simple puzzle. I mean, we've talked about this so many times. If you haven't tried it, don't miss out on it, because freebies, right? I mean, who doesn't like freebies? So, yeah, just go for it, ladies and gentlemen. Scan the QR code, punch in bit.ly/spot PMPL S4, and stand a chance to get that in-game item. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the team that will be playing their last round here. So, the group that will be playing their last game is Group C. And who's in Group C? It's RSG, R2K, 79, as well as NSP ASTRA. So in that Group C, for now it's RSG not having the most of points. They could use a little bit more, so they will be under the spotlight as well. But NSP ASTRA, the absolute highlight, they are still in the bottom 4. So if they got eliminated early in this round, they're out. They won't see the Super Weekend. So this is a do or die round for NSP ASTRA especially.
Wait, was it RSG who's down in the bottom 4 as well? Because you're right, they haven't been performing. I'm not sure. No, it was Homebois.
No.
The fans' favorite. They're down in the bottom. They're down in the bottom with the rest of them. So yeah, well, these teams are the next the teams to be looking out, at least for the narrative of the weekdays, because all the other teams are most likely comfortably ahead. You could only shift so much with only 2 games left in the bag. You could probably shift the bottom 10 teams at best, right? Or even not even 10 teams, maybe the bottom 5 teams at the very best. So that would be quite the interesting thing to look out here as we get into Erangel for the 4th match of the day in week 2 of this weekday in the PMPL MYSG Season 4.
All right, here we go. Can't wait for this round. Now, I'm a stats buff guy, so I like to look at numbers. So if I still base on the logic of 40 points is the benchmark to move on to the next round. Now, NSP ASTRA is 17 points away. Ideally, if they can get this chicken dinner with at least 2 elimination points, theoretically they will be safe. Now, for the other team, which is RSG, they are at 38 points, so they only need 2 points to reach that holy grail of 40 points. So it should be doable for them. RSG, I mean, come on, it's 2 points and it's RSG, right? It's last season's champions. So I would say the biggest spotlight will be on NSP ASTRA. RSG, you get a little bit of a light bulb there for us to shine on you. But yeah, it will be these 2 teams playing their last round, and they are at the brink of a possible elimination. So all eyes will be on this team. Now, starting off with the flight path, we will be from Jogopun down to military base. I would say, based on this flight path, most teams would get their own drop spot.
Yeah, most happy is going to be definitely WULF AROV along the side of Axis Red One, who I don't see them here, so maybe they're just actually opting out this round. They have been playing 4 games already, right, Axis? So I think they're taking a break. They've hit their quota for the day. So WULF AROV will have the entire Sosnovka military base for themselves, which is a good start, I guess. An uncontested loot, and look at the circle. Even the circle is biased enough to trace towards the southwest side of the map.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of circle in the military base. Now, although majority is on the main island, but we've seen that happen before, that the circle actually goes down. But talking about going down, so what is that? Is that NC or is that 4 rivals? Okay, I can't wait for the screen to actually blow up, but it's going to be NC. Okay, so NC is going to be... They might lose a team member, but here's some cover fire coming in, and Moki can't advance further. He doesn't have any first aid though, so now pressure's on the Moki, but Banks as well. How is Rush going to rush in and save him?
Well, maybe he doesn't have to. Maybe TABAH NC Banks has to just play bait at this point because Rush has got his eyes onto Moki, who's behind the tree lines here. But unfortunately, he's not on his knees, which means he's got all the time in the world. Meanwhile, Banks, though, he will take off, and eventually he does. But I'm pretty sure Rush would be waiting. Oh, no. Yeah, he is. He's waiting for that patience for Moki to slip up. But unless he's got meds, he's probably in trouble because eventually you're going to have to leave that spot and get shot down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. The only way that Moki is going to get away from this is probably his teammates come to pick him up, or Rush basically just abandons this and just feels that it's too much time wasted. It's not going to be worth it. Now, Calamity is going to come pick up Moki, and it should be all good from here. It did look like Rush wasn't that interested to actually spend more time just to get that one elimination point that's not guaranteed. Plus, he's not looted up yet, so he doesn't want to lose his timing with his team.
Well, coming in for the rescue, very wise play. Moki realizing that he can't leave the tree lines, otherwise he'd get shot down to oblivion here. RSG, also another one of those teams who hasn't been too hot, has a problem with consistency, if I'm being honest. So far, all the chickens that they have gotten for themselves are probably, like they're very odd, right? Like they're suddenly performing out of the world at one point and then just falls off really fast as well. It's like there's no stability in their game plan here. And now Sam9 Gang has eyes onto NSB ASTRA that just made a rotation cross by them. Do we see NSB ASTRA still opting for the more aggressive plays here, or will they revert back to their passive playstyle? Because earlier on in Miramar, when they tried to go aggressive, they did get punished. But I hope they do not get discouraged though with that one, because they were pushing up against the high ground against Bosskurr. So it wasn't an easy situation to come out on top.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. But despite them not coming out on top, well, literally because they were on the lower ground, they still have shown us that they can actually take fight. Especially the one that we always remember is arguably the play of the tournament, or might be just the play of the tournament. I don't know how is anyone else going to top that, but yeah, that was an amazing play. Single-handedly, that one player from NSB ASTRA took down the entire team secret. So they just showed to us that they can actually fight. So I do hope that they can continue on that sort of form. If they can do that, just run at people. Or I'm talking about running at people, they're actually doing it right now.
Oh my god, this is a very new NSB ASTRA, and I'm loving it. The nade's been tossed down by Stewart 9K by the staircase here. Will it actually clip onto him? Will buy some time. It wasn't cooked long enough, and now they've drawn out the weapons here. They know where the side of Stewart 9K is. Stewart 9K will clutch it with a jump shot, but now the retaliation is there. Oh, they're falling like flies. Stewart 9K, you reverse sweep the side of NSB ASTRA, and NSB ASTRA, it seems like their days are numbered with only one member left, but is that one member? It is. It's Bebang. Bebang could go for it. Oh, he's got a little gunfire down. We'll see. He goes again. NSB ASTRA, Bebang, this guy once again just coming up with an upset. He takes down the like of Snapper. But unfortunately, it will bow out. If only the attack was well coordinated, they could have very well just wiped off Wales. But hey, A+ for trying. And look, 2 points in the bag, still more than what they would have usually gotten.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Kev, it doesn't matter anymore because now NSB ASTRA is confirmed to not see the Super Weekend. Unfortunately, it will be the second week that they miss out on Super Weekend. Now they will be sitting at home and praying that the points still allow them to actually make a comeback in week number 3, assuming that they do go into the Super Weekend. But no, not this way, not this way. 2 Super Weekends missed out by NSB ASTRA, not this way.
Well, at least we can say nothing's changed. They tried, they took the risk. Well, nothing's changed. Like, even if they played it slow, we've seen how that goes for the side of NSP Astra as well. So, one could argue it was necessary.
Yeah, it was. Okay, so, I mean, we did call out for them to play a little bit more active, right? And statistically wise, today they played a little bit more active as compared to yesterday. And they actually got more points today as compared to yesterday. So, imagine if like, okay, and yeah, they got more points as compared to yesterday. Imagine they played at the same pace yesterday. They could have gotten themselves into the next round.
Well, maybe so, but I guess in this sort of situation of desperation, they're gonna have to try regardless anyway. Plus, they qualified from the PMCO, or was it like some other events or qualifiers?
PMNC.
So yeah, sure, PMNC, whatever they made it into the big league. This was not like the regular competition they're up against, so I guess they shouldn't feel too bad about themselves performing this way. I think take it as a lesson. Come in the next week stronger if you could, Otherwise, yeah, you could try again next season. That definitely things are never over, right? Like there's always going to be a split somewhere. There's the PMNC for like halfway in every year. Like every year, there's the first half and then the second half, right? The seasons are split into two seasons a year. So the opportunities are there, but if they don't start trying now, then they'll never get prepared for the likes of these sort of top tier teams firing back at them.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I hope this becomes a hard lesson for them. See them at least making it into one super weekend just to show that.
The hills they love to play against. This is their sort of play style here. But Team Secret, not also one of these teams. If it wasn't for the chicken dinners that they had earlier on today, they would have been on a danger zone as well. But thankfully, from yesterday's performance with the chicken dinner and 9 kills on the side of Kid, they will be comfortably holding themselves in this position. Meanwhile, Wales, thanks to NSP ASTRA, is now down to the last 2 players. Oh, Wolf AROV on the other hand, though, made the rotation downwards into the compound, trying to push against R2K, but R2K Echo fires onto Sand. Sand now on his leads. Damn cutie to fall in with. And that's the entire team of Wolf AROV. Wiped out in the face of the earth. They tried and tried true again. They pushed onto the side of R2K, but unfortunately it got wiped out in an instant. They were not prepared to take a fight into a compound, because Wolf AROV, honestly, most of their games when they win fights, it's usually because they have high ground advantage or they took advantage on a hill. And now Wolf AROV, bear in mind, is also on the chopping block. So they are down to, wait, if they're not playing in the next game, they might just be missing out a super weekend. But if they are, then they have one more shot. But still, if this were to persist, then Wolf AROV could be very much in trouble right now.
Okay, the good news is that Wolf AROV will be playing in the next game. So they still have one more lifeline for them to get up into the top 16. But it's not going to be easy for them. Wolf AROV, they were at 26 points. So again, we make an assumption of the holy grail of 40 points. They need to make out 14 points. It's not impossible for Wolf AROV. I mean, we've seen the quality that they have shown to us before this, but it's still not going to be that easy as well, because the competition is going to be hard considering that we are towards the final game after this. So the good news for fans of Wolf AROV, there's still one more round for them, but they really need to step on the game. Today isn't that day.
Now, this is very upsetting, actually, for the sides of Wolf AROV, because if you remember Season 3, under the name of J8, this happened to them exactly the same way. 3 chicken dinners in the first week, and then just missing out the second week, and eventually they got the most undesirable of results. Hey, take a look at Wales on the other hand, though. 5 kills, despite losing 2 of them on the side of NSB ASTRA. At least they're getting some kills going their way. So kudos to them. Anti-Circle also won in the chopping block, if I'm not mistaken, down below, even lower than NSB ASTRA, since after, one moment of NSB ASTRA kept them above Anti-Circle. This team with a Terminator, at least last season's Terminator in their roster, just doesn't seem to pan out. Do you think that they've made the mistake of early GeekFam of investing a little too much onto the aggressive playstyle, into the firepower, not having too many brains to play around with? But on hindsight, they have been playing it pretty much passively, so it should mean that they were playing the smarter rotations game. Or what is it here? Like, what is the issue with Anti-Circle? How can they not perform with a Terminator in their team?
I mean, I guess, okay, theoretically, this is the bad thing about depending on one person. Like we keep talking about Ham being the Terminator, but imagine this. And this is what's happening, right? Ham isn't performing to the standards that we know he can perform. The moment he doesn't perform, there are no other teammates who can actually pick up the performance. Unlike Axis, the other extreme, literally in the charts as well, if Voki doesn't perform, that's Maika. If Maika doesn't perform, that's Voki. If both of them don't perform, that's Kacang Susu. So a well-balanced team is what they need. And I guess the meta of this season is that you cannot depend on only one player. Yeah, okay. So Damroot was the pinnacle for GeekFam, which is great. He has been performing consistently. And it's a good thing for GeekFam. He hasn't really dropped out that far. But for Anti-Circle, Ham has dipped in his performance. So the moment he dipped, there's no other players that can actually pick him up.
Well, it looks like they're going to have to revert into a 3 protect 1 strat if this is the case. Unfortunately, PUBG is a game of individualistic skills. Like it or not, although it's a team game, when you're holding compounds, like look at what RSG is doing. They're taking their own side and angle, and they have to do it alone. It's not like you're going to have people backing you up in the back lines. Sure, when you're pushing into a certain compound, that matters. But when it comes to holding your own ground, you're expected to hold it by yourself. And if you go down because of the inadequacy of mechanical skills, then no one really is left to blame but yourself. So GeekFam this time around opting out with Ika, despite having a success on their end, deciding, hey, maybe Sane should come in this time around. At least some plus point come in with the rotations of members they have. They'll at least get a fresh mindset coming in every single time rather than a fatigued one. So that goes a long way. Like you said, there's some mental fortitude in this game of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, there definitely is, and that's the advantage of having a 5th or 6th player, so that you can actually refresh things, you can switch it up, as compared to some teams who only have exactly 4 players. Whatever happens, they have to stick with the 4. But talking about the 4, now it's going to be a 4v4 scenario. R2K up against Farang Lejund, who is right below them. Not a good position for Farang Lejund though, so they have to pop up the smoke. We can see the pressure coming in for R2K. Adinglu has been knocked down. Oh no, their star frag has been knocked down, not the one they want to lose early on.
Yeah, it's just going to be easy pickings for R2K as he secures that with another nade, takes down Ricky. Only 2 members now alive on the side of Farang Lejund. That actually secures the kill. Only 1 member left. Repo Boy, oh, they do see him behind the tree lines. He will try and clutch it, but unfortunately, with the numbers advantage, it was slowly but surely he will opt out. And that will be Farang Lejund's gone from the map that they were so dominant in. Now let's take a look at GeekFam here, holding an entire hillside right next to them. RSG only. Can they look to take this fight though? I see a three-way standoff here with based on a minimap, with Homebois also coming in onto their end. But RSG will instead opt out, try and move into a compound, but R2K spots that one from the high ground. This could be another pickle on their end, but Anti-Circle tries to secure some points from their own. Yoodo Alliance, this team has made their way into the qualifying top 16, but can they hold themselves there? This is going to be a feat that is hard to accomplish. RSG actually protecting their vehicles, parking it right behind a container. Meanwhile, GeekFam, now focusing onto Homebois, trying to push within the circle zone here. It's going to be hard, but Homebois, they have to hold. They have the circle advantage. They do not want to let this compound go off here. Maybe Team Secret could third party them from the high ground. That will cripple the hold a little bit, but being inside of these houses, it's more or less likely than not.
Yeah. Okay, so it's interesting to see that GeekFam is back to their original lineup, the lineup that has proven to bring them success. So let's see how this performs as compared to the previous lineup. No more experimentation for GeekFam. It will be their original 4. And now we move over to SMG with Zizo actually playing. Today is actually Zizo's debut for SMG in the PMPL. Chick from YSX vehicle has been blown up, so he'll be knocked down. Team Secret putting pressure onto YSX. They do have the high ground advantage. And this is the high ground around the areas of Kuwari. So this is actually a good vantage point that Team Secret has taken. So as long as they can defend this point, they should be okay.
Well, they can try and live up and defend it, but R2K, they're creeping in very, very slowly. And oh my god, Kid. If they do see that one coming, this could be very detrimental for them, already losing one member on their side, and SMG knows that Team Secret is on this hill. Maybe they'll look to make the push onto the side of Team Secret, but would be surprised with the side of R2K, who is currently holding that in between, just being a roadblock into any team's advancement here. But anti-circle straight away pushes into compound, gets knocked down with someone on the high ground on the side of Homebois. He will be Naoki. Tries to clutch this one out, and he will! Anti-circle again goes down to Harm, the Terminator. Once again, just feeling helpless, if not harmless at all. And now Superboy to go down with. That is the entirety of Anti-circle. Finally eliminated, all thanks to Yoodo Alliance, who's been third-partying from the distance.
Again, okay, 3 rounds today. 0 points from Anti-circle. This is... what? Okay, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. 3 rounds and no points for Anti-circle. Their final round is gonna be it's going to take a monumental feat here for them to move into the Super Weekend. They need like what, a chicken dinner with like, let's see here. So there are 12 points currently. So assuming the 40 points, they need like 28 points. So it's a chicken dinner together with with like at least 13 elimination points. I mean, if Anti-circle could do that, they would have done that earlier.
So technically what they need is a miracle right now, and VXM FANX, they are the miracle team of the bunch actually, the underdog who has made it to the Super Weekend, who's secured a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend, and right now is looking like they're crawling their way back into the top 16 for that Super Weekend for week number 2 as well. So they are definitely working miracles on their end here. But TABAH NC now out at 12th place. They've had a good start in day 1 with a consistent top 3. So I don't think their position would be jeopardized, if anything, for these last 2 games. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Not too sure about that. But now 6 would have to prove himself. Hasn't done many significant things, at least for this second week here, and now he's immediately making the decision to drive away here. Oh, they'll tag him just by a little bit, but he will be undercover here as their code goes, still moving under gunfire, and that's exactly what they're doing. As now VXM FANX joined the party, spraying people down. SMG, they know the position is in, and Bart might be revealed here, but Zizo actually tries to spray down VXM FANX, who's just driving inwards. Calamity. His entire teammate has to back off. Jenny tags him a little bit. He's low. Jenny will immediately go for the heal, but he's been tagged downwards. So VXM FANX may be overly committed here with the side of SMG, who has Bard and Zizo looking up from the high ground and the back end, providing so much coverage for the side of SMG.
Yeah, so SMG, they still have a full squad though, but they have the low ground, so that's not necessarily good news for them. And we can see that, Sem9, they are lurking onto the other side of the hill. Sem9, they are not in the circle yet. VXM FANX, they have the high ground, but they don't have the numbers here. Eftar is the last man standing. He'll need to pick up his buddies here. Can he actually pick up on time? At the same time, Yoodo Alliance being taken out by YSX. SMG still at the lower ground, but they do have a little bit of the circle though. But oh, the third party coming in, 7-9 coming in from behind.
Meanwhile, YSX Esports, Dola gets knocked out by the nade here. Boring, no, the clutcher gets taken out as well. Only one member left, and that's Wei Ri trying to find his way into the circle, but being pinned down right now, especially with Team Secret up on the high ground with Kid. This guy's got 9 eliminations in a single game here. Will have to respect any sort of advancement. Wei Ri tries to make it, he does. Now will be on his knees, but they will spot him out, and Kid secures another team wipe here onto the side of Team Secret. 5 kills under their names. GeekFam, Damrude, their key player, also being suppressed here as Team Secret seems to have the better half of the map into their advantage.
Team Secret, they have the high ground advantage at this moment. This is a good position that they've held up for quite a while now. So as long as they have the circle, looks like they may be able to hang on to this. But let's wait and see what's going to happen next. But before that, we can see that Yoodo Alliance, Pami will be knocked out. iShot still is yet to be picked up by his teammates. Matoy being shot at from afar. And now Mata almost gunned down with 10% of health. And we have R2K. They are still on the outside of the circle. There's only like what 2 teams within the circle at this point, and now we're down to the top 7 teams. And look at this, Homebois, who's currently in the bottom 16, they are still alive. That is important. RSG as well, with this sort of placement point, they could just make it into the Super Weekend.
Well, R2K, are they ready to kill RSG as they try to push inwards, closer towards them here? They'll be gatekeeping the likes of RSG, actually. Oh, was that one of them going down? No, actually, that's Wales, who sport the same color from the lobby, but doesn't matter. R2K, though, now getting sprayed down, immediately gets into the car, does not want to gatekeep for too long, wants to make the rotation in, but RSG is taking a heavy amount of fire from all direction here. NSP that's left, he could look to third party and backstab the likes of RSG as they do not see him. Kim, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, he tries to spray it, but unfortunately, man, he is whiffing his shots at this point. Oh, you cannot. You can only blame NSP for missing that shot there. That was his one to take, and he whiffed it. And so RSG will punish the likes of R2K.
Rags is going to go in now. They still have a full squad here for RSG. They have 2 elimination points on their board at this moment. Rags, the Starman, they'll need to find a way into the circle. They are still on the outside of the zone, and we can see as well, SMG, they still have a full squad too though, and they are in the circle, so that's good advantage for them. R2K, they are in the circle, but they don't have a full squad at this moment. R2K only playing with 3 team members, but they have 8 elimination points. That is a lot for them. Only 2 more and they'll hit double digit there. Jenny with the angle here, trying to stop their opponents from Wales from coming into the circle. But RSG is in the party. RSG moves in and Wales will be eliminated with 5 elimination points.
All this while happening, GeekFam now up against Homebois, trying to keep them at bay here. Not into the circle just yet. Sandcorn gets taken down, so Nook might have to go for the revive. They could look to blow up the vehicle if they really want to. He will be tapping. And meanwhile, SMG just securing kills after kills onto the feed with still 4 members up. Homebois left along with GeekFam and the monstrous SMG, who still has all 4 members up here with the 56% chance of taking home this chicken dinner. Now, we mentioned how this team has yet to step up during the whole week 2 of the weekday at the very least, and now they seem to be able to do it, but Jenny gets taken down. That will reveal some sort of location. The kill has been secured, so 3 members left on SMG, but Homebois is being pinned down by GeekFam. GeekFam might eventually reveal themselves, just being in the position he's at. Damrude is positioning himself, will get taken out. And now this seems more likely than not that SMG has this one in the bag. They know the location of where the last member of Homebois is. Nook tries to spray his one through the grass, but unfortunately, he will go down. And congratulations, SMG finally stepping up and showing himself here. SMG, we doubted them. They had a really bad week coming into week number 2, but here they are, clutching their very first chicken dinner in the weekdays.
And it's quite interesting as well for SMG. They rotated from Military Power onto this side of the map, which is more on the left side of the map onto Quarry. And I guess this is the mastermind, because the in-game leader is different this time around. So Trixeni is taking a back seat and Ziso coming in. Just look at this, Ziso, not only the in-game leader, masterminding that rotation, he's also the top fragger for SMG as well. So Ziso starting off his PMPL journey with SMG today with a bang. What a player this is and what a transfer this is for SMG. Congratulations to them taking home the chicken dinner, and with this chicken dinner, we can safely say that SMG will be on to the next round.
Yeah, the question is, are they going to run Jim Zizo into the Super Weekend? The cute.
Well, what an amazing game there by SMG. Not only that rotation being masterminded by Ziso, but also Ziso coming as the top fragger for SMG. So, yep, he was previously the in-game leader for Tauge Ayam, who's also known as Axis Red One today. And to a certain extent, with that kind of performance, he's showing back to Axis, used to be Tauge Ayam, that you guys miss me, right?
I mean, they should. They should if he brought this one back up to SMG. But let's be honest here. If you're comparing Axis Red One with SMG, maybe they don't really miss him that much, because clearly they're saying, actually, we don't really need you, but hey, I miss you as a friend, probably, because we're still doing better than SMG. We're topping the charts. But in the Super Weekend, SMG is not too far behind. Just saying, it's still, I think, at least top 3, top 5 most is confirmed. So yeah, I guess these two rivalry would be a great story getting into.
Yeah, that'll be interesting though. So of course, Axis Red One, they're the team that had the most roster changes. So there's a lot of interesting stories to tell. Fami used to be from VXM. Yep, I'm just saying. Fami used to be from VXM, and Fami's having the last laugh with that transfer. And besides that, Boki used to be from RSG, so he's kind of laughing as well. But the story of Ziso and Axis used to be Tauge Ayam. Well, they're pretty close by with each other if you consider the more important points to be collected is over the Super Weekend. So yeah, it will be interesting to see what sort of storyline will pan out over the Super Weekend. But now we of course are giving focus into the weekday, who's going to move on to the Super Weekend. It is now absolutely confirmed that NSP ASTRA will not see Super Weekend number 2.
Well, I would just give them a pat in the back and say, hey, you tried something different this time around. Sure, it didn't pan out the way you wished it would have, but it probably wouldn't with you sticking to your same playstyle anyway. So I think there's always room for improvement, and like you say, if you're rock bottom, really there's only way up. And I think the same can go and stretch towards the side of anti-circle, which is kind of surprising, because we thought that, hey, maybe with Harm in your team you could do a little bit more damage. But that's not the case, and they're playing the way they do, a bit safe, a bit, afraid, but maybe because also you mentioned that they're all just depending against Harm to perform, which is never a best strategy when it comes to a team sport like PUBG Mobile. So let's take a look at the match rankings right over here.
Yep, of course, we do know that SMG got this chicken dinner, their first chicken dinner of weekday number 2 with 10 elimination points, and surprisingly, Keith, no headshot from all those eliminations. So it's a rare sight to see. Homebois coming in at second place. Homebois, before this, they were at the bottom 4. So now with a second place finish with 7 elimination points, this should place them fairly safely into the top 16, but we need to look at the overall points later on. R2K, they're definitely safe, as well as GeekFam definitely safe. So R2K 10 elimination points, again switching up their play style from being safe. Now they're playing a little bit more active, getting in those elimination points. GeekFam, well, probably they know that they've already saved. They're already saved through to the next round, so they're kind of like, okay, we just play chill and 3 elimination points at 4th place. It's all right.
I'll take a look at Jim Zizzo, though,
Man.
the guy who just made his debut and already is taking MVP slots. Wow, if I was in SMG, I'd be worried. Like, hey, am I going to be the one who's going to be benched for the next few super weekends?
I mean, that's actually an interesting thought, though. I mean, if you're a player, you will always want to play. Like, I don't know a player that doesn't want to play, right? They all want the glory of a possibility of coming up as an MVP. And now, like what you mentioned, is quite interesting. With Zizzo getting this MVP title, who are they going to bench? I mean, as the coach, it's a good headache to have.
Well, I don't know, but if I was SMG, well, the finger pointing starts about now, and I hope they figure it out as soon as, before the Super Weekend begins at the very least. Now let's take a look at elimination and damage here. Team SMG and R2K, hefty 10 kills each across the board. Only second or third, actually, I would say second because, 10 is considered number 1 right now, and 2 teams took that spot. Second only to Homebois at 7, so actually quite an impressive performance coming out from Homebois. This could very well secure them into top 16, maybe, because they were already like at 17th place with the 7 kills and a top 2 finish. Surely they make it into the next Super Weekend. Team Secret coming in with 5 kills, and the list goes on and on.
Yep, and of course here our match summary, our top 3 for these stats. We do have Baby Kim. It's been a while since we last saw him actually coming up in the graphics in the official PUBG Mobile tournament. The last we saw it was in PMNC. He was one of the top players. This time with the longest elimination distance, 291. Most throw use. This is a lot here for a single individual. So Ziggs with 15 trolls used, and Bard coming in with the 6 most knockouts. Other than that, it's like 4 all the way, so it's not that significant. But here's the overall stats as well from the previous round.
Let's take a look at that. 5,888. Such a lucky number. Number of healings used and committed. Yoodo Alliance 291 gets the longest eliminations distance here, but do they match it up with kills? Unfortunately, not so much, and I guess we're gonna have to wait for the rankings to actually confirm the position they're in. But based on previous graphics, at the very least, I think Yoodo would at least be fine. Maybe they did better than NSP, ASTRA, and Anti-Circle both combined, right? So that should keep them safe at any time soon. But let's take a look at the weekday rankings itself. R2K now in the number 1 spot, right next to GeekFam, only differ by 1 point each. Axis and SMG both 77 on their total points, and YSX Esports now dropped to 5th with 76. Very tightly circled, but we all know it's the next draft that matters.
Yeah, and most of those teams, actually all those teams that got the chicken dinner, they're on the top spot. So far there's no chicken, no problem for any of these teams. But nevertheless, we can safely say that 1 to 10, I would say that we'll see them in the Super Weekend. I don't see them dropping off with only 1 game left. So we move on to what's important is at the bottom half. Now, the bottom 4 now, NSP is confirmed out. Anti-Circle needs a miracle run in the final round. WULF, okay, assuming that it is still 40 points. Assuming that it's still 40 points to move on to the next round. EVOS VIP is at 39. To be fair, they didn't play the round before, so it's 1 point away. Bosskurr is 4 points, and WULF is 14 points. Now, it could be more than the 40-point mark for this week roughly based on this data, but we need to see how they perform. 3 more teams will face the drop in the final round coming here.
Yeah, and Homebois, the fans should be proud. They were down in the bottom 4. Now it just skyrockets up with that really great performance from them. Second place is 7 kills, now 11. So they will save themselves from a chopping block here. But EVOS VIP, 39 points on the cusp of eliminations. Like Bosskurr could very well just secure some of the points and maybe even take over EVOS VIP if they were to too soon. Now, also, of course, the pressure lies more on WULF AROV as they've tasted Super Weekend, they've excelled in it, and to find out that they could maybe even opt out of the next Super Weekend, that is a scary thought. It feels like Season 3 all over again, and obviously, they didn't do too hot in the last season to want to revisit that sort of run. So, we've got an interview ready with the winner of the previous matchup. Tasha, you may take it away.
Terima kasih banyak kepada caster-caster kita. Kita telah menampakkan kita punya game tadi. Dan bersama saya adalah kita punya pemenang winner chicken dinner untuk game tadi. Hazwan dari tim SMG. Okey, apa perasaan you dapatkan satu chicken dinner untuk minggu ni?
Of course saya happy lah. Sebab kita orang tak pernah dapat chicken dinner tu weekday So, happy gila.
Tu je. Memang bunyi pun dah tahu happy. Masuk-masuk terus. Hehe, hai semua. Okay, so untuk round tadi tu, team mana yang bagi korang paling banyak masalah dalam round tu?
Bagi saya, tak ada team yang bagi masalah kecuali kalau team tu tiba-tiba tukar diorang punya pattern lah. Sebab kita orang dah buat research and kita orang dah tahu apa pattern-pattern team ni buat. So, kita just ikut based on information and adaptation. So dapatlah chicken ni kan.
Faham. Jadi kalau if say team tu tiba-tiba tukar meta ke, tukar cara jalan ke, tiba-tiba diorang unpredictable, apa korang punya plan B biasanya?
Back to our SOP lah. Take time. It depends on apa in-game leader nak. So always take time. Jangan rushing lah. Kalau rushing, semua game akan jadi hancur.
Gitu. Okay, faham. Okay, soalan seterusnya, ini soalan fun sikit. Hari tu sebelum PMPL, korang ada buat video gelek-gelek kan? Jadi nanti bila dah lepas PMPL ni menang ke apa ke, bila lagi nak buat video tu?
Saya ada janji dengan peminat-peminat TSMG. Lepas per weekend 3 kot, InsyaAllah mungkin ada lah keluaran baru, nantikan lah.
Kenapa weekend nombor 3?
Sebab nak santai dulu lah, nak enjoy liga ni. So kena take time dulu lah.
Okay, untuk soalan terakhir Tasha, semalam adalah birthday Trix ya. So happy birthday kepada Trix. Korang buat apa untuk celebrate birthday dia?
Surprise dia sebab dia tak expect yang kita nak sambung birthday dia. So buat macam surprise biasa, wish birthday macam tu je lah. Tak ada buat macam birthday jahat pun. Santai-santai.
Makan ayam tak?
We just eating cakes.
Kek je. Okay, patutlah hari dia dapat ayam. Dia teringat ayam tu semalam. Okay. Terima kasih banyak-banyak Hazwan kerana sudi deal dengan Tasha ni. So for now kita gerak ke major analyst kita. Kita jumpa later. Bye. Okay, hi guys. Okay, tadi kita telah menampakkan game ke berapa tadi? Game ke-3, ke-4? Game ke-4.
Game ke-4 untuk hari ini.
Yes, game kita ke-4 untuk hari ini ya. Di mana tim SMG telah mendapatkan chicken dinner mereka. Jadi jom kita cerita sikit pasal circle yang keluar tadi. Amy, apa opinion you pasal circle ni dekat kawasan bawah sini?
Yep, pada pendapatan saya ikutlah, kadang-kadang sehari tu tak kas, selalunya tak dapat apa-apa. So dia ikut timing jugalah kadang-kadang. Tapi daripada segi pendapatan circle, nampak gaya circle kali ni memang nampak sangat-sangat menarik sekali. Lagi-lagi korang tengok cara mereka, diorang drop agak, adakah ini bug ataupun betul? Agak jauh,
diorang
agak pelik
power.
Dan apa yang menarik lah tentang apa dikatakan tadi oleh coach mereka ialah mereka dah baca pattern masing-masing. So saya rasa diorang berani untuk buat sebegini rupa, taktikal sebegini ni sebab diorang dah tahu okey kat sini tak ada enemy. Jadi apa kata seorang drop kat sini, at least satu-satu player ada kat dalam circle, ataupun kalau katakan dekat bahagian kanan ataupun kat kawasan timur di situ circle. So at least player yang terakhir tu try lah untuk survive perseorangan sampai berjumpa dengan 3 orang pemain yang lain, tetapi disebabkan circle pergi kawasan kiri, ya, mereka dah ada seorang pemain yang untuk menjadi mata-mata mereka. At least diorang boleh tengok kawasan sekeliling. Okey, tak ada siapa-siapa, gerak je sini.
Faham? Okay, Sultan, saya tanya sikit. Tadi tu dah 2 team dah saya interview kan. Diorang selalu cakap pasal baca enemy punya movement, dapatkan info. Tapi kadang-kadang akan ada team yang macam seperti team macam GeekFam kan, yang selalu tukar-tukar line up, yang suka main-main dengan strat baru. Macam mana these teams diorang boleh counter bila ada benda-benda yang diorang tak jangkakan berlaku ni?
Biasanya untuk diorang ni, sebab diorang main lama kan, satu minggu ada weekdays, kemudian ada super weekend. Jadi ada banyak data yang diorang boleh guna pakai untuk bukan membaca lah, lebih kepada mengetahui corak permainan, mana tempat yang diorang boleh menyelip masuk, tim mana yang usually diorang akan mungkin tersempak ataupun rotasi lebih kurang dengan mereka dan sebagainya. Sebab itu biasanya untuk diorang counter, biasanya diorang macam kan, diorang kalau macam tengok satu tim tu ataupun bila diorang rotate, diorang nampak ada satu tim lalu dekat depan diorang, usually diorang ni dah tahu dah tim apa yang ada dekat depan tu, sebab diorang dah ada info yang rotation tim ni adalah lebih kurang dengan kita. Memang kalau circle macam ni, usually tim ni akan rotate sama-sama dengan kita. So diorang dah prepare. Kalau tim tu diorang rasa diorang boleh makan, diorang akan bermain dengan lebih agresif. Usually macam tu lah. Persediaan yang mencukupi dari segi rewatch game dan sebagainya, saya rasa itulah yang akan membantu mereka counter perkara-perkara yang unexpected.
Okey, faham. Kepada Amy, soalan Tasha ialah rotasi untuk tim SMG kali ni walaupun jauh, macam mana dia orang berjaya masuk circle dengan mudah ya?
Ya, sebab dia berbalik apa yang coach dia sendiri cakap adalah mereka baca pattern. So, untuk PMPL player, dia orang dah main literally setiap hari. Setiap hari diorang bermain bersama-sama dan semua gameplay yang telah dimainkan oleh mereka ini confirm telah dibaca oleh coach kan. Jadi coach memang confirm kena baca dan tahu kat mana play-play yang ada untuk pihak-pihak musuh mereka. Jadi mereka cuba untuk melakukan satu taktikal yang agak berbahaya dan taktikal tersebut menjadi, dan rotasi mereka pun boleh dikatakan sangat-sangat clean, kemas tanpa kehilangan mana-mana pemain. Untuk 3 pemain daripada kawasan timur pergi ke barat dan jarak yang dilalui oleh mereka itu bukannya dekat, tapi mereka boleh selamat dan mereka boleh hidup sampai ke winner-winner chicken dinner. Itu adalah satu perkara yang menakjubkan lah. Boleh diberikan pujian yang begitu banyak sekali untuk tim SMG untuk persaingan kali ini.
Okay, Sultan, apa-apa you boleh highlight tak pasal tim SMG punya performance dalam match ni?
Satu benda yang saya rasa menarik bagi tim SMG untuk weekdays hari ini adalah mereka memasukkan Ziso. Dan Ziso ni adalah diorang punya trump card ataupun diorang punya taktik tersembunyi, secret weapon mereka yang mereka telah pun simpan. Tapi saya ada sebab-sebab tertentu mereka tidak dapat untuk memainkan Ziso pada minggu yang pertama. Tapi kali ini mereka ada satu lagi fifth player yang sangat-sangat mantap, yang sangat-sangat berkualiti tinggi. Dan itu membantu tim SMG untuk bermain dengan lebih agresif. Tengoklah tadi, diorang kena tekan dengan VXM FANX, diorang kena tekan dengan 79 Gang, diorang kena tekan dengan pasukan TABAH NC juga kalau tak silap. Banyak tim yang diorang terpaksa untuk lawan, tapi diorang boleh lawan sebab kemasukan Ziso menambah lagi firepower untuk tim SMG secara keseluruhan.
Okay guys, terima kasih banyak untuk korang punya insight. Tapi for now kita gerak kepada kita punya game yang terakhir pada malam ini ya. So kita gerak balik ke caster table kita. Jumpa di sebelah atas lagi.
Alright, so thank you so much to our host and analyst for again breaking it down for us. And of course, welcome back ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the PUBG Mobile Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 4, hosted by PUBG Mobile, co-organized by VSPN. And we would also like to take a minute to thank our official media partner, Esports Fight Club. Watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. There you go. And not to forget as well, our another official media partner, WeTV. Watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. From drama series, variety shows, and anime, it's all available on WeTV. Download the WeTV app now on the Google Play Store and Apple App Stores. And of course, we're still here with you, your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy here, Keith. And I'd like to take a minute as well to also say hello to our loyal viewers all the way from season 1. I see you guys in the chat, especially all the way from India watching here. We have a doctor from India, Lala Rupaya Pachao. You've been here since season 1. Glad to see you here again and glad that you're here to enjoy the show. So Keith, now we're coming into the final round, going back into Miramar. What are your thoughts on this map?
Last game of the day. It is the last game of the day. That's my thoughts right now, which means all these teams go in for the kill. Just go rain hellfire at it, risk everything. It doesn't matter at this point. Well, if you make it, you make it. If you don't, then we'll see you next week. But now it is up to them to leave everything on the table, to just grind this last few points as they can get in this last match in Miramar, to be able to maybe, hopefully, prayerfully secure themselves as the top 16 teams for this week's Super Weekend.
Yeah, it'll definitely be the last run here for some of these teams. So a couple of teams that we last saw, they were in the bottom 4. So WULF AROV, they're in the bottom 4. Anti-Circle is in the bottom 4. So these two teams, as compared to the others, they are fairly far off of the top 16. So they need a lot of points in, especially Anti-Circle. We kind of calculated that, assuming that it's still a 4-point cutoff mark, they need to get a chicken dinner together with 13 elimination points. So it's going to be a tall order for them, considering how they've been performing in the past 2 weeks.
I'm actually more curious for EVOS VIP because they're by the cusp of elimination here, which we can go about it on and on. But hey, spot and reward is something that we apparently have not told you enough of. And we're going to tell you again here, your chance to win an official jersey all the way by for PUBG Mobile themselves for this PMPL League. You can own one that it comes in geometrical patterns, black, white, and gold trimming. And all you have to do is scan the QR code all the way at the bottom left of the screen with the word BAM right over it. Scan it and make your way into collecting it into your inventory. And if you hate scanning, or maybe you're using a phone that just wouldn't allow you to scan, which, come on, it's 2021. use the URL bit.ly/spot PMPLS4.
Yep. I mean, come on, we've repeated this over and over again. If you haven't done this, guys, seriously, it's free stuff, guys. So go grab it. Everyone loves a freebie, so make sure you grab it. It's the PMPL Spot and Reward. It doesn't come up every season. It's probably exclusive, so you gotta grab it right now, right? You gotta grab it right now. So yeah, I mean, what else? Just go grab it.
Yeah, and you're lucky this thing's going on for the entire PMPL MYSG Season 4 League, right? Otherwise, we'd say, hey, it's only for the weekday and you only have about 1 game to scan it now. So just to remind you, once again, redeem your reward over at bit.ly/PMPLS4 redeem, and we can get back into the game. Looking at the top and bottom 4 positions here, Anti-Circle, NSB, ASTRA, WULF AROV, and Team Bosskurr, if I'm mistaken. Yeah, Team Bosskurr, yep. EVOS at the cusp of it at 16th place. 39 total points is on EVOS VIP. 36 on Bosskurr. This is very, very risky. It's going down to the teeth here, and we've seen that sometimes EVOS can last it through the game, and sometimes Bosskurr just goes in and go ham. So it's anyone's match at this point, and I am really going to focus on these next 5 teams to see who's going to make it for the next Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, so assuming that Bosskurr doesn't make it into the Super Weekend right now, it's not going to be good for them as well because of in the last Super Weekend, they didn't particularly perform that well. So if they don't make it to the Super Weekend, it will still put them into a very, very difficult position in week number 3, assuming that they do make it back. Or if they don't, then, well, we need to see how the points actually rank up. But Bosskurr as well, they need to make it into the Super Weekend if they want their hopes of getting into the grand finals still up there. Now, besides Bosskurr, we have WULF AROV. This is a team that is championship winning material. I mean, we've seen their performance from last season and seasons before that. They can actually do it, but man, I mean, it's going to be tough for them not to make it to the Super Weekend again. If we take the benchmark of 40 points, they are 14 points away. So assuming that they can get this chicken dinner, they'll make it through. If not, it's 14 points at least for now.
Well, take a look at the drops, though. They're immediately just showing us all the bottom teams with EVOS VIP spearheading it, anti-circle to follow with. This is, I think this is more crucial. The highlight should be on EVOS, because if you think about it, right? Like, hey, Bosskurr weren't too hot. So if they miss the Super Weekend, sure, it'll be very, demoralizing. But you weren't doing too hot, so you kind of could say that, hey, maybe you weren't in condition for this tournament. But EVOS VIP has been killing it, right? Both days, the EVOS VIP always manages to clutch up the chicken dinner on their end, and they always end up having a lot of frags on their side as well. So for them to miss out Super Weekend, that would be a detriment, because they know that they could do it. They're just flunking out. So the pressure's on them, and the circle isn't on their side as well, as Hacienda de Petron is EVOS's favorite drop spot, and now would have to make a rotation down south towards Los Leones.
And so this is going to be really, really interesting. So it's going to be a southern circle, axis red one. They did drop at the right location. Of course, they drop based on the flight path. So La Cabrera is just too far away from the flight path. So naturally, they would drop down on the southern side. But yeah, I mean, Keith, to be honest, at this point, I'm not really interested at teams at the top. I'm more interested at the teams at the bottom. So if we look at teams at the bottom, so it's going to be Bosskurr. Their draw spot is at this southern side, so that's okay for them. Anti-circle, their natural draw spot is on the northern side, so that's not going to be good news for them, considering they don't have the circle. WULF AROV in Picado is somewhat within the circle, so they should be okay. And a couple of other teams that's nearby the drop. So we have as well VXM FANX. Their drop spot is way, way up north. Not good for them. EVOS VIP, like you said, it's around Hacienda or water treatment, so that's somewhere in the middle. So yeah, those are some of the summary highlights for the current teams in this round. If you want to put in Yoodo Alliance as well, who's at 41 points, they drop into Los Leones, so that's still okay for them. And now those are the highlight teams. So now we'll see what will they do in this round.
Yeah, and Yoodo, I gotta say, man, they really, really stepped up, I guess. They missed out on the first Super Weekend, but it seems like they are going, more likely than not, they're going to be representing in the second Super Weekend. So they can be, at least, they can find some sort of solace in that. Meanwhile, I think, again, these bottom teams, right, like WULF AROV, this is just crippling to be them, to be honest. It seems like, the devil's riding their faith and future right now as we speak, as they risk to be sitting out this Super Weekend. And I'm not sure if last season they participated in all in the Super Weekend after the second Super Weekend, which they set out. So if everything falls on to place with the first, like previous season, then they're not going to be too happy with themselves. And it seems like they may have a falling off trend here, which they have to figure out and fix ASAP, because clearly it's not working out.
Yeah, I mean, okay, irregardless whether they go into the Super Weekend or not, I agree with you. If we do see them in the Super Weekend, they need to fix something, because they are still in the running to get the championship for the league. So this kind of performance definitely won't cut it if you're aiming for the championship. And knowing Boyka, their coach, their father, their you name it, he is a hungry individual. He definitely wants success with the team. So he won't take no for an answer. So he's definitely going to I don't know, he's going to find a way to fire up his team to, guys, you got to buck up, guys, for the weekend, assuming they do get in. But of course, before we think about that, the first mission is they need to get into the Super Weekend first. And they are currently at 26 points. Even they're at 18th place. So even their gap with Bosskurr, their gap is 10 points apart from Bosskurr, and it's 13 points away from EVOS VIP. So it has at least to be 13 points, and they have to hope that EVOS VIP and Bosskurr don't get any more points. So it's going to be tough. So assuming the logic there, or the realistic logic, they need more than that. Okay, just go for the chicken dinner, and we'll see them in the Super Weekend.
Well, that's why I brought them up, right? Because it doesn't seem like they might qualify into this top 16. Sure, there's a chance they could chicken this game, yes, so whatever. The RNG gods could favor them on this side, but being realistic here and seeing the worst situation that could ever happen, it's just that it might hit them even harder than most of the other teams. Because if you want to say EVOS might probably get hit the hardest, not really. WULF AROV is the one with the triple chickens and up in the top 5 and possibly, position higher than EVOS. So missing out on one Super Weekend and then coming in the next Super Weekend, finding yourself subpar in the middle or down at the bottom in overall, that is not a great mental state of mind to be playing from, right? And then you're going to be playing from behind, and then you're going to be a bit more desperate. You're going to make a wrong decision. You're going to make wrong calls. You're going to push in a little bit too recklessly, and then you're going to get punished because they started off on top, and when they go down, now they just want to be on top, and they think that they'll get away with, some sort of risky or reckless plays, and that's going to punish them, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and that's what happened last season, right? So they had that experience before of sitting out the second Super Weekend where they had a really, really good start, and they were one of the contenders for the top spot, and just by sitting out one Super Weekend, if you recall, they dropped so much. And imagine that if you're the player, if you're the coach, you're the manager, you're anyone associated with the team, you can't do anything. You can just sit back, watch the game, and just go the whole way, because you just look at your rank keep on dropping because all other teams who managed to enter the Super Weekend could catch up. Now, it doesn't make it any better that this time around the Super Weekend is 3 days.
Yeah, that means you're missing even more days of accumulation here. So definitely want to look out for. Well, of course, we're gonna save our eggs until it, finally hatches into a baby little chick to confirm that they won't be sitting into it or not, but we will see them soon enough in action here, because WULF AROV right nearby 4Rivals, probably the worst start you can get. But however, 4Rivals, I could argue, hasn't been too hot themselves, so there is a chance that they might come out on top in this engagement. We've seen how when WULF really plays, when WULF AROV really plays, they can run down at teams. They're very capable. I just don't get why in the previous game in Erangel, why would he trying to force the issue against Farang Legends up on a high hill? Obviously, you're going to get bombed out and out, right? So it's just, it is what it is. And I hope they play it a bit safer this time around, maybe smarter, to say the very least, and take the fights that they know they can take instead.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Take the fights that they know they can win or have an advantage at least. Not like the Erangel game whereby they're clearly at the lower ground and they don't have an advantage. I mean, if you put it into percentage, maybe Farang Legend has a 20% advantage against them in terms of the winning possibility, and that's obviously not good. I mean, yeah, it's just logical that high ground wins, right, in most situations. But here we are shown currently with the next circle. So the circle continues to go down with about 40% of water. So there's about 60% of land left to play. Los Leones could be the final circle, but let's see. So there are a couple of teams actually within Los Leones, and those are the starter teams. But Wolf AROV, this is the team that will be paying attention. They need to not only rank up the positioning points, but also the elimination points if they want to safely bring themselves into the next round.
And you know, I'm smiling ear to ear right now, just looking at this circle. It's so odd. I love it. It's something different coming up from the maps here. The rotation's going to be wonky. Teams are going to get upset, and this is where they play under pressure. And I would like to see them try, as only 2/3 of the entire circle is playable. The rest of it, water. Go swim, maybe even drown. Maybe. But we'll see who takes over the compounds first. May get an upper hand here.
Yeah, definitely, because the land area is lesser, so who gets a good compound, who gets a good high ground, they automatically have an advantage. Now, talking about advantage, so Team Secret managed to get a one long-range shot onto Pemburu, so that's a slight advantage for them, but I'm not too sure how significant is that. Knockdown looks like it's not going to be significant. Rift will be able to pick up Pemburu, and it was the 4 rivals in the same compound as Wolf AROV. So I'm not too sure, did they actually leave that compound? I believe it was in Picado, which is an interesting place for 4 rivals to be, because they don't normally go there unless they're switching up stuff, which, well, I guess at this point doesn't really matter for them. They're pretty much safe to the next round. But that would mean that Wolf AROV won't be happy.
I think it's more of like Cruz de Vale, their usual drop spot is just too far out, and the circle just clearly went in south. Maybe they decided to, just let that one go. But Team Secret, I think, recognizing that the circle was so odd as well, they knock one down, immediately starts moving because they want to occupy that space first, right? Because there's not much land to play around with, as you mentioned. And being a southern circle that only takes 2/3 of a playable map here, they know that if you're by that edge and if the circle closes towards that side, you only need to guard one direction, and that is up. So they want to be here first, right? Like that way you know that nobody's going to third party you from the back, because behind you is only clear water. So I guess they want to make the move as fast as possible here.
Yeah, there are some teams who like to play by the edge because of that reason that you just mentioned. So that's some advantage to some teams who actually drop by the edge. But one of those teams who actually drop by the edge, YSX, they normally drop at Impala, and according to the fight path, it should be reachable for them. So okay, yeah, they're playing not really by the edge, but they took the decision of taking the high ground, which is not that bad as well. So as we can see here, although NC managed to get that one knock, but it's not like they can push. So that's the advantage of having this high ground. All YSX needs to do is just to keep eyes on the NC, just in case they do something fishy. And yeah, basically now, if I look at the circle, I think I did see a glimpse of the circle from the mini-map. It's kind of moved up north. So that means that NC will be locked by YSX.
Oh, yep. They took that gamble, and they're going to pay the price for it. Hey, nobody said that it was a surefire thing it was going down south. So they got a little bit baited by that one. But, well, it's a challenge they would have to take. It's the risk that they took when they made the decision of that call. Now 4 rivals under fire from Wales, though. Steven 9K takes 2.
Wow!
My God, this guy, he missed all his shots by the last few crucial one, and he'll take 1 down, 2 down actually. 4 rivals traded it with Stuart 9K, but being in a position he's at behind a rock, he could just very well hold it out. Maybe allow his teammates to come in, but the back lines. The flank Mamba coming from behind here. 4 rivals in a lot of trouble. Sure, they've already qualified, but hey, that's what to bite you right in the back.
Yep. So literally, the snake, the Mamba, coming in from behind and taking 1 down. Now Pemburu is the last man standing here for 4 rivals, and he's still outside the zone though. He has 2 first aids. Yeah, he should be able to tank a little bit of the zone, but where is he going to go being the last team member alive? Now, definitely he's going to play this a little bit more safely, but we move over to another team that is playing by the edge of the bottom 4. This is EVOS VIP. So now, looks like throughout the day, they have switched their roster and they are playing without Luxy. So they're playing with a different 4 for today in hopes to get into the Super Weekend.
Yep, also bear in mind that they are at the cusp of qualifying. Like anything can happen. As long as Bosskurr still lives, EVOS VIB cannot be comfortable. They have to rake in some sort of points just to cushion themselves. Unless Wales can take Bosskurr out here, that would, alleviate some of the pressure on the side of EVOS VIP, knowing that Bosskurr, who's the closest in contention towards their spot, would be out for a count. But we see if things go south on the side of Wales and Bosskurr picks up the kills, that is going to be worrying. So as the fight plays out here, Snappy, now under the cover of smoke, has his vehicle just to escape if he wants to. Both teams well within the zone here, the safe circle, so are not pressured to make any sort of desperate plays. But Bosskurr, can they play this one out though?
Okay, Bosskurr now, they're being locked down by Will, so Bosskurr cannot be eliminated at this stage of the round. If they're out, that means, well, they won't see the Super Weekend at the same time. So Bosskurr will still need to play this safely enough until the later stage of the game. But talking about later stages, can Pemburu actually make it to there? And Olio with the long ratio coming into Pemburu. Pemburu had to abandon ship because he knows he's been exposed. Olio, look, they may go in for the aggression move and see they're going to take the high ground. They're not going to look down their enemy. But talking back about Bosskurr, Zigzag with the long range shot coming on the Snappy with the knockdown. So that's a good knockdown there by Zigzag. They really need this point. So Zigzag wants to secure this over Snappy.
Bosskurr, this is very good on their side, recognizing they may have the advantage of this team fight here. If Wales, if they outplay their hands, you might have to fold. There's only 3 members left alive. I don't see them going. Oh, the kill confirmed. Now the numbers advantage confirmed. The points just rake in. So if they had 36 points, they have 37 now, and EVOS 39. It's getting closer and closer, Sir Cloud. I think they're just going to run away. Wow. Smart plays. Maybe Bosskurr also don't want to risk themselves too much. They want to play for placement because they know the differences is just that minute.
Yeah, plus they don't have the zone and we're approaching the 4th to 5th circle, so it's going to take a little bit out of their health. So they're going to focus on that. Now, another team that we see that's still active here, WULF AROV. They need to do more than Bosskurr, no doubt about that. So WULF AROV, they currently have the circle. Oh no, they don't really have the circle actually. So they still need to rotate, but where are they going to go? Because if they rotate in late, most of these compounds that we see will be taken by teams. So they need to find a new place where they can land, but they are moving towards another team. Good thing they spot out something, some warning shots being fired out onto them. But this just means that where are they going to go?
Oh, well, Bosskurr right now seemingly to win the trade up against Wales. This is points. Just going onto the sides here. Wales, only 1 member left. That is Mamba. Shows himself pinked in a little bit, but Z will come in and finish it off. That's the entire Wales. 4 points now goes to the side of Bosskurr, and that would pretty much just sum it up evenly across their points and EVOS. And now it's a matter of waiting it out. Who gets to live longer within the game here? EVOS gets taken out. EVOS actually take down one side of Bosskurr here. So maybe they'll be denying some sort of advancement on the side of Bosskurr. But another fight's happening with SMG and Yoodo Alliance as they will just clean it up. Yoodo Alliance out in 15th place. Sure, they're not really the bottom 5, so maybe they'll still make it in. But all these other teams, the differences is 1 game away. Can they hold their spot, Yoodo Alliance? That is a question we will save for another day. But meanwhile, Team Secret, VX and FANX. FANX also one of those teams who already skyrocketed to 11th place, now out in 14. But I think they should be safe, right?
No, they're not safe. Because they have 40 points, so now they're tied in with Bosskurr, but I don't have visibility on who gets better placement points as a tiebreaker, but we'll leave that for later. But that just means that Bosskurr still have the opportunity to actually climb out of this. EVOS VIP is now under pressure because they are 39 points. They are in the bottom 4 as this live update. So they need to rank in some points, whether it's eliminations or whether it's positioning points. EVOS VIP will still need to bring in more points. But oh no, Keith! Wolf AROV losing 2 members through the blue zone.
Oh
Wolf AROV is out. And that's it. That's only one. We will not see them in the Super Weekend.
The history repeats itself. They just have an issue with being consistent in a map, and they are out officially. From the next Super Weekend, things just got way more interesting. Now, good thing on the side of EVOS VIP, they took one member of Bosskurr down. So Bosskurr now playing with one member less does not dare to push up into the high ground where EVOS is just camping their bodies there. So this looks like a good sign for EVOS. So maybe they would actually hold in and qualify, but can't say the same on the side of Wolf AROV. Farang Legends, again, these teams, they have really already qualified themselves, just playing for more points here, and possibly even bragging right. Farang under the cover of smoke, as well as Adik Luke. They have both their star players just hiding within enemy line here. Farang, Adik, Luke is the only one left, but EVOS is having a fight against Bosskurr. That should be like the more crucial switch right now. We should be keeping our eyes on the Bosskurr. GeekFam up against Axis Red One. Not too hot here. It is well within their reach here. The GeekFam does have support in the back lines, who's making a close in with the flank, just driving in far forward. They're being pressured by the circle though, so GeekFam would have to act fast and maybe secure some sort of objective in this push. Otherwise, it's going to turn out really, really bad. Faris finally has to get out of there as the nades come in raining. Axis against GeekFam. This is going to be a tough one to push into for GeekFam, knowing that Axis Red One has been absolutely dominant so far in this tournament. More nades to be expanded, but no lives has been claimed just yet. Meanwhile, EVOS VIP lets Bosskurr slip past them, actually moving towards the center side of the map. So good news, I guess, coming out from Bosskurr.
So, okay, so still in contention for the drop here. There. Oh, but hang on that thought for a second. Asfa been knocked down. That's not going to be good news for Bosskurr. But anti-circle, they managed to get one knockdown. They need a lot more points here. They only got one elimination point so far. Superboy is going to go in here. They're going to go for the rush in. But anti-circle, they managed to secure 5 elimination points. But can they rank in more? They need more than 5 at this point. They need like what? 13, 14, or maybe 15 elimination points together with the chicken dinner. That's going to be a tall order, but that's not impossible at this point. They still have a full squad to play. Access Red One, they still have a full squad. The moment they pick up Voki, but Razo from EVOS VIP will be taken off in the zone. EVOS VIP, they still need like maybe 1 or 2 points before they secure themselves in the next round. But if I'm not mistaken, I think from my mathematical calculation, they just might edge it. But just to secure themselves, they could use a couple more points.
Well, it really depends. If Bosskurr can go down right now, that would definitely kickstart some sort of confidence or safety for the side of EVOS VIP. But because of the very particular situation they're in, they do not want to risk anything happening though. Good thing for the side of EVOS VIP, Bosskurr was dropping like flies, but unfortunately they gets picked up back, and now they still have 2 members, only losing 1. EVOS VIP soon coming in with the 3rd party, but Axis Micah already strikes onto Miracle down in the low ground, and now they are pressured in to push on forward. Damrud gets the trade off onto Faris. Faris will go down on his knees, but it is GeekFam who meets the grave here. And now EVOS and SMG still well within this game here. I've seen SMG knocking one side of EVOS earlier on just now. Oh, and Bosskurr, that's finally done. Nga is finally out. Just Z left by the corners here. Can they actually follow this one up? Team Secret now under fire from the side of SMG, just spraying towards that compound. Team Secret, only Mato and Fredo left still standing. Would have to look to pick up their allies. As Jizzo, this guy, man, he has been doing it for SMG 2 games in a row now. Securing so much stuff, so much objective for the side of the SMG. 7 kills already within his debut in the 2nd game. This guy is definitely taking main roster for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a good headache for the coach and the manager, but there'll be a question for later on. Now, looks like SMG, they're still up against Team Secret. It's going to be Ziso, the Starman, the MVP from the previous round. Can he actually pull up a clutch here? It's going to be a 1v4 scenario, but can he actually do it? Could he do the miracle run? But he has 6 together with him on the other side. But oh no! There SMG will be out. No clutches there. But hang on a second, Key. What's more important? Anti-Circle is out with only 5 elimination points. So Anti-Circle joins both AROV and ASTRA for the drop. And they will not see Super Weekend for the second time.
And now only one slot left to join the bottom 4 here. Bosskurr still alive, one man. No! As I mentioned it, Bosskurr is now out, and EVOS, this should be it. They should. This is them already securing themselves in the top 16 by the cusp of it, and now EVOS. Oh, now this is their time to just play the game the way they want to. All cats are out of the bag. No surprise here. Team Secret tries to put a stop upon EVOS VIP here. Gets naded up a little bit. Haikul now in trouble. Being suppressively fired down by the sides of Fredo. On Team Secret here. All members still up for Team Secret, so this looks like a very strong start for them. Homebois is, well, they've been saved since the previous round, so it really, this is really just fair play for everyone. Everyone can just go ham. It is set in stone. The top 16, the bottom 4, it's already been confirmed.
Yes, the bottom 4 is confirmed. I can agree with you. It's going to be VXM FANX. It's going to be WULF AROV, NSB ASTRA, as well as Anti-Circle. But let's not spoil the party now. Let's enjoy the final 4 players here in this round. So EVOS VIP, they don't have the circle. They still need to move in, but it's not that easy as well for those within the circle. We have Team Secret neighboring with Homebois. Homebois can actually rush in if they want to, so it depends on how active they want to play. But EVOS VIP, they don't have much of a choice. Now, we can see that Chick is on their right side. They need to clear off Chick. If they can clear off Chick, they can probably move in. But Haikal with a shot coming in, taking down 9 shots, and that could be an opening for EVOS VIP.
Well, they have to be careful though. Team Secret saw this one coming. They are in position to release any sort of counter fire here if they were to overcommit. But they won't. EVOS will recognize it. Real recognize real here, as now Chicks is the one member left from YSX Esports, just trying to live for another day here. Could be the third-party factor that they all needed. Chicks gets taken out by Homebois. That would be one obstacle out of the way, and now EVOS can look to push into the side of Homebois. That is the higher ground, which they have to push up on, and Team Secret still very well in this game. Unless Homebois gets wiped out by Secret first, EVOS might have to be the ones who's taking them on, and this could diverge their attention and ammunition, which won't be the most ideal of situations. So 3 teams left remaining. EVOS have yet to taste their own chicken dinner. During the weekday, this could be it. It all goes down to the patience they have and see who among 3 would fold first. The circle is already at the level 8. Surely it's about to take movements in about like 30 seconds. So they do have 30 seconds. It's a long time. It's a long time, but not quite long enough, especially with 3 teams still within the area here getting sprayed down. Naoki shoots onto the way of EVOS VIP here. Team Secret not looking to make that move. They've recognized that the last time they go up against a team with a third party still around, it went disastrous for them. But now Homebois is the one impatiently running towards them. Haikul takes one down from Homebois. This should be it. Naoki to fall on whiff. Team Secret, they just run in. They know that he's probably by the corner here. Sandcorn tries to clutch it on out, but no. It seems like Homebois will be the one taken out. But the cover fire is there. Maybe look to, well, secure some kills. Nook now going with the first aid kit. iShot's the only member still alive for Team Secret. How did they turn this one around? Psycho in the back end. The grenades will be tossed within the house here. Oh, he missed it by that much. Did not take him out. Psycho still well within this game. But Team Secret, they will look to pick their members up, and now Psycho will have to face front up against EVOS VIP on his own, taking a lot of hurt there. Could be the blue zone, could be getting tagged, but now he's forced to run within the household, find some sort of cover. But Team Secret with the nade comes flying forward. Don't count them out just yet. Your fight is with them. They picked all member up by 1, and they have the numbers. Team Secret can compete with the likes of EVOS. EVOS finally pushing into the house. Can they make this one work? Team Secret now up against EVOS VIP. Only 2 remaining. Homebois eliminated from this. Only Team Secret has gotten the chicken dinner. Can they get another one? And as for the Tigers in white, can they taste their first? Nothing sweeter than the taste of victory right at this very moment in this last match of the weekday. It's day 2 of week number 2. They haven't had the chicken just yet. EVOS, they
Not
really
yet.
want it badly, but you can see Team Secret widespreading, taking so many control. Oh, and Sumnus goes down. He overpeaked himself, and Adam number advantage goes inside Team Secret. Hypo will trade it. The jump shot that comes in. iShots will trade his life, and it looks like Team Secret might very well done it. Team Secret, 2 chicken dinners during the weekdays. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Team Secret taking home this chicken dinner, the final chicken dinner for the weekday, with a total number of 11 elimination points. But with EVOS VIP securing second spot with 4 elimination points, they have guaranteed themselves into the Super Weekend. And as I mentioned earlier, we already know our bottom 4. Our bottom 4 is definitely going to be Anti-Circle, NSP Astra. It's going to be WULF, AROV, and VXM FANX. That's definitely going to be our bottom 4. But how far is it? We're going to wait for the official results later on. Is it going to be a heartbreaking moment? Is it just going to be that little bit of a point? How far? We'll need to wait and see. But before that, let's rejoice. Fans of Team Secret, happy to see that your team is it's up here with 11 elimination points. Let's go highlights.
My God, EVOS VIP by the cusp of eliminations actually performed when it matters the most, playing it super safe. Sure, they did not get the chicken dinner. Sure, they did not get the amount of kills that we usually see them perform, but they did secure themselves into the top 16 of the Super Weekend. And I think actually VXM FANX made it to the top 16. I think it was Bosskurr who is the one who fell out. So it's NSP Astra, Anti-Circle, Team Bosskurr, and WULF AROV. These 4 teams did not make it onto the Super Weekend, and it's going to be so detrimental, especially for the likes of WULF AROV, who's been there in week number 1 and now is missing out on a lot of points on the table.
So you think it's Bosskurr and not VXM? Because I thought Bosskurr, I thought VXM got eliminated before Bosskurr.
Yeah, but they were already up top, remember? I think they brought their way to like the 15th place or something. I'm not too sure. Okay. I think it all comes down to this. Because VXM FANX, I think they had one okay game. I think they got one okay game today. I'm not too sure about that. Now it boils down into the guessing game, which I love. I love this so much because now we don't know, and the surprise factor still lives within us.
I know, right? I mean, we all love surprises, right? So, okay, but EVOS VIP with that second place, that's confirmed. Confirmed that they're safe. Now, it's that one spot that, okay, you're making me doubt myself as well at this point, Keith. And so it's either going to be Bosskurr or VXM FANX. Now, if we recall during the Super Weekend, both of these teams didn't do that particularly well. I mean, they were okay, but not that okay. They were on the second half of the page, so neither of them can afford to lose out on the Super Weekend as well. But I mean, man, it's even worse for the 2 teams that didn't make it through. Anti-Circle is confirmed to not go through. That is a confirmed. WULF AROV is a confirmed as well. So these 2 teams with their own reputations not making it to this Super Weekend, it's a big blow to them.
But which do you think is worse though? Like having had made it to Super Weekend and now being denied from it, or never been onto Super Weekend at all? Right? On one hand, you've never competed at Super Weekend, so you could say like, hey, maybe we're just not cut out for it. But for the likes of like WULF AROV, who's been there and triple chicken and now not even making it into Super Weekend, I think that's gonna kick you in the chest like 10 times harder than it would with like these other teams, NSP, ASTRA, and Anti-Circle.
Man, I mean, reputation's like secondary, right? Like the objective is like whether you can at least get into the grand finals. So I would say what's worse for me is Anti-Circle, but Anti-Circle. So it's tough. Like their last week, like they need now to depend on what's going to happen on Super Weekend. But okay, let's chat that a little bit or later, or maybe during the Super Weekend. Let's focus on this match ranking. So now we do know that Team Secret with 15 placement points, obviously with the chicken dinner, 11 elimination points. Out of 11, only 1 total headshot. That's about 10%, a little bit less than 10%. EVOS VIP, this is arguably their best performance for today. Okay, it's the same performance actually with game number 1 today. So with that, they got themselves they get themselves second place in this final round, and the MVP, we miss him, iShots, multiple MVPs before this.
Yeah, multiple MVPs I think in like previous seasons as well, but I think this is the first time he's gotten an MVP title for the side of Team Secret. Usually it went to the side of Kid, who's got 2 MVPs now in his name. Like the new kid that everyone's just flaming so hard on in chat is actually carrying the team. So yeah, his stats is fairly decent. Congratulations. We know what iShot's made of. He's one of those players who's played on a professional stage, like an international stage. So this guy was no doubt since day one, right? Like it's a matter of how does he play with his team and make it through the entire day here. 11 kills for Team Secret. Very, very strong performance during the last game of the weekday here. 2,671 damage on them. Second only to the teams that all got 7 kills each. Axis Red One, Anti-Circle. Oh wait, Anti-Circle's got 7 kills. That should be some points on their side, right? Team SMG also 7 kills on their side. But maybe not enough. Oh my god, this is only increasing my anxiety even further. Homebois, they've got 2 second places now with 6 kills. They're already up in 11th place previously. This should, keep their position, if not anything.
Okay, so this is the first half of the chart. So no surprises here. I mean, well, okay, so Axis, congratulations to them. They are week 2 weekday winners with 88 points. I mean, this team put up a super performance. So just look at the number of elimination points. They have topped the elimination points. So this team, they are the ones to look out for the Super Weekend again. So consistent from last week up to now. 2 chicken dinners, 45 elimination points, giving them a total of 88. What an auspicious number as well, right? 88 total points here at the top spot. So Axis is here to stay. YSX, last week they missed out on the Super Weekend. Now they are in this. But here it is, Keith. It is a confirmation that 3X and FANX is out. Bosskurr made it. Yoodo Alliance, check this out. 41 points, only 1 point separating them from the tie-in with VX and FANX. Oh my god! Oh my god, just oh my god. So the bottom 4 will be VX and FANX, WULF, AROV, NSP, ASTRA, as well as Anti-Circle. Unfortunately, they will be missing out on Super Weekend number 2. Congratulations to those just barely making it. Yoodo Alliance, Bosskurr, RSG, EVOS VIP, TABAH, NC. They kind of just barely made it, and then you have quite a gap with SEM9. So, well, there you have it. Our bottom 4 is shown here, and looks like they'll need to sit down on this weekend, and we look forward to seeing them back in week number 3. Now, moving on to the team summary. So Axis dominating the charts, of course. Not only dominating this chart, but also dominating the match ranking points with 151 highest total eliminations, highest total damage coming in from them as well, 31,722. Axis with the highest average survival time, obviously because, well, they're at the top. But NSP, always with the highest vehicle usage of 80%, never changed since last week. I mean, this is probably their only achievements. Yeah, so sorry for NSP. But nevertheless, Axis is still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, man. Oh my god, dude. Before I was like abruptly cut off by my own router once again. VXMX, FANX, like legit, all they had to do was secure 1 kill and they would have qualified. If you notice, their rank points is higher than Yoodo Alliance. And we all know here, when you have a same total amount of points, your rank points takes priority. So they were literally 1 point away from actually securing a slot back in the top 16. So, oh my god, feels bad for them. Take a look at the top 3 eliminator we have for the day here. 6 still on the side of Team SMG with a total of 32 eliminations, 5,516 damage on his end, with Damn Cutie coming in next with 27 kills and 5,366. Micah OP, of course, this guy, although he didn't get much kill during that one game that he clutched it, it was all the damage they need to secure their top 1 position here in a weekday with 25 kills, 6,339 damage.
Yeah, so these names, I mean, we've seen them time and time again, right? Like 6, we've seen them a lot, Damn Cutie as well. And my god, these are pinnacle players for their respective teams. So the top 3 eliminator award goes to them, but top 2 leaderboard. So Damroot, I've said this time and time again, this guy since season 1, he's the guy that's, I don't know, I felt that he's underrated just because he's not famous. He doesn't put himself out there on social media as much, but when he's called to perform on this big stage, he will show up. 27 eliminations, 4,029 damage from this one man alone, and well, iShots coming in as the top survivor. Almost an auspicious number, but my attention definitely goes to Damroot. This guy should be given a lot of credit.
Yeah, but you know what they say, man? It's the players who don't put themselves out there who usually performs the most because their priorities are set. Their priorities are set to be the best at what they do and not really to, you know, building a brand, try to stream, try to be a personality. So maybe that's why Damroot is such an underrated player. Take a look at all the teams that will be playing for this weekend, Super Weekend teams, which will be hosted to you with you know, Sir Cloud and Contra on the desk. So I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna most definitely watch the games just to keep myself within the loop, but Yoodo Alliance, this is their first time within the Super Weekend here, so I hope these other teams give Yoodo Alliance the most warmest of welcome, be it you know, a barrage of fire or grenades flying from the sky. You get creative with it, but Yoodo Alliance, here they are finally representing in the Super Weekends.
And I know it's hard to forget that actually YSX didn't make last week as well because they performed absolutely great today. So, yeah, but let's hear it from the teams themselves. Let's hear it from Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, the interview.
Thank you so much, our casters just now. So for now, I have the final chicken winner, chicken dinner winner of tonight. Oh my god, how many times did I say winner for that? I don't even know. So with me, I have Y2K from Team Secret. Okay, so I'm just gonna rojak this. It'll be both Malay and English. So just now, we saw one of the most intense endings we've seen in this 2 weeks actually for the weekday league. So my question for you is, you had 3 players already knocked down just now by Team Homebois, and you saw EVOS actually pushing forward, and you know, it seemed like it was going to be the end for your team, but how was your team able to quickly reset and overcome that?
It was pretty chill, like we were in good comms, we weren't panic, and yeah, we knew exactly what we wanted to do, yeah. And then we just got revived
Wait,
and resetted
seriously?
everything. Yeah.
You guys
Yeah,
were
when we
chill.
got
There
knocked.
was like no
Yeah, we were
panic.
Yeah, we didn't shout and everything. We just like, okay, I got one knock. We got traded, and then just call back, reset everything. Yeah, that's our comms. Yeah.
You guys are crazy. Because if it were me, if it were any other person, they'll be like full panic mode. But yeah, great play for you guys because that was insane. Okay, next question. Now that Kid is the brand new player in your team, last week he actually got a lot of kills. Now, so are you guys more comfortable with the synergy with Kid in your team?
Of course, we are playing pretty aggressive, including iShot as well. We are pairing him with 2 more fraggers. So iShot and Fredo is doing very well with Kid. Yeah.
All right, that's great to hear. So what's the target for you guys for this Super Weekend? Because I heard for last weekend, you guys actually targeted a lot higher and it seemed like you guys didn't hit it. So what about this week?
This week, we are probably hitting the same. We are trying to do our best to claim as much points as possible. That's our main objective and that's our only objective for now. Yeah.
All right, so my final question for you guys is, do you guys have anything to say to your fans?
It's, like usual, we are very, gratitude. We show our gratitude to our fans. We love all our fans, but continue to support us and we will support you guys as well. Love you guys.
All right. Yeah. Aw, that's so sweet. Okay, thank you so much, Y2K, for that interview. And for now, good luck and have fun for the rest of your games for Super Weekend. So for now, let's head on over to the analyst desk and I'll see you guys soon. Okay guys, kita dah dengarkan dari coach ya, Team Secret tadi ya. Okay, so for now before kita go into what he said, jom kita cerita sikit pasal circle tadi. Amy, macam circle tadi tu, bagi you apa opinion you pasal circle tu, and is it hard for a lot of teams untuk masuk circle itu?
Untuk circle bagi pusingan terakhir ni, bagi saya dia akan turun ke kawasan selatan. To be honest, tak ada banyak perbezaan sangat pun untuk kita berkatakan, sebab kita tahu untuk Team Secret mereka bersama Martin satu laluan yang bukanlah katakan mudah, tapi ada certain team tidak akan bermain pada pusingan-pusingan terakhir ini. So peluang untuk Team Secret naik pada atas kan sedikit selesa untuk pasukan mereka. Tapi kalau ikut pada persegi circle, dia tarik ke selatan dan selatan itu adalah satu perkara yang saya dah kata untuk first round tadi. Banyak kali lah, andai kata kalau circle tu pergi ke timur, dia akan selalunya akan kecil ke area timur, literally betul-betul area timur. Dan kali ini pula kalau kita lihatkan, kebanyakan dia memang ke arah selatan. Dan pergerakan untuk Team Secret bagi pusingan kali ini selesa, turun. Mereka boleh jaga daripada bahagian atas turun ke bahagian bawah. Dan untuk pasukan-pasukan yang lain, kita tak berapa nak pasti sangat apabila kita dapat lihat kat sini dia tak tunjukkan kedudukan mereka. Tapi tetap juga bagi saya circle ini adalah circle yang senang cerita normal.
Normal ya. Okay, Sultan, kalau kita tengok tadi tu, ending dia tu kita nampak 3 team yang besar. Dan agak dahsyat lah ending dia boleh dikatakan, sebab memang kita tak sure pun siapa akan mendapat chicken tu. Cuba you break down sikit fight antara 3 team tu.
Dia yang jadi menarik pasal pertempuran yang terakhir adalah Team EVOS VIP dan juga Bosskurr terutamanya. Kedua-dua pasukan tersebut betul-betul di ambang bottom 4. Tapi dengan kejayaan mereka di pusingan yang terakhir, mereka berjaya untuk mengumpulkan banyak mata. Dan itu menjadi punca kepada terlepasnya mereka ke dalam Super Weekend untuk musim kali ini. Kalau kita katakan antara Secret, Homebois dengan EVOS, tadi orang boleh katakan Secret ada kedudukan paling cantik lah. Sebab dia ada macam mutual agreement dekat situ. Homebois tengah reset, Team Secret pun tengah reset. Tetapi Homebois tak ada circle. So Homebois eventually kena pergi ke depan, kena lawan dengan Team Secret. Tapi timing pula waktu tu EVOS VIP pula datang ke arah Homebois. Dan Team Secret pula waktu tu dia nampak ada tim lain tengah ganggu Homebois. Lepas tu diorang terus membuka ke bahagian luar dan diorang backstab kedua-dua pasukan, iaitu Homebois dan juga EVOS VIP. Saya rasa ni adalah satu roller coaster punya game jugalah. Kalau tengok banyak pertempuran, tengoklah dekat saat yang terakhir ni pun banyak sangat pasukan. Tapi memang cantiklah Team Secret jaga kawasan compound mereka.
Okay, so sekarang kita cerita sikit pasal kita punya reset moment tadi lah. Sebab tadi tu bila kita orang tengok sama-sama pun, kita orang nampak dah 3 knock dekat Team Secret. And Tasha dah cakap korang, saya rasa EVOS punya ni. Tapi macam mana Team Secret boleh sempat reset cepat-cepat macam tu and betul-betul reposition balik ya?
Ya, bagi saya tadi saya dapat lihatkan EVOS juga memberikan peranan lah. EVOS pula. Ya, betul lah. Tim tersebut memberikan peranan yang begitu baik sekali, mengganggu Homebois ketika waktu-waktu akhir dan memberikan ruang dan peluang sebenarnya untuk Team Secret. Mereka dah diambang kematian. Dan sepatutnya tadi kalau katakan salah seorang lagi pemain pasukan Homebois nak ke depan, mereka boleh diratakan dengan begitu mudah sekali, tetapi disebabkan ada satu jurang laluan untuk mereka membantu. 3 di hadapan tu Homebois waktu tu ada seorang je yang berdiri, satu lagi kat bahagian belakang di pondok kecil yang diduduki oleh Nook sekarang ini kalau kita boleh lihatkan. Sebagai itu EVOS VIP mereka telah pun lock masing-masing punya pergerakan dan itu juga memberikan peluang terhadap Team Secret. Team Secret dah ada dalam compound dan jikalau mereka cuba untuk dirusuh atau sebagainya, at least ada compound untuk memberikan perlindungan terbaik untuk pasukan mereka. Dan disebabkan itu jugalah kita boleh katakan Team Secret mendapatkan satu luck yang begitu tinggi pada waktu-waktu akhir tadi. Lagi-lagi disebabkan EVOS VIP betul-betul menekan pasukan Homebois dan bukan hampir, memang meratakan tim Homebois setelah perlawanan tersebut berlaku.
Okay, so sekarang ni Sultan, ada apa you nak highlight dalam match tu you rasa betul-betul interesting or worth talking about?
Saya rasa benda yang paling interesting adalah of course kita akan ceritakan tentang bottom 4 kot, sebab dalam waktu-waktu terakhir weekdays ni dia bukan apa yang lebih menarik adalah siapa nombor 1, siapa nombor 2, siapa nombor 3. Apa yang lebih menarik adalah siapa yang tidak terlepas ke Super Weekend. Sebab cerita untuk weekdays ni lebih kepada siapa tak lepas ke Super Weekend. So 4 pasukan yang agak berbahaya sebelum bermulanya pusingan yang terakhir ni adalah Bosskurr, WULF, AROV, NSEA ASTRA. Of course mereka tidak bermain langsung untuk pusingan kali ni. So mereka memang boleh dikatakan dah tak lepas. Anti-circle pun probability mereka untuk lepas sangat-sangat tipis, melainkan mereka dapat chicken dinner dengan kill yang sangat-sangat besar. Also tim-tim yang ada dekat atas bottom 4 tersebut, Yoodo Alliance, VXM, FANX, EVOS, VIP, banyak tim sebenarnya point diorang rapat kau-kau, tetapi bila EVOS, VIP dan juga Bosskurr terutamanya diorang ada dekat dalam top 4, itu telah pun menyebabkan mereka berjaya untuk mengelakkan diri daripada tersingkir. Tapi benda yang lagi sayang adalah Yoodo Alliance dan juga VXM FANX yang sebelum start round last ni diorang beza 1 point. Dua-dua tu soon. Tapi of course Yoodo Alliance ada satu point di atas pasukan VXM FANX, menyebabkan VXM FANX tidak dapat untuk bermain di Super Weekend yang kedua. Yoodo Alliance first time diorang akan masuk ke Super Weekend. Tu antara cerita yang menarik lah untuk pusingan yang terakhir ini. Also WULF AROV tak lepas tu. Tu pun ni kot. Mengejutkan.
Kenapa mengejutkan tu?
Dia antara salah satu pasukan yang nak dikatakan sangat-sangat perform ketika scrim, dan ini adalah pasukan antara yang the biggest in Malaysia jugalah, antara pasukan OG untuk PUBG Mobile kita. Tapi mereka tidak lepas, dan dari segi mata pun mereka tidak memperoleh mata yang begitu banyak, 20 lebih saja pada waktu akhir-akhir tadi. So itu sangat-sangat menyedihkan dan agak membimbang untuk pasukan REDONE. Tetapi dia tak lepas untuk minggu kali ini. Seperti sejarah mungkin berulang. Untuk sebelum ini diorang J8 diorang tak lepas juga, ada 1 week. Memang
Super Weekend 2 lah yang diorang tak lepas.
Mungkin berulang. Memang sama lah.
Sama. So ini aluminium ni. Aluminium disahkan.
Asal aluminium. Dia kira macam aluminium.
Oh my god. Okay, sempat sekali lagi. Jadi korang di rumah, ni dia kita punya insight dari para analis kita. Terima kasih banyak-banyak dan terima kasih untuk bunyi tu yang ni dahsyat tipu sangat. So for now kita nak gerak balik kepada caster kita, dan Tasha akan jumpa korang pada minggu lalu, dan jangan lupa untuk tonton Super Weekend pada minggu ini.
Alright. What a ending. Thank you so much again to all our hosts, panelists, and also our interviewee for giving us good insight as well to the game. So there you have it. We already have our bottom 4, which unfortunately they will not see Super Weekend. Some of them haven't seen Super Weekend at all before this, so they got to fingers crossed themselves. Like they got to toes crossed and everything else that they could cross, and hope that the points still make sense for them in case they do go back into the Super Weekend for week number 3.
Well, at least there's two things we can look out for that's becoming very interesting for the Super Weekend, and that is the two teams who finally qualified themselves onto it for the very first time, right? Yoodo Alliance, one of them, who's been in the bottom 4 for the most part of the first week, and YSX Esports, who is currently number 2 in the table. So this team really have something that they were not being able to express during the first week, and then finally now making it pass, not by an inch, by a huge margin. So I think you're gonna have a lot of fun casting over the Super Weekend. I'm gonna have a lot of fun watching it, and I'm gonna join in with the people in the chats and comments to throw in some shade and toxicity. I'm kidding, not gonna do that.
Yeah, but you know what, Keith? Okay, so we didn't plan what we wanted to wear today, right? So it just so happened that, okay, I saw you wearing this and I thought, okay, I'll put in something similar. But here's a fun fact. So the logo for YSX is both pink and black. I'm just saying, it's like indirectly we kind of celebrated them being the super underdogs because they missed out on the first week, and now they placed themselves on second place. So I guess this is for you. Congratulations.
And in case you guys didn't know, YSX Esports means Yana Samsudin Esports, which means it's named or technically owned by the actress herself. And since we're wearing her colors, Yana Samsudin, we're open for sponsor opportunities. Hollywood, this guy, and that guy.
Yeah.
And that guy too.
just saying. You know how to get in touch with us. But yeah, I guess overall, man, just to sum up the day, right? I mean, Keith, we've seen lots of drama. We've seen drama from the bottom 4. We've seen drama from NSP ASTRA. I mean, that Irago game, that will definitely go down in the history books as one of the best PUBG mobile rounds ever.
Hands down, this season,
hands down.
For that period. We have to say period because in case another day happens that's way more entertaining than that one, we gotta say period. So that is by far the best game in the league, period. Hands down.
Hands down, man. I mean, it's such a great day, and it's an honor, it's a pleasure as well to be sharing the moment with you as well, Keith. I know you're gonna take a break for the weekends. Of course, you'll be back at the desk next week. So for all of you fans out there who will miss Keith, don't miss him too long because he'll be back next week definitely. And yep, I guess right now we just look forward to the Super Weekend. But Keith, let's wrap it up with the sponsors.
Yes, of course. First and foremost, we have to thank the people on top, and that is PUBG Mobile themselves for allowing us access to these games, and Tencent Games for allowing us to host this tournament. So a huge shout out to the co-organizer of the PMPL MY Season 4, that has to be VSPN, and of course the smartphone partner Redmi Note 10 series, Challenger Boundaries, and their 2 official media partners, Esports Fight Club. Watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club, and then WeTV with your Asia's best content. That's all available for free on WeTV, from drama series, variety shows, down to anime. It's all available on WeTV. Download the WeTV app now on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. And last but not least, our official digital telco partner, Yoodo. Switch to Yoodo now and get yourself some free in-game items by scanning down the QR code below. And plus, hey, I'm gonna turn this one around as well and say that if you want to support Yoodo's Alliance first run in the Super Weekend, scan the QR code.
Wow, that's a good segue. That's a good segue there. And of course, fans of Yoodo in general, well, you'll be happy to see Yoodo Alliance in the Super Weekend. How will it perform? It's up to the teams. We'll keep our eyes open. But I guess, Keith, that's it from all of us for today. It's been a pleasure, Keith. It's been fun casting alongside with you. We hope that all of you out there watching also had fun alongside with us. So we'll wrap it up by saying, my name is Sir Cloud, together with Keith. I will see you in the Super Weekend together with Contra. And that's all for today, guys. See you. Bye.
Alright.